Hello everyone, and welcome back to Sleepy Scares. I know many of you tune in to unwind and drift off into a peaceful sleep, so before you settle in, I'd love for you to drop a comment, letting me know where in the world you're listening from. If you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Now, let's get cozy, relax, and dive right in. Story 1. The Desert Road. Working late one night, preparing for a court appearance the next morning. I was somewhat taken aback by the sudden breath of the long-forgotten, but supremely familiar scent of the desert air. A phantom smell. I was in Boston, far, far away from the desert back home. Why that particular scent came upon me, I couldn't say, but it brought back a strong and disturbing memory. Back when I was in college, I had a remarkably upsetting experience. I was 24, mostly broke, driving an ancient car that had been passed down to me from several previous owners. I was a good kid though. I never got into any trouble, and when I went home on weekends, I still lived with my parents. They were always glad to have me, even though Dad threatened to turn my bedroom into a game room, plus free laundry machines and food. In my estimation, there was nothing better than my mom's homemade macaroni and cheese. There still isn't. I did well in my studies and was working toward a degree in social work with a focus on child advocacy. My mother used to say I was born to serve. The night it happened, I was driving back from school, heading toward home. My drive was about 3 hours long and included a very lengthy stretch of desert road, a lonely highway, especially at night. It always creeped me out a little bit, so I typically tried to get through that area before the sun set and left the road in inky blackness. There was not very much to see during the drive anyway. Sparse brush dotting the shoulder of the road, sometimes sand skittering across the blacktop, stirred by a whispered breath of air. The occasional car, with the windows down, as they usually were. I could smell the creosote and desert sage. The fragrant, dry air was how I knew I was nearly home. I usually had the radio cranked up to deafening levels to distract me from the boredom. That particular afternoon, I'd gotten a late start, so by the time I got to the desert, the shadows were already drawing long and purple lines over the scrub and rocks, and the sun crowned golden on the bluffs ahead. Sitting in my office, I was transported back in time, caught up in the memory the phantom scent brought with it. I saw the chick walking down the long stretch of road from about a mile away. This desert road, so straight, so freaking boring. Saw her immediately. She was so out of place, a blip on an otherwise empty radar. Even from far off, I knew she was a she. I also knew that she wouldn't be way out here unless there was something wrong. My mind processed all this pretty quickly, and I resolved just as quickly that I'd stop to see if I could help. I'm a decent guy, you know. That is, I try to be. As I got closer, I saw the backpack. Her long blonde hair in a ponytail, draped over the pack like a tassel. Hiking boots. From behind, she was something, that was for sure. I couldn't wait to get a look at her face. Wouldn't it be great if I rescued a beautiful damsel in distress on a long desert highway? I killed the radio and started humming Hotel California. I rolled to a stop just in front of her and waited for her to approach. My hands totally visible on the wheel. It was getting dark fast now, so, though the tops of the faraway hills were still kind of bright, it was sort of dim and purplish down on the road. I didn't want to freak her out by getting out of the car. You know, a strange guy, middle of nowhere, long, creepy shadows. Kind of seems like the plot to a bad BB movie. Anyway, sure enough, she walked right up to the car. And then, right by it, like it wasn't even there. She just kept going. Same pace, boots putting distance between her and wherever. She was definitely moving. At that point, I did jump out of my car. "Hey," I yelled. "You okay?" She paused, turned her head around, and looked at me like she was confused. "Yeah. Why?" "Oh, I thought maybe you needed help. You know, like a ride or something," I said. "Nope. I'm good. Thanks anyway." She turned around, ponytail swinging, and continued hoofing it. I stood there like an idiot watching her walk away and didn't know what to do. The desert was super dark at night. It got pretty cold too, even in the summer. Admittedly, she didn't seem concerned about her situation, and that backpack looked stuffed full. I guess she probably had some camping gear in there. Maybe she'd be alright. But I really didn't like the idea of just leaving her out here. It bugged me, you know? I jogged a bit to catch up with her. "You again?" she asked, giving me a sidelong glance. She did not turn her head. She did not stop walking. "I guess so," I said. "What do you want?" she asked. "Like I said, just thought you might need help. It's getting dark out. Like really dark. The desert isn't friendly at night, and the next town isn't for another 60 miles. You sure you don't need a ride?" "I promise. I'm not a weirdo. I promise," she said, mocking my tone. "I'm really okay." "I'm okay." "Well, if you're sure," I said, doubt lacing my voice. "I'm sure. See ya," she said, clearly dismissing me. She kept walking. I looked back at my car, which was further away than I expected it to be. Did we really go that far? I shrugged my shoulders and jogged, a little more quickly than before, back to my car. She was pretty, but not in a blow-your-socks-off kind of way. She seemed hard. Somehow, like she'd been there, you know? Maybe she'd had a hard life. I sat behind the wheel of my car for a couple of minutes, mulling things over. Did I leave her out here? Did I shadow her? I mean, it's not like she wouldn't know I was there, but it would make me feel better knowing she was safe. But wow, another 60 miles to the next town, even at her pace, which was pretty quick, would take forever. This desert was unsettling at night. Did I take her at her word and just go on? As I watched, the shadows swallowed her, her form becoming dimmer and dimmer. Finally, she was barely visible, and then not at all. The sun was only just touching the very tips of the hills now, and full dark had taken over the road. I got a serious chill down my spine. I wasn't afraid exactly. I'd literally been down this highway before. A lot, but that chill, man. I was definitely a little weirded out, you know. It's not every day you find a self-aware, determined, clearly capable, blonde chick walking down the road in the middle of the desert. I decided to let her be. I needed to get home anyway. As my car started moving, I began looking for her to appear in my car's headlights. I drove an older model Chevrolet. It was really ugly, but it ran like a champ. One headlight pointed straight ahead and kind of up a little, and the other pointed off to the right side of the road. I'd gotten used to the weird blind spots, but when I didn't see her after driving for 5 minutes, because, truthfully, I should have seen her. She couldn't have gotten that far away yet. I started to get concerned again. I drove for another 5 minutes and still no sign of her. You know that little voice in your head that tells you something? Trust me, that voice usually has pretty good advice. And yeah, I really should have listened to it that night. I told myself she'd just veered off the road to make camp for the night. I told myself maybe I'd just missed her. My headlights were stupid anyway. I told myself maybe she'd switched sides of the road, so she could see oncoming cars at night. I told myself all manner of things to try to convince myself not to double back to check on her. But I did. I turned my rust bucket on wheels around in the middle of the road, in the middle of the desert, in what felt like the middle of the night, and went back the way I came, looking for the lone blonde hiker. While I was driving in the opposite direction, that little voice was literally screaming at me to make another U-turn and get on home. That voice can be pretty stubborn. Then again, so can I, you know? And I didn't listen when I'd driven for 10 or 15 minutes back the way I'd come. I convinced myself I hadn't just missed her. She was not there. Damn. I'm going to have to track her down. Why should I even care? Why am I making this my responsibility? I'm just a regular 24-year-old guy. I do not need to take on the world's responsibilities, you know? But I feel terrible if I got home, went to sleep in my nice, safe, warm bed, only to wake up tomorrow morning to news that a girl was found dead in the desert. After another hasty U-turn, I was headed back toward home again. I felt better having the nose of my car pointed in the right direction at least. I stopped the car and snagged my cell phone from the passenger seat. There was no signal out here, so it was pretty much useless, but it had a flashlight. I activated the little light, which felt like a beacon of hope, and left my car to make a visit to the trunk. The dark surrounded me like a blanket. Well, actually, that's not really true. Blankets are warm and comforting, and this darkness was not comforting. I rummaged through the crap in my trunk and unearthed the giant, bright yellow floodlight I kept back there, and yanked out 2 of those triangular emergency reflectors. Once the floodlight was on, I deactivated the little flashlight on my cell phone and tucked the phone into my back pocket, slammed the trunk, and set up the reflectors behind my car. I really didn't want anyone, if anyone came along, to accidentally slam into my car. I figured I was being pretty responsible, you know? Anyway, I finally turned that giant light toward the desert on the right side of the road and stood there, sweeping the light back and forth. I saw not much more than some low, scrubby brush and a bunch of rocks. It was pretty flat and lifeless, maybe an occasional cactus or two, but not much else. Staying where I was, I turned and swept the light across the left side of the road. Nothing. Damn it. Back on the right side of the road again, I looked at my feet and stepped down about 4 inches from the pavement onto the rocky desert sand. Taking a deep breath, I said a little prayer that I would find the girl and everything would be fine. We would laugh at my stupidity and I would go on my merry way. Moving forward, I continued sweeping the floodlight slowly back and forth. It was so quiet out here. Yeah. There were the occasional sounds of small desert creatures scuttling here and there, but nothing major. I listened pretty carefully, too. I could hear the crunch of my sneakers, but that was about it. After walking for about 10 minutes, I decided I should make a wide arc and return to my car. There just wasn't anything out here. I turned a little bit and began the route back to my car, swinging the floodlight around as I had been. And then I did see something. I really only noticed it because it was out of place. A long shape among a bunch of flat nothing. The reach of my floodlight was pretty far, and this something, this shape, was at the far end of my light, off to the left. Keeping the light trained on the shape, I headed in that direction. I was actually feeling pretty hopeful, because it looked like, at least from my distance, a sleeping bag. The chick had bedded down for the night under the stars and among the desert scorpions. Scorpions. I hated those things. As I got closer, I realized I was right. It was a sleeping bag, and hope filled my heart when I recognized the blonde hair. "Hey," I called, too loudly in the dead quiet. There was no response. I found it hard to believe she could have fallen asleep already. "Hey, blonde chick," I called again. I actually said it that way because I knew it'd make her respond to me. Girls really don't like to be called chick. I expected her to respond with her name at least. Nothing. No sound. Finally, I was within easy reach, and what I saw, I had my heart beating right out of my chest. The girl was there on top of the sleeping bag, her blonde head propped up on her backpack. At first I thought she really was asleep, or at least faking it. She had her hands laced together on her stomach. But when I got right up close, I could see I was totally wrong. Her face was gone. In its place was only a sticky skull, skin, eyes, muscle, and sinew having been eaten away by desert creatures. Her blonde hair still mostly attached. The effect was horrifying. Her clothes, she was on top of the sleeping bag, not tucked into it, were dirty and torn. I could see where carrion creatures had eaten holes in her body. I could see her right femur. I couldn't look away. I was simultaneously terrified, out of my mind, and morbidly curious. But finally I noticed the blood, long since dried, that had pooled in copious amounts underneath her. A giant dark stain on her sleeping bag, the handle of a large hunting knife sticking straight up out of her chest, just under her sternum. Realizing the truth, and suddenly feeling like a coward, my gorge rising, I ran, booked it back to my car as fast as I could go. I was so grateful for that giant floodlight. I would never have found my car again without it. I think I drove the last 60 miles to town in about 20 minutes. My first stop was at the police station to report what I'd seen. It was only as the story was coming out of my mouth did I understand what I'd really seen. The girl I'd talked to on the side of the road. The one I worried about enough that I went searching for her. She was the ghost of the body I'd found, covered in blood, in the desert. The officer had been talking to watch me carefully, understanding in a second what I'd only just understood myself. As daylight came, man, that was the longest night of my life. I was in the back of a police car, headed out the desert road once again. I had tried to explain to them that I would never be able to find the exact location again. Everything looked the same, but they insisted I go along. After a while, the officer who was driving said to his partner, "Look, Mick, look there." He was pointing at something ahead and off to the left a bit. I craned my neck to see what they saw. They were looking at 2 triangular emergency reflectors and some serious skid marks on the asphalt. I still had the newspaper article somewhere. Jesse Norris, runaway, aged 18, missing for nearly a year, finally discovered in the middle of the desert. Though there wasn't much to go on, time and elements having washed away any real evidence, it was surmised she'd hitched a ride and was murdered by whomever picked her up. Her parents, at least, had been glad to finally have some closure. What the newspaper article never mentioned, however, was the means by which she had been found. The officers and the staff writer for the newspaper had both decided it was better to leave out the part about her ghost. She still haunts me. I still see her face, so world-wise and weary, as she spoke to me when I'd offered her a ride. I prefer to remember her like that, instead of the nightmarish skeleton she'd become when I finally found her. Years later, Mom will sometimes call me to report another sighting. Jesse is still hiking that long stretch of desert road. Story 2. Darren, did you know they opened a Target in Owingsville? My wife Deborah asked me excitedly. Grab the car keys and let's go check it out. I rolled my eyes. It was almost 6 in the evening, and I had a long day at work. The prospect of an hour's drive there, 2 hours of shopping, and an hour's drive home wasn't appealing. They didn't open a damn Target in Owingsville, I replied curtly. Only about 2,000 people live there. Why in the hell would a multi-billion-dollar corporation open a store in the middle of the sticks in a town that isn't big enough to support a McDonald's? Squealing wood on tile penetrated my ears as she pushed the bar stool away from the kitchen counter. Her footfalls approaching my chair were heavy like a pouting child's. I should have known better than to start an argument with her about Target. She dropped something from above me. The glossy red mailer advertisement sailed through the air over the top of my head. I looked down at my lap to see the familiar red and white logo. The cluster of red-vested employees smiled up at me from the shiny cardstock. Target would like to welcome you to our newest location in Owingsville, Kai. Bring this ad to the registered for an additional 10% off of your first purchase. There's a typo in the ad, I said, thumping the word registered with my middle finger. But she ignored me. Sloppy work. She worshipped the damn place. We lived in Lexington, Kentucky, and she made the rounds between all three. The clearance queen, she called herself. Deb would buy clearance items by the carload from any Target within a reasonable drive and resell them on Amazon. Retail arbitrage, I think she called it. Don't get me wrong, she made some decent money with it. We were middle-aged and empty nesters when she started. Her entire life had been devoted to raising the kids. When Dustin and Jessica left for college, she struggled a bit, stirred around the house like a caged animal. I pushed her to find a hobby. It was a few years until I would retire. Most of her friends worked. That's when the Target clearance spree started. Owingsville is almost an hour away, and there are 3 damn Targets here in town. I said, irritation building. Why do we need to drive out to the middle of nowhere to get what we could find in town? My wife went back to the kitchen and started washing the dishes. Every movement she made was exaggerated to show her displeasure. Cabinets closed so hard, they were just shy of a slam. Glasses hammered on the counter so hard I expected to hear them shatter. She signed at least 3 times a minute. I wish I hadn't given in. If I would have just stood my ground, maybe everything would have been all right. Our family would still be whole. Police detectives wouldn't stop by the house every week, just for a chat. But I did give in. I agreed to go. Grab your purse and put on your shoes. I huffed, pushing myself out of the recliner. We can go, but no more than an hour of shopping. I've got to work in the morning so we can fool around all night. She squealed with excitement and ran off to the bedroom. Why the hell did I agree to go? The drive to Owingsville was uneventful. NPR news stories played on the radio as my wife fidgeted with her cell phone. While I had been mildly irritated before we left the house, I was almost to a raging boil by the time we got to Owingsville. An hour's drive to the middle of the country, and my wife looked at Amazon listings the entire drive. We had already reached the center of Owingsville, and the GPS said there were still 2.5 miles to go. From the overhead view on the map, the address was a good distance outside of town, headed toward Moorhead. The location of the store was making less sense at the moment. Are you sure you put the right address in the GPS? I asked Deborah. She didn't answer, still scrolling through her phone. Deborah? I said a bit louder. She looked up at me and smiled. The sweetness of it cooled my anger down to a dull simmer. I even felt bad for being angry. Her life had changed so much in the last year, and this was something she did to pass some lonely times. Sweetie, are you sure you put in the right address? I really don't think this can be right. Deb leaned over and pulled out the cardstock advertisement from her purse and looked at the address. Reaching over, she pulled the GPS from the dashboard and punched a few buttons. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see a confused expression consume her face. Yeah, she said. It's the right address. The weird thing is the GPS just corrected itself. It was down to 2 miles and jumped back up to 2.5 miles. Still says it's straight ahead on the right, though. I wasn't concerned yet, but I was confused. The GPS clearly said 2.5 miles when we pulled out of Owingsville onto the dark country lane. We had been on the road for nearly a minute. It could have been a glitch in the software, but it still left me with an uneasy feeling. My eyes darted back and forth from the GPS screen and the darting yellow lines in the center of the road. The mileage was decreasing as it should have, and I felt relieved. Only a mile ahead, we would be there soon. I looked back at the road and looked for parking lot lights in the distance. You missed your destination. Please make a U-turn when able and head back 2.5 miles. Your destination will be on the right side of the road. What the hell? I said in a panic. The GPS had just said 1 mile only moments before. There was no way I had driven 1.5 miles past a huge department store on the side of a dark country highway and missed it. You've got to be kidding me. I pulled the car onto the shoulder and made a U-turn. As we drove back in the direction that we came, I fluttered with nervous energy. Something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Was I zoning out while we drove? Was the GPS malfunctioning? Did the damn store even exist? Just a moment before I was going to tell my wife we were heading home, I could see an unnaturally bright light ahead in the wood line. The tops of parking lot lights peeked over the top of the forest. I turned to Deborah to voice my concern, but her face was painted with a satisfied grin. "I told you we'd find it," she exclaimed with excitement. We pulled around the tree line to see an immense parking lot in front of the brightly lit store. There were maybe 3 cars parked at the far side of the lot. The car returns were empty. It looked like no one had been there other than a few employees. You were all worked up over nothing. I pulled the car into a parking space closest to the door. We got out and started walking toward the entrance. There was emotionless elevator music playing in the parking lot. I looked up toward the tops of the light poles, but didn't see any speakers. None of the targets in Lexington played the canned music, and it filled me with a strange sense of dread. It was as though it came from nowhere. Even the entrance to the building was strange. While most stores have an entrance directly in the center of the building or 2 mirrored entrances on each end of the building, there was only one here. It was almost directly at the far right corner of the building. I looked to my left and saw the 3 other cars in the lot were parked all the way to the right. Maybe there was an employee door on the side of the building, but I couldn't see a walkway. There were 4 or 5 feet of grass between the parking lot and the edge of the building. Something about the exterior was off-putting as well. Every other store I had seen was a cream or beige color with a few red awnings and a red Target logo next to the store name. Not this one. The entire building was fire engine red. It reminded me of the unrealistically bright blood from the old 80s slasher films, where there would usually be only one Target logo. The building was covered in them. Hundreds maybe, all different sizes. Some of the larger logos had smaller ones between the red and white circles. A few overlapped. Strangest of all, there was no sign that just said Target. Dead. Something about this is weirding me out, I said hesitantly. Let's come back tomorrow during the day. Looks like they could be closed anyhow. Not many cars in the lot. She stopped and turned toward me. The exuberant grin had vanished from her face and was replaced by a set of furrowed brows. Her body was slightly rigid and her head turned slowly from side to side. "We drove an hour to get her, and you nearly got us lost twice," she said angrily. "Don't you think for a second we're going home? If you're going to act like an ass the whole time, go wait in the car." I was a bit dumbstruck. Deb was usually soft-spoken and sweet. Only a handful of times had I ever heard her curse. Never at me. She turned and went through the sliding doors at the front of the store. Hurt and angry, I went back to the car. For the first 30 minutes, Deb was inside. I scanned the parking lot like a prey animal searching for a hunter. No cars passed on the main road, and no one pulled into the parking lot. There was no motion that I could detect through the glass doors into the building. Occasionally a light would flicker in the parking lot. Otherwise, things seemed relatively normal. I tried to call Deborah once or twice, but didn't get an answer. Halfway through a lengthy apologetic text message, I decided to leave her alone. She probably needed time to cool off, and Target bargain shopping was probably the best medicine for that. At some point, I fell asleep. It wasn't intentional, but there's only so much aimless scrolling on a smartphone I can do before I start to nod in and out. Once I start to drift, an involuntary nap is always in my future. I had been asleep for around 45 minutes when my cell phone began to buzz in my hand. Startled by the sudden motion, I looked down at my phone. There was a text message from Deb. I thought it was just Deb telling me she was running behind but checking out. Help me. The messaging was confusing. Did she want help carrying something to the car? Was there something she wanted my opinion on? I sent a reply. What do you need help with, sweetie? No response. 3 minutes passed. I tried again. You okay? Another few minutes, and still no reply. I'm getting worried. Do I need to come in? I waited for another minute, but she never texted me back. Unsnapping my seatbelt, I pushed the door of the car open and felt resistance and a loud smack. Looking to my left, there was a yellow car next to me. It hadn't been there when I went to sleep, and I had just slammed my door into the side of it. There was just enough room for me to slide out, so I wedged myself sideways and closed my door. Bending over, I looked at the side of the yellow car where my door had made contact. There was no dent or mark. With relief, I stood and turned to head toward the door. I was started by an ocean of yellow cars. There were dozens of makes and models, but each vehicle in the lot was yellow. Almost every single parking space was filled, but there was no one in the parking lot. When I turned to head toward the door, there was no one moving around inside that I could see from there. My stomach dropped. Something was wrong. When I passed through the entryway doors, the store looked like it should, with a few exceptions. All of the registers were self-checkout, with no place for an attendant. Where you would expect to find a customer service department, there was an empty red wall. There was a cart corral, but it stood empty. All of the products I could see on the shelf had no writing. Just the Target logo and a picture of what was inside. Strangest of all was the lack of people. The only noise in the building was a keyboard version of The Girl from Ipanema. It had a tinny quality to it, as though it were playing from a World War II era radio. Crackles of static pierced through, occasionally causing me to wince. "Hello," I said loudly. It wasn't quite a shout, but there was more volume to it than my normal speaking voice. It took most of my willpower not to scream at the top of my lungs, but I didn't want to make myself seem unstable. If it turned out there were other people in the store, there has to be someone else here, I thought to myself. Why the hell would the parking lot be full if no one was inside? No one answered my call. "Excuse me," I said a bit louder. My footfalls almost seemed to echo as I walked into the store. "Deborah, can you hear me?" Silence. Silence? Is anyone in this damn building? I screamed. My temples were throbbing, and it felt like the canned music pouring from the speakers grew louder to drown out my calls. I was running down the aisles, looking side to side frantically, passing row after row of generic shelves filled with red packaging. I screamed my wife's name over and over. My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I pulled it out. Another text from Deborah. "Please get me out of here." A chill ran up my spine. "Can you hear me screaming for you?" The ellipsis bubble popped up, showing she was typing a response. "No, I can only hear the red men. I'm hiding from them in the bathroom. Please come help me." I didn't have time to register what she meant by the red men. Breaking into a run, I headed toward the back of the store. As I passed by the clothing section, I panicked and jumped back, slamming into a rack filled with clothing. A red, faceless man was standing on a platform behind the rows of clothing. Terrified, I pushed myself backward and hid behind a shelf. There was no sound of movement, only the tinny music playing from overhead. I couldn't decide if the red man hadn't seen me. After a few moments, I slowly peeked my head around the shelf toward the clothing section. The man stood stoically behind the rows of clothing. Bright lines of light reflected off of his smooth body. He didn't move at all. "It's a mannequin," I thought. "Move your ass and find Deborah." I stood and walked back around the shelf. Without the lens of fear, I could see that the shiny red man was only a mannequin. There were no clothes on it yet. Maybe the store opened before they were able to finish setting up the store. As I walked past it, my pulse slowed. I could see the bathroom sign hanging from the ceiling overhead and moved in that direction. As soon as I got Deborah out of the bathroom, we were going to get out of there and blow every stoplight between Owensville and Lexington. Then I heard footsteps. When I turned to face the clothing section, I could see the bright red mannequin was off of the pedestal. It stood on the bright white tiles of the walkway. In only a moment, the thing had moved at least 15 feet in my direction. There was no one around. What the hell? I said aloud. Slowly, I began to walk backward toward the bathroom, keeping my eyes locked on the mannequin. It didn't move, but I had the uncomfortable feeling that it was watching me with its featureless face. Sweat began to pour from my forehead. Suddenly, there were steps behind me. I spun around to see another red mannequin standing about 100 feet on the other side of me. As I looked in its direction, I could hear more footsteps behind my back. When I turned, the mannequin from the clothing department was a few feet closer to me. Before I could collect my thoughts, both of the shining red mannequins burst into a scream toward me. I panicked and ran into the aisle behind me. Their hard feet clacked on the floor, easily making gains on me. 20 years past my prime. I wasn't used to much physical exertion anymore. I hadn't run more than 2 aisles, and I had already lost my breath. Entering a box of shelves, I turned to face the oncoming red mannequins. Desperate, I searched the shelves near me for a weapon. It was a home goods section, and I began to scan the shelves. At the end of the shelf to my right was a cheap-looking red-handled chef's knife. I lunged for it just in time. As I pulled off the plastic cover, the 2 red men came around the corner. I extended the knife toward both of them, and they stopped. Both of them tilted their heads side to side like confused dogs. They turned toward each other as one of them began tapping a hard finger against their palm. It sounded like Morse code. The other began making the same clicking noise. They simultaneously turned and walked toward a red support pillar a few feet behind them. I watched cautiously, scanning the area behind me occasionally. Their sudden disengagement made me as nervous as the pursuit itself. When they reached the red pillar, they both turned and placed their back against it. Stretching their arms straight over their bodies, they tilted their heads back. The overhead speakers began to increase in volume rapidly. I watched as the 2 red men fell backward and vanished into the pillar. My mind struggled to comprehend what I had just seen. The store was quiet again. I could feel the throbbing of my temples intensify. Once I snapped myself out of the momentary daze, I began moving cautiously toward the bathrooms again. I moved slowly, checking each aisle before I passed to the next one. Always looking for the red men, always listening for the slightest sign of another person. It felt like an eternity, but finally, I made it to the bathroom hallway. The lights there flickered wildly, and the music dissipated. On the left was the men's restroom, and on the right was the women's. I ran quickly toward the door, gripped the handle, and pulled it open. Behind the door was a red brick wall. I slammed my fist against it in frustration. "Darren?" I heard a muffled voice say from behind the brick wall. "Darren, is that you, Deborah?" I shouted. "Are you okay? I'm right outside. Is there a way to get out?" "No," she whimpered, "but I think I hear." Her sentence was cut short by a blood-curdling scream. I could hear thrashing and dull thuds through the red bricks. I screamed her name over and over, but she never replied. The room behind the brick wall fell silent. Then the clicking of footsteps began to sound at the end of the hallway. I turned my head to see dozens of shiny red men blocking the hall. Their heads all tilted at different angles. Some had lengths of pipe in their smooth grips, while others held assorted kitchen knives. A chain was swinging lazily from the hands of the red man in front of the horde. My eyes darted back and forth between the crowd, the brick wall blocking me from my wife, and the group of demonic red mannequins. I began to cry loudly, accepting that I couldn't save Deborah. Hell, I couldn't even save myself. In resignation, I fell backward. As as my back met what I thought was the dead end of the hallway. I was surprised to feel the push bar of a door that wasn't there moments before hit the small of my back. The door gave way and I tumbled backward, slamming hard against the ground. My vision was swimming as I watched the door marked emergency exit slam closed. I blacked out. When I came to, I was in a field. The tall grass was brushing against my face, and the rustling sounds of nocturnal animals filled the night air. My head was throbbing, and for a moment I couldn't recall why I was on the ground. I pushed myself up from the ground and reached forward to grab the door handle, but found nothing. There was only an empty field in front of me, moonlight reflected from my car windshield in the distance. The building was gone. The hundreds of yellow cars had disappeared. Grass and weeds replaced the parking lot. That was 7 months ago. I called the Owensville Police Department, who came to the scene to investigate. They took my statement and looked at me in bewilderment as the story of the now absent Target store became odder with each passing sentence. "There's never been a Target in Owensville," said one of the officers. "Not the kind of place that sets up shop around here." Deborah never returned. She's been listed as a missing person the entire time. Detectives from Owensville and Lexington have interviewed me more times than I can count. They've served me search warrants for the house and both of our cars. Interviewed every damn person both of us knew. No one talks to me anymore. Our friends won't answer my calls. My family won't talk to me. Her family hired a private investigator. I see the greasy idiot following me sometimes. Hell, I even quit my job. They couldn't fire me, but they made sure I knew I wasn't wanted there anymore. I miss my wife, but everyone thinks I killed her. My life is falling apart. My life is falling apart, but maybe it will change. I've got to call the detective soon. When I checked the mail today, there was something strange in there. Something that gives me a little hope. It was a Target mailer, the same one Deborah showed me all those months ago, just advertising a different location. Target would like to welcome you to our newest location in Paris, Kai. Bring this ad to the registered for an additional 10% off of your first purchase. There was the same group of red-vested employees smiling at the camera. Cheesy grins and everything. Right in the middle was a face I knew so well. She was smiling that same smile I'd seen 1,000 times. Deborah. Story 3. Before anything else, I want to make it clear I'm not a journal-keeping kind of guy, so apologies if the formatting's out of whack. Usually I get by just fine with my memory. A lot happened in July this year, so much that I'm still processing it 4 months later. What I can say for certain is I now have the answers. Mostly, and I'm glad it's all over. It's a hell of a story to tell. And it's all wrapped up in a battered journal. A journal that survived the fall from cloud level inside a Volkswagen hatchback. I can't tell you why I got involved in Acor in the first place. I could tell you it's because I love a good rabbit hole. Building a jigsaw puzzle from lost pieces with no requisite image in mind. But I'd be telling a half-truth, because no one in their right mind would have continued down the path that laid itself before me. Gah, I'm rambling. You're not here to read about me. You're here to find out what Icor is. And let me tell you, it's a can. No, a barrel of worms. I've taken the liberty of transcribing my journal with no detail expunged, because they all mean something. They're all pieces of that puzzle. I've got most of it now, but to get even the slightest understanding, you'll need to follow the story wound throughout my journal. July 17th, 2023. Dear Diary. I'm already getting cheesy, aren't I? I'm just antsy to write this down. Normally I'd pass this off as an unremarkable change in ownership, but something about Channel 79's abrupt lane switch, from reruns of classics to this rambling preacher guy, feels... Oh, I'm more intrigued than I am disappointed at losing Raiders of the Lost Ark every weekend. There is something contrived about the man on the TV. At a cursory listen, he sounds like any old raving Bible thumper on their obscure backwater channels. Wisps of graying hair whip around as he fervently delivers verses, fragmented sermons, everything one might expect. And yet there's no clear structure or meaning I can find in it. No common thread can be gleaned from each verse to the next. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he has a monitor beneath the podium, scrolling randomly selected Bible excerpts for him to read. Damn it. TV is faulty again. I wanted to come back to channel 79, so I muted it. But the preacher's voice is still there, dribbling into my ears. Well, it's a lot quieter at least. Sounds muffled too. I should really just get a new set. I'll watch a little longer, 20 minutes, maybe. Had work today, got more tomorrow, and I'm not willing to trade staying up to watch this salad for the hell of early morning fatigue. July 18th, 2023, long day today. Channel 79 has been an itch I haven't been able to scratch for the best part of 9 hours. Tuning in now. I'll take notes and organize them here. Okay, so a few interesting things I noticed. 1. The preacher's is the only audible voice. However, behind the poor reception and its crackling, I'm about half certain there's an audience. Slight hisses that might be whispers, sparse hums and haws. I can tell for sure, though. If there is an audience, they're clearly reluctant to join in. The idea of a crowd watching this man in near total silence is quite disconcerting. 2. Aside from how he meanders between unrelated and fragmentary parables, some of what he's saying is starkly what one could call biblical. I mean, on the surface, it sounds like something we might find in the book. But if you really listen, I'll just give some examples. It's easier than putting into words. How sweet is the nectar of our Lord. The window to ascend will be fleeting. Paradise waits for none. And if we count ourselves among the unprepared, prevail we shall not. Salvation will slip by for but a moment, and no more. And so saith the Heavenly Father, sequester thy jars that I have blessed. Ye children of terror, let the rich earth nurture mine angels until the day is ripe. Yeah, weird talk. 3. Despite having no visible skin irritation, every so often the preacher has these outbursts of frenzied scratching all across his body, then recuperates just as suddenly. Sometimes he mumbles vague supplications during these tics. Is he talking to someone off screen? I know I'm only watching through a television. It just feels like the mere action of spectating is inherently wrong. As if this broadcast isn't meant for my eyes. This is all getting a bit much for a Tuesday night. The flickering blue light's gonna do a number on my circadian rhythm. I'll watch a bit longer, then go to sleep. Well, insomnia it is, I guess. No way I'm sleeping after what I just watched. It's true my internet's a spotty mess, so it didn't immediately strike me as odd that the image froze. That is, until remembering this is cable. Almost on cue, the frozen preacher blinked. He blinked. The notion he'd been standing there still as a brick the entire time really got to me. Who the heck stands motionless for that long on a TV? July 19th, 2023, 2:30 right now. Super hazy right now. After a not-so-thorough consideration, I decided to tune into channel 79 again. At least this way I'm subject to the objective, instead of hopelessly wondering about what he's saying when I'm not watching. Wow, something new. Just now I turned it on, and for whatever reason the volume was reset to full. Almost threw the remote into the drywall before I could mute it and bring back silence. Caught my bearings, and noticed the small white box with green accents sitting on the podium. That was not there before. This TV's too old to support a pause function. I resorted to taking a couple of burst photos on my phone. Most had way overblown exposure, and only a few looked promising. It's too late. Gotta sleep. I'll see what I can do in the gym tomorrow. July 20th, 2023. The last 2 hours at the till were an anxious hell. because I realized something that, in my tiredness, didn't occur to me last night. It's such a small, insignificant detail. I muted the TV last night, and it worked. But when I did that 2 nights before, the audio continued playing, albeit muffled and subdued. It's totally plausible. My TV is just a piece of crap. It is. And yet I can't shake this feeling of wrongness. Maybe Al's been watching this thing too. All right. Al and Carrie are my roommates. We share a downtown apartment in an old and dilapidated gray cube. Lavish, right? Anyway, Al's room is next to mine, and the walls here are basically paper. I'll go ask him about it. Rather than dissecting every notable exchange, I'll jot them down in a sort of transcript format. Figure it'll be easier to come back to, for me or anyone else who ends up with their fingers between these dog-eared pages. I said, Backing yo, you home, Al? Al? 1 minute? Al, come on in. I said, hey, Chief, you got a moment? I wanted to ask you about something. Al smirks at me. Al, anything. What's on your mind? I glance over to his own television, resting dormant on a hazelnut chest of drawers. I said, seen anything good on TV lately? The instant the words leave my mouth, Al becomes visibly on edge. Al, he says it like it's his first time hearing the word. I said, yeah, there's this local channel that used to play reruns of 80s movies. They switched up recently, and now all that's on is this nutty preacher warbling on about nonsense. Al, okay, slow down, dude. I don't even watch TV. How should I know? Never been a fan of those movies anyway. I'm not sure how to proceed from this. Instead, I head back to my room, grab my journal, and return to Al. I said, all right, this'll probably seem strange to you. Well, to anyone, actually. But can you humor me and give this a read? Al shrugs. Al. If it'll get you off my ass. I handed him the journal and went over to his desk, reclining in the chair and pulling out my phone to kill time. During the wait, Al would nod intermittently, like he was agreeing with what I've been writing, or is familiar with the goings-on. I didn't want to intrude, though, so I just let him read. I scanned his desk with mild disgust. It wasn't grimy per se, but from the looks of it, he should probably invest in a bigger trash can. I picked up an empty plastic wrapper, inspecting it. It looked like packaging for something. Clear, diamond embossed plastic. Kind of stuff you'd use for vacuum packing. Judging by the time, I guessed Al was nearly done. I'd been lost in some stupid clicker game when I got a call. It wasn't in my contacts. I like to answer these calls, just to see who it is. Probably a bad habit, I know, but I'm the curious type, if that wasn't already evident. I held the phone to my ear and listened. Nobody spoke. All I heard was this low buzz. Sounded the same as someone using a power drill in another room. Al put the journal down, and at the same time, a voice came through on the call. The voice was horrible, grating, like if a swarm of dead locusts could talk. I can't be sure of exactly what it said, but it sounded something like, "Mute button works. Good night, Dale." The call terminated immediately. The phone slipped from my hand onto the desk. I sat there for a second, processing what I just heard, before snapping my head around to look at Al. I said, Who the hell did you tell about the journal? Al frowns, looking confused. Al, who did I tell? I just finished reading it, man. I said, well, I know for a fact that no one's read it except you and me. And whoever called me, said my mute button works, like, for the TV. I wrote about it in there, but nobody could have seen that. Without giving a reply, Al points over to my side of the room. I turn to see what he is pointing at, only to find his phone plugged in at the back of his desk. I didn't let Al out of my sight I'm sure he was sitting on his bed the whole time, so he couldn't have told anyone. Without another word, I stood, snatched my journal off the bed, and returned to my room. He seemed normal, sort of. But there were a few weird mannerisms I picked up on, like how he said TDV all drawn out as if it were new to him. Also, I got the impression he was lying to me. My anonymous caller made sure I'm aware of that. And with how the program sounded, muffled, almost felt more than heard, I can't help but think Al's been tuning in as well. Why he'd try to hide that from me? No clue. I'm determined to make him talk without being too upfront. I need subtlety and, above all, patience. But not now. The phone call, that's at the top of my list of worries. I think I trust Al. Besides, I sleep like a feather, and he's not exactly the most graceful guy. So I'd have heard him sneaking in at night to read my journal. Plus, I lock my bedroom door on work days. But even if I consider Al doing such a thing, how'd he even have known I was keeping a journal in the first place? I'm rambling, aren't I? Well, the fact still stands that someone is potentially spying on me. I don't know how or why, but the more I dwell on it, the more likely it seems. As much as I want to placate the image of eyes squinting through my blinds at night, it's not something I can ignore. I should probably invest in blackout curtains. I'm spent. So for now, I'm hanging a sheet over my window and putting the lid on today. July 21st, 2023. To be honest, I totally forgot about the pictures. Yesterday's mess of a show just had me really shaken up. But nothing else strange has happened, and I'm hoping it stays that way. As luck would have it, the workplace is being fumigated today and over the weekend, so I'll have the day off to fiddle with these photos. See if I can't clear up the grain and glare. Man, I should be a PI or something. Okay, maybe I'm overestimating myself, but whatever. I managed to enhance one photo real nice. Didn't expect I'd actually be able to read the print on the box. That said, it's still difficult to make out. Looks bare. There's a small logo, a black and yellow blur, and then an emboldened word in some kind of sans serif. Any more filters only smear the clarity. A few letters are nigh indistinguishable. Here are my guesses. Cyphazam, Slohazam, Siobazam, arbitrarily speaking. The second and third sound less likely than the first. Not sure why I think that. It just sounds truer to medicine names. This is the point where most would ask themselves, what in the hell am I even doing? It's just one slope of the rabbit hole. Who knows how many lie below? How many until I reach an answer? Damn, it's only noon. Looking up Cyphazam right now. And there's nothing at all. Really. All I can find is a scientific abstract that includes it in an uncategorized list of meds. This feels like a deep web thing. Gonna boot up Tor in my OpenGGP manager. See if I can't scour out some markets for an insight. Been searching for an hour. Nothing yet. 2 hours now. I've signed up to, 8 markets by now. Through too many captures to count. And I finally found something. It's on an obscure market by the name of Sightseer. Even then, there's only 2 listings under one vendor with very low sales and ratings. It's a little pricey, but I'm willing to give it a shot. The description's pretty bare bones, though. Non-antihistamine alternative. For all those itches the Benadryl can't scratch. It feels out of place, considering the majority of listings here are illicit, psychoactive drugs. Why would anyone buy allergy meds from a darknet market? Hey, you know what? I'll order it on a whim. There should be some Monero left in my wallet. All done. Now to leave the blockchain to do its thing. Oh yeah, I made a post on the Dread Forumery. Channel 79 and Cyphazam. I'll check it tomorrow. Don't want to get burnt out on this. July 23rd, 2023. Nothing much happened yesterday. Took a break from looking into this. After I arrived home from work today, Carrie was sitting at the kitchen counter, drumming her fingers. She had that look painted on her face, same as when she found out I'd blocked the toilet with wet wipes. I said, "Hi, Mom. School's out for summer, see?" I said, "Ahem. What? Why the look? See? Just what the hell did you order to our house?" I said, "So the Cyphazam came?" See, I said, "Look, it's not. Wait, you opened my mail. Rude. See, nah, Al opened it." Started acting all protective, like the stork just delivered his baby. Took it to his room. He has not been right recently. "Have you been supplying him with something?" I said, "Supplying? No, God, no. It's a long story, I don't. See, I have time." I said, "Well, if he's got that medicine in there with him, I can't sit here if there's a chance he'll snaffle it all up. I'll explain later." Carrie was not amused. No, she doesn't know about what's been happening. Anyway, I rapped on Al's door, more for the sake of courtesy. Of course he didn't call out, so I cut my losses and pushed open the door. I'd rather walk in on it, instead of letting him overdose on some esoteric backstreet drug. What I found was neither. He was sitting cross-legged on his bed, hunched forwards and staring intently at the unopened box of Cyphazam, propped up on a pillow. Before I could speak up, he reached for the box, but flinched and withdrew his hand, as if he'd been shot. I paced briskly to his bedside. I said, "That's mine, Al." Al, surprised. "Wah. You got me, man. Not cool." Me, incredulous, huh? "I wasn't trying to spook you." "Give those meds back." Rather than showing resistance as I expect, he nods, grabs the box and holds it out, "Take it." Which I do, gladly. I said thanks. He continues to sit there, staring past the end of his bed to the wall. Or maybe the TV. As I turned to leave, Al thought it was Icor, with the B logo and all. I have absolutely no idea what Icor is. He's right about the logo, though. Looks like a cheap clap art of a smiling bee with an uncomfortably human face, backed by a black circle with wavy lines coming off it. Weird. I'm gonna open it up, see what this stuff really is. Empty. The box is empty. Al would be the first obvious suspect. Only, the tape seal was still intact when I retrieved it. Well, looks like I've been swindled. Shouldn't be surprising. I say it's empty. That's not entirely true. There's a folded leaflet inside. Opening it up, the very first words printed at the top are, "Hi, Dale." A chill ran through me when I read that. I mean, sure, I had to give my name and address to the vendor, but still, why would they do this and send me nothing else in the box? I'm exceptionally freaked out. Whoever you are, vendor, nice one. You got me. The rest of the pamphlet details instructions for use. 1 in the morning, 1 at noon, 1 in the evening, cross-interaction warnings. No ingredients, though, curiously. I guess that's about right, given the empty box. Oh, there's contact details. Yeah, right here at the end. A customer support number, an email, and a second phone number listed under. Additional services. Paying customers only. Excel thine senses cryptic. It's getting late, so I'll ring them now before my eyelids get heavy. Okay. If I thought I was confused before. Now my brain's doing loops. I really don't know how else to explain transcribing the exchange. The phone rang, clicked, and greeted me with a voice I could only compare to a 60-year-old lifelong smoker with the flip. Anonymous said, "What?" I don't respond right away, struck by the straightforward bluntness. I said, "Hey, hi, I got a box of Cyphazam. Saw this additional services number." Anonymous said, "Where'd you get that from?" I said, what was it called? Sight? Anonymous said, "Sightseer." Me? snapping fingers. Yes, that one. Anonymous said, all right, I'll get my associates to send me your Addy and we'll ship you a trial pack. I said, wait. A trial pack? Anonymous said. Ain't that what you called for? God, you people. Just look out for a delivery. Should be with you pronto. With that, they hang up, leaving me dumbstruck. I can only guess at what I'm about to receive in the mail. I have a really bad feeling about this. What could these people be sending me? What if, oh God, what if I get a bomb in the mail? No, that wouldn't make sense. You don't just kill your customers. Whatever's headed my way, though, it's bad news. I know that. I don't know what I've gotten myself involved in. Well, I guess I'm about to find out. July 24th, 2023. Good news. They're having issues with extracting fumes at work. Told me it's unlikely it'll be cleared before Friday. A whole week off. I only found out after getting up and driving to work, though. They could have sent out an email or something. I got home around 11. Apparently the postman already came and went, because there's a haphazardly taped package on the counter, unopened, but that can only mean Carrie picked it up. I think if Al took it, it'd be in his room somewhere. Slinging my rucksack onto a stool, I sat down and held the package. Very light. The sheer amount of sellotape probably constitutes about half its weight, so it was a nuisance to open. Cheese knife meant short work of it. The tab snapped open, allowing a sealed vacuum pack to slide out onto the faux marble. 5 clear capsules with an amber fluid inside. They remind me of those cod liver oil pills my mom forced me to take every morning. I'm not dumb enough to take one, let alone open the pack to start with. Carrie came padding down the hall, stringy strands of post-shower hair swaying behind her neck. See? Early work day, huh? I said, yeah. The fumigators got attacked by car-sized spiders. See, they what? I said, hey, listen up, I'm Joe. Anyway, they're having problems venting out the gases, so work's off. Probably for the whole week. See? Great. Now I've got to deal with being around you the whole week. Yeah. Oh, what's that? Dale, really? More drugs? I said, okay. Now hold on a minute. I didn't order these. They were sent by some dude I phoned from a leaflet in that medicine box I got the other day. Like, didn't even ask if I wanted it or not. No payment. Nothing. See. Whatever. Believe me, I won't have our place turned into a trap house. I said, oh, come on. It's not that serious. Not like I'm gonna take these mystery pills, is it? You really think I'm that stupid? Carrie shot me a particularly nasty stink eye before strolling over to the stove. I pulled my bag over my shoulder and headed back to my room. As I passed Al's room, the distinct click of his door shutting froze me mid-step. It wasn't exactly a terrifying thing to hear. It's just that the implication made me uneasy, choosing to ignore it. I continued toward my room, albeit with a slightly more hurried pace. I don't feel like doing much investigation today. It feels right to let the hours pass by and unwind. Still, there's a tense feeling I can't shake whenever I glance at the all-too-thin wall cordoning off Al and me. If anything comes up, I'll scribble it in here. Holy crap, my fingers are trembling as I write this. The day was uneventful, and I hit the sack earlier than usual. I woke to a start somewhere during the last third of a sleep cycle. In the past, I've experienced sleep paralysis, so I initially assumed it to be the case upon feeling the sensation of a heavy weight on my chest. The notion was extinguished when I felt clammy fingers wiggling their way past my teeth and pulling my jaw open wide. I could only manage a dry rasp. Whoever or whatever was straddling me plunged a hand to the back of my throat and dropped something down. The next thing I knew, unwelcomingly cold water poured into my mouth. Held in such a compromising position, I had no other choice but to swallow it down. In a surge of panic, my body came to full alert and threw the weight off my body and over the bedside. Springing up, I palmed around for the night lamp, hesitating momentarily. For a split second, the idea of not knowing and knowing were equally as terrifying. I willed my fingers and pressed down on the switch. Al laid sprawled on the floor in a mess. I said, "What the heck?" No reply. He was out cold. Still is. I tried shaking him, pinching him, giving him a double wet willy. No dice. A more urgent matter loomed in my mind. What did he just make me swallow? I lurched to the door and flew into the bathroom, falling to my knees before the throne and jamming my fingers as far back as I could. The tactical chunder is never pleasant, though I've resorted to them in the past. You know, heavy nights of gross overindulgence. Nothing distinct came rocketing out of me. At least, not that I could make out floating between chunks of half-digested chicken and crackers. Only at the point of dry heaving did I deem it safe to stop. And before you ask, no, I didn't sift around in my own vomit to find whatever I'd been fed. I'm not that nasty. That said, I couldn't help but feel a needling regret, watching the muddy toilet water swirl and flush everything away. Teeth fuzzy and throat burning, I made my way to the kitchen for a glass or three of water, while swilling the acidic taste from my mouth. Light from a street lamp past the window blinds reflected off something vaguely shiny on the countertop. Any guesses what it was? The vacuum pack, torn open. 3 pills sitting dejectedly inside the embossed honeycomb textured plastic. 3 pills, not 5. With renewed anger, I marched back to confront Al, who, to my disappointment, was still unconscious on the floor. No way I'm sleeping after that rush. Gonna go grab an energy drink from the fridge and check my post on Dread. I don't know what sort of people I managed to draw in with my post. There's a slew of ludicrous conspiracies, most of which I skimmed over, but one in particular caught my eye, submitted by user Sherman4098. It's no less absurd than the others, though for a reason I can't quite pin down. This one string of text was really upsetting. The E-core runs low. We must go to source for more. To the 9th facet, I did a double take at the mention of I-core, and must have mumbled it out loud, because the moment I said that word, a quiet moan, and shifting a fabric from behind me raised the hackles on my neck. In fear, I wheeled around to see Al's sleeping body. I'm not sure what I expected, but he'd gotten up, poised to lunge at me the moment I laid my eyes upon him. God, I'm just so on edge. Is that a good thing? Don't these events warrant being a little jumpy? Tried phoning that additional services number again, but it wouldn't go through. Not only that, the number had been disconnected entirely. It's like every time I try doing something, try to get a bead on any substantial meaning, the universe flips me off and boots me down yet another left turn. I don't like any of this. Why am I still looking into it then? Isn't that what's causing this stuff to happen? Sorry to say, there's no satisfactory way I can answer that question. Oh, a new reply just popped up from user Paradwooper. It reads, Carter Mason, 932.7, 1-5.T. 13. I'm unashamed to say I interpreted the numbers as an IP address and tensed up for a moment. This is a deep web form after all. Still meaningless to my interpretations, though it feels like there's some weight to the comment. It's recorded here in any case, if I need to come back and analyze. Maybe I was wrong about the adrenaline. Now it's all worn off, the energy drink's done, Jack. I'm gonna go sleep on the couch. Absolutely no chance I'm sleeping in the same room as Al right now. July 25th, 2023. So much for rest. I got maybe 2 hours teasing the periphery of sleep. Nevertheless, remembering last night's events was enough to have me right back to 100%, and I leapt off the sofa, and down the hall. Al must have been stirred by the door creaking, though I don't think it warranted him yelping and rolling over. I said, "Good morning, you psycho. Seriously, what's gotten into you? Why'd you wake me up like some sleep paralysis demon and damn near pop out my jaw?" Al, why am I on your floor, dude? If this is a prank, it's not remotely funny. That only fuels my rage. In stunned disbelief, I ran on. I said, "Oh, no, don't give me that. Am I supposed to believe you sleepwalked into my room, got on my chest, and..." Just then the memory of 2 missing capsules hits me like a boulder. I said, "Oh, did you make me swallow one of those pills?" "Al, what pills? I swear on my life I have no idea what you're on about." I said, "You don't?" "Al, no. Hell, I'll swear on a stack of Bibles. And even if I did, whatever you're trying to say, I'm not and have never been a sleepwalker." Confounded with the situation, I stood, staring at the man on my floor. His reaction did seem genuine, and I was positive it hadn't been a nightmare. I'll leave this for now. Either Al's messing with me, or he has serious burgeoning mental issues. Neither choice is optimal, but I hope it's the latter. The idea he's acting like this with a relatively stable mind is one far more disconcerting. The case still stands that I swallowed a mystery pill, so the best course of action would be seeing if I can find a return address for the sender. Gonna rifle through the trash to get the open packaging and head to the post office. Thank God the bins go out tomorrow. I'd have lost the envelope. Heading out now. No luck on the return address, to my dismay. The post office is only 4 blocks over, so nature lover I am. I chose to walk. Wasn't really paying attention to my surroundings, at least until the return trip. Too riled up about the idiots that sent me those pills. Gaze angled up. I had to do a double take to ensure I read the engraved lettering right on the building next to me. The Carter Mason Repository. Of course, I brought the journal along with me, so that if I did get an address, I could write it down. I remembered the name Carter Masons, but the same couldn't be said for the following string of numbers. I climbed the stone steps and entered through brass-handled double doors. A big old library is what this place is. I had no idea this place existed. It's majestic. Only when I noticed the large board, divided into rows and columns with a type of numbering, did it click. The numbers, at least. The first string, 932.71. It was a Dewey Decimal Code, the history and geography section, to be exact. Perusing the shelves, I was delighted to see the books sitting there among various archaeological manuscripts. The Frontiers of African Antiquity. Sir Archibald Frostham sat snugly in an armchair in the reading area. Flicking through the first pages, there's some copyright stuff. The grainy sepia photo of a man I presume to be Sir Frost, and the contents list. There's chapters, sections, and subsections. Wow. Just wow. I feel like Alan Turing right now. Carter Mason, 932.71, 5, Section 5, Section 5, Section 13. Heart's thrumming right now, mostly out of excitement, though I can't shake the feeling that any answers offered by whatever I'm about to read will come at a price. A price I'm not sure I want to bet on. Skim read a bit of Chapter 4. Seems to be an overview of an archaeological society divided into a half dozen or so smaller groups. Chapter 5 delves further, detailing the expeditions and discoveries made by each splinter group with every subsequent section. And now I find myself at Section 5, regarding the southbound endeavor led by a Roland Percival in 1949. I tried to be diligent and read from the start of the section. Time is what that was. In a nutshell, 5.1 to 5.12 details the group's steady travel down the east coast of Africa, and at the time of 5.13, they'd gone as far as Somalia. There, they discovered a new site of interest, La Skeel, a cave system with extensive evidence of Neolithic habitation. Supposedly, from these cave paintings and structural remnants, parts of the site could be reliably dated back to around 9000 BBC. That's Eris. This place would be more ancient to the Egyptians than they are to us. It's pretty crazy just imagining what human society could have been back then. How it all strung together into a web, a network of ideas and norms that may very well be an origin. The defining factor for where we are today. Digression. My weakness. I don't really get why Parat Whooper is so adamant on me reading this, but, how long has this man been sitting directly across the table from me? Still as a snapshot, so it's no wonder I didn't notice him, except when did he get here? Surely I'd have noticed the whole ass person sitting in the chair opposite. He's pudgy, I'd say early 30s, dressed in a piss yellow button-up and worn jeans straining from thick and heavy-set legs. I'm not one to judge, but this guy looks very out of place for a metro library. I have my phone, so I'll start a new voice recording and write it down afterwards. Hopefully this person isn't too keen of eye. Jesus. Suffice to say, I feel pretty unsafe right now. I can't quite put a finger on where this guy's from, but he's not from round here. Might be Appalachian from the accent. I'm no linguist. He introduced himself as Barry. I thought this might have been Parat Whooper in the flesh, but after hearing what he had to say, it's fairly obvious their motives are misaligned. Barry said, "Who needs the internet, right?" He gestures at the bookshelves towering around us. I said, "Hi. Yeah, this is the real gold mine right here. Very unreadable. But what if you ain't need any of this either? What if you could be connected worldwide, with all the knowledge, all the people, everything?" I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not sure I'm following you here. Barry said, "All them satellites. Sparks and wires." He chuckles. A blatantly contrived belly laugh. Barry said, "You and me? We ain't need all that. Can forget all about wifus lands. Something much more is waiting for us. That wait's coming to an end right soon." At this point, I'm shifting in my seat every few seconds, antsy to just leave with the book and get away from this strange man. I said, "Look, sir, I'd love to chat, but I'm really digging into this book right now. So if you could," Barry said, "what you're reading there, bud?" He leans over to get a better look. On seeing the cover, his nose scrunches up and he falls back into his chair. Barry said, "Oh, no, you don't want to be reading all that mumbo-jumbo. Nothing of worth in there." I said, "I'll decide what and what not to read, thanks." Barry, leaning into the table, "No. You really don't want to be reading that. I swanny." Barry had a fairly amicable expression in the preceding conversation, but the look he gave me across the table, it wasn't a suggestion. What he'd said, but it wasn't exactly a warning either. I think he was trying to threaten me. Out of nowhere, he slammed a palm into the table and plopped back down into his seat, giggling. The unsettling glint in his eye never left, though. Barry said, I'm just playing. We ain't got long anyway. No use looking into it too much." "Oh, shoot. I almost forgot to ask. How'd it taste?" I said, "Excuse me?" "Taste," Barry said. "Oh, come on. I ain't need to spell it out for you. Once you get a lick, you never forget." I can almost taste it. That short sweetening. Best darn thing I ever laid my tongue on. Oh, but remember, best enjoyed without no chewing. I said, "I have no idea what you're on about." Barry said, "No. You trying to tell me you ain't tickled for the last toast? Ain't your mouth just drooling for a taste?" I feel the blood draining from my face, though I'm still clueless to anything he's saying. I said no. Barry gives me a dissatisfied. His globular belly sagging across his thighs. He slides his tongue across his gums and purses his lips. Barry said, "Damn, what a shame. The sudden outburst rocks me and grasps the arms of my chair. Barry said, "Hey, Law. By the passing of the last toast, you'll get it. You'll understand." He gets up, pauses halfway to shoot an icy glare my way, before plodding off out of the library on his rotund legs. I think I'll borrow the book so I can read it somewhere more private. He didn't strike me as the type, but I think he's a user on dread. Someone who read the same comment that directed me to the library. Even so, it wasn't a coincidence he turned up only a little bit after I entered. It couldn't have been. Has he been following me? Now that I think about it, how else would he know to meet me? He had to have known what I looked like to follow me into the library. But then, why would he bother to introduce himself? I'm going home right now. Can't read any more today. I'm glued to my blinds for the rest of the day, and probably night. When I look away, a drilling sensation of eyes on my back starts up immediately. Maybe it's the paranoia acting up. Well, better safe than sorry. July 26th. 2023 feels like an elephant crept me out. I don't know when the day caught up to me, but I woke up around 9. It took a minute for my brain to boot up again, and a delayed shock ran in chill waves down to the tips of my fingers and toes. Nothing's different in my room, which still doesn't make me feel better. Al and Carrie are both still sleeping, so I'll wait for their lazy asses to stir before I make a fuss about a break-in or a strange man outside our flat. I don't feel eyes anymore. That's cool, I guess. Now I'm no longer preoccupied with being paranoid. I guess I'll pick up the frontiers of African antiquity and rid the rest of 5.513. This all happened over 70 years ago, but I think things just got a notch more serious. Things are almost making sense to me. There's just a few inconsistencies that can't be ignored. Okay, so last I left off with was the site being dated back to as far as 9000 BC roundabout. Some of the cave paintings in particular stand out. One depicts kneeling figures raising an object in their hands up to an array of dots, from which several diagonal lines are drawn. There are more than a few depicting bees and beehives, too. At the time, it all seemed innocuous. I don't think I'd have stuck on it if I hadn't seen the empty Cyphazam box lying on my carpet. Its logo, or part of it, is a bee. Could be me seeing connections that aren't really there. But I gotta say, I'm tired of passing things as coincidence. After that, there's a section on a network of sealed mud brick substructures dotting the general area. It says the scrape marks on the structures, assumed to have been from shovels, makes it seem they were buried intentionally, instead of via natural sediment deposits. In total, 183 were discovered, all of age matching the rest of the site. Each and every one housed dozens of fire-sealed ceramic jars. Returning with these jars to the central tent, they decided to drill into one and get a peek at the contents. To the disappointment of any treasure pilferers in the group, the jar contained some sort of crystallized organic substance, something that exists even in today's society. It was honey. And do you know how they came to that conclusion? One of the party leaders volunteered to taste it. Now, before you start gagging, honey has a special property in that it essentially never goes off. It's to do with the high sugar, low water content, as well as a little hydrogen peroxide and slight acidity. I almost didn't believe it until scouring Google, where I found an article about a similar discovery in Egypt. 3,000-year-old honey, still perfectly edible. Even so, the only reasoning behind their decision was that it smelled sweet. At this point, I expected more detailed research to follow. There wasn't. After the section about breaking open a jar, it ends abruptly, interrupted by an insert from the book's author. It's quite long-winded and brimming with mid-20th century mannerisms, so I'll dull it down for brevity's sake. Sir Frost starts off by writing that, with much sorrow and mortal shock, on his rendezvous with the East Coast Descent Party, he discovered their remains lying inside of the research gazebo. He describes it as a festering and unrestrained bloodbath, decaying bodies strewn every which way, on a floor of coagulated and discolored blood. He notes the strange wounds all individuals suffered, wide puncture wounds torn straight through muscle and organs, equated to the the mark of an obscenely oversized conductor's punch. A hole puncher, that is. The book goes on about recovering the research documents and identifying the bodyist. Out of the 16 members, 15 were accounted for. And of the 2 Bedford Cutie trucks, only 1 remained. With use of dental records, the missing member was confirmed as a Byron Wellworth, one of the party leaders. On top of all this, after reviewing the documents, Frost realized every last one of the ceramic jars were gone. The only evidence they existed at all was a table covered in a sticky broth intermingled with shattered earthenware. And that's it. A morbid read for sure. But I don't see why a Parat Whooper insisted I read it. Going back to the forum post now, all right, I replied. Thanks for wasting my time. What was the point of reading that? Now to wait for? Wow. That was a quick reply. They said, Las Gil, discovered 2002. I don't know Parat Whooper personally, but this seems oddly rushed when looking back on his previous messages. Are they in a rush to tell me something? What does this mean, though? Heading back to Google. Again. Okay. I'm getting freaked out now. Parat Whooper's right. The earliest recorded documentation I can find on Las Gil is back in 2002. There's no mention of the cave paintings pictured in the book. The majority just depict cattle and herders. There is absolutely nothing about the 20th century discovery. No buried substructures, no jars, no records on this book anywhere. I can't even find anything linked to Sir Archibald Frost or Byron Wellworth. The worn book lying face down on my desk serves as the only tangible proof these men ever existed in the first place. But why? Where did Byron go? Where are the jars? How did... 1 second. It sounded like something heavy fell over in Al's room. Weird. He's meant to be at work today. I really don't want to go check on him. No. I have to. He's still a friend. It's not just Al. Something's wrong with me, too. I don't know what, and frankly, I don't want to know. This might take longer to jot down. I keep checking over my shoulder in fear. My door lock will fail in its primary function. Before I went into Al's room, I heard something else coming from inside. A song. I know the song. It was End of the World. Aphrodite's Child. I can't say why, but hearing it filled me with a worming dread. My hand hovered tentatively over the doorknob. It might sound silly, but it didn't feel it was me that opened the door. It felt like something else. The curtains were drawn, leaving Al's room a soup of darkness. A little sunlight leaked beneath the curtains. I froze when I saw a chunk of that light blocked by something. Switching on the lights, I damn near left a Dale-shaped imprint in the wall from backing into it. Unfazed by the cold light suddenly washing over his face, Al stood stock still, back straight and arm outstretched. He didn't move, didn't react at all. Seeing him like that really upset me. I took a few hesitant steps toward him and stopped. Al was muttering something under his breath. Unable to make out anything distinct, I got closer. Now, I'm pretty sure this isn't what he was repeating, over and over. But it's what I heard. Matter, adieu. Again, it makes no sense. It's just what it sounded like. Closing the distance between us, I grabbed his shoulder in a firm grip. I said, Al. Al snaps his head to look at me in an almost bird-like motion. Al, do you see it? It's the port of call. Ours, clueless. I realized his index finger was outstretched as well, and I followed to see where he was pointing. As the song entered its final verse, a horrible sensation of falling pervaded my body. Not falling exactly, like being on a roller coaster. Acceleration. In the corner of Al's room. Well, There was no corner, frozen by a potent witch brew of fear, confusion, and absolute awe. I stared through the rift where Al's walls once met, to see a boundless, solid white void space. Monochromatic light seeped through into the room, like spilled milk. Just when it seemed like nothing could part the colorless expanse, a shape emerged. It was nothing I could recognize in the moment. A dark silhouette, jagged in its edges. Two mounds, one side taller and wider than the other. The heavens above began to hum and pulse, a nebula of jades and violets dancing across my vision. Held under the sway of the sight before me, it took a while to notice that two hands now pointed forwards. Two left hands. I shook my head, blinking rapidly, and turned back to Al, grabbing his arm and jerking him around to face me. I said, "Hey, snap the hell out of it." Al's head rolls side to side, like he's dazed or something. I said, just stop. What was that? What's going on, Al? Tell me. His lips curl into a soft smile. Even while I'm staring at him, I can't help but notice the subtle tug on my head. That play's trying to steal back my attention, guiding me to look. Al, so many of us are prepared. Some have even left already. I furrow my brow at him. I'm dreading his answer, but I ask anyway. I said, "Left for where?" Al's smile spreads into an ear-to-ear grin, and he leans in so I can feel his breath hot on my face. Al. The source. A wave of panic crested in my chest, coming out as a terrified whine. That was enough. I shoved him away from me and scrambled out into the hallway. One last glance showed him sitting on the floor, face still plastered with that horribly insincere grin. Yeah, I don't even want to think about what happened. Obviously, there's no way in hell I'm forgetting something like that. Lucky for me, my post on Dread's an ample distraction. A new user's joined the discussion. Cool. Miss Obedient says, "Don't call the number. If you did bin anything they send you, it's for your own safety up." "You haven't taken any, right?" I replied. "That doesn't concern you. Miss Obedient just sent me a PM. I'll jot down our chat in real time. Miss, don't you understand what Park Whooper's trying to tell you? I read the book too. There's no record of this one expedition in 1949 anywhere else. Just a small speck they missed in cleanup," I said. "Yeah, it's weird. Gov conspiracy or something. Still, I'd get what you're getting at." Miss Obedient said, "You read what was in the pots, yeah?" I said, "Yay, honey? What about it?" Miss Obedient said, "Don't you find it a bit suspicious how one was found busted open and honey spread everywhere? And the whole expedition dead, except one?" I said, "You trying to tell me this Byron guy tasted the honey, then went on a murder spree?" Miss Obedient said, IDK. "Maybe. But the issue is the pills. Did they send you some?" I said, Yeah. Little clear capsules." Miss Obedient said, "And what's inside?" I said, "SKN. I don't know what chemical concoction they stirred up, but it's some dark yellow fluid." My fingers stopped dead above the keyboard. It just clicked. The dark yellow fluid. My God, it feels like 1,000 ice needles are digging into my stomach. Al and I, both of us, we've allowed Ichor to enter our bodies. I'm suddenly feeling a great deal more relieved. I locked my door. Wait, why am I so tired? The adrenaline's still running its course through my veins, and home soon. Take paper book for Dale. He likes the paper book. He is comforted by it. We gather what we need, and then go. The source? No, not the source. The departure. Kim awaits. 27th J. Wait, no, 29th July, 2023. Sorry, brain's a mess right now. Still trying to piece together what happened. I woke up this morning to a jolt and found I was sitting upright. A belt across my chest held me in place, and I realized I was in a moving car. A dark red hatchback of some kind. A Volkswagen Golf, I think. I said, "Wait, what? What? Who are you people? Let me out of this damn car right now." In immediate panic, my first assumption is I've been kidnapped. I flail around, convulsing and gnashing my teeth. A firm yet paradoxically comforting hand falls on my chest, redirecting my attention. "Al." "Whoa, buddy, it's okay. It's okay. No one's here to hurt you. You willingly got into this car. In fact, you were adamant on being first inside. Don't you remember?" I said, "Are you mad?" "No, I don't remember." "How? When did?" Quickly as the panic had arrived, a profound understanding blossomed somewhere within. So deep inside, I'm not really sure what it is that I understand. Nevertheless, it's as if my body can sense it, and my eyes are drawn out the window to a distant point. "Al, you've been snoring a while. I don't know. I'll get you reacquainted just in case. Over in the front passenger, that's Lily." I followed his gaze to see a young woman with frizzy auburn hair and round glasses. She turns to look at me, flashing a hearty grin behind the trim of her parka. Lily said, "Hey, glad to see you're awake." "I'm so excited, are you?" "It's going to be chilly up there. These clothes will do wonders." I said, "Hi." Al gestures to the driver. "Al. And this lovely lady here is Irene." A middle-aged woman, late 50s at a glance, waves a hand over her shoulder. Irene said, "Hello there, Dale." "Dale. Alan's told me so much about you since we left the airport. Isn't it wonderful?" I said, "The airport." I looked back to Al imploringly. "Al. Yeah, the airport. We left about 3 hours ago. You really don't remember?" I said, "No, nothing." "Al, well, Cyphos must have thought taking over would be easier on you. All the hard work and decisions, you know. You've been stressed recently. It's a good thing." I said, "Cyphos? The hell's that?" In my peripheral, I catch Lily cock her head in an annoyance before facing back forwards. "Al, yeesh, man. Show some gratitude, will you?" The car was quiet for a while after that. I considered asking to be let out, before realizing I had no idea where we actually were. I said, "So, where are we, exactly?" Irene said, "Peru." "Of course. An entirely different continent." I guessed by the way everyone was behaving they wouldn't take too kindly to desertion, so I kept quiet about it. Besides, we're in some remote ass crack of Peru. Where would I even go? Well, I felt abnormally calm despite the situation. My doubts wouldn't be extinguished so easily. Too many things piled up into a sinister heap of wrongness. First, and most glaringly, is the fact I've no recollection of the past 2 days. In that short time span, I packed a bag, agreed to come along with Al to whatever his zealous nose is sniffing out, met 2 new faces, flown all the way to Peru, and driven over 150 kilometers, completely oblivious to the goings-on. Second is the murkier notion of something pulling at us from, well, wherever we're headed. It's like I have 2 wills, an internal push-and-pull-you that can't seem to make up its damn mind. At the very least, I'm happy whatever brought my body along on this trip was thoughtful enough to pack my journal. No book, though. I'm gonna spend the rest of the journey going over all my notes, see if I can't figure something out. Wait, what the hell? Just went to go back over my entries to see that writing at the end of the 26th. It's definitely my handwriting, but it wasn't me, with what I have to go on. No, I don't want to accept anything yet. Cyphos is just something Al said. He's not himself. He's not. I've scrutinized my past entries a little, and I keep coming back to those cave paintings from the book. paintings I couldn't find anywhere online. So, there's those about bees and harvesting their hives. The other one has figures kneeling in reverence underneath a pattern of dots and streaks, raising something in their hands, perhaps an offering. It's not much to go on, I know. Normally I'd never come to such an outlandish conclusion. But with how absurd everything's been lately, I think it's perfectly reasonable when put together alongside the discoveries at the site. I believe this is what the paintings mean. The people originally kept bees to harvest honey, which they'd extract into pots. Something happened above them, maybe some unique storm or meteorological event. Hell, the pattern drawn is likely an abstract representation, I don't know. The people were in awe and showed great respect, offering their most precious commodity, jars of honey. Jars of honey, believing the jars to now be blessed. They built subterranean housing to store them in, sealed those structures, then covered them back over. Wait, I just heard something. No, felt something. I'm sure it was a voice, only it didn't use words. Am I even making sense? I'm certain it was there. So not words, but, how to put it, concepts. Echoes of another's lives, ageless memories from somewhere different. And yet, though they came as drops of oil in the ocean of my mind, I understand them perfectly. Sacrifice, egress, fall. No idea what they mean. I'm more concerned about where they came from. Wasn't me, that's for sure. And it couldn't have been anyone in this car. Again, it's speaking, communicating again. Arrival, immersion, stasis. It's been 10 minutes, and nothing more's bubbled up from inside my mind. Hopefully I can record my thoughts before it happens again. Okay, so, let's go with the theory I derived from the cave paintings. Hold your skepticism until afterwards. From what I understand, or rather the most logical chain of events would be as follows. Byron Wellworth tasted this ancient honey, and at some point after slaughtered his entire ring of colleagues, he then packed all the pots into one of the shelter trucks and drove off. I don't know why nothing happened between 1949 and now. I don't know where the pots ended up, nor what came of Wellworth. Regardless, what's clearest to me is that there is something in that honey. Then begs the question, why honey? Well, it's all in my past entry. Practically never expires. It's antimicrobial. In simple terms, honey could potentially act as an incredible preservative given you store it in a sealed container, like a clay pot. Or a small capsule. Damn, there again. Unearth, traverse. I hate repeating myself, but I need to make it clear. I'm not hearing these words. They're just the closest I can equate these rapid-fire notions to. Maybe there's some significance to them coming in triplets. This all feels so very wrong. I know I shouldn't be here. Heck, Channel 79, and that raving old preacher. In what world could anyone guess they'd set in motion this chaotic tramline? Carrie's flooding my missed call logs. My head hurts. I'll just stare out the window a while. There's not much to look at. We're driving down a narrow road passing between rocky slopes on either side. The paintings washed out beige. It looks like somewhere plants don't dare to tread their roots. The only green is huddled tenaciously to the shores of a leaden river running parallel to the road, excepting a brave few cacti. Maybe this is how Mars used to look, an anemic russet landscape of near uniform deadness, plain and undefinable as a mummified husk, dry as the desert breeze that exudes it. This journal is a godsend right now. If I lost that ability to put thought to paper, well, I don't think I could bear it. I'm thinking back to being in Elle's room, and what we saw in that corner. The two-hubbed shape in the distance. In these new surroundings, I'm actually a bit disappointed in myself. I haven't realized sooner. I guess now is not the time to worry about data roaming charges. The snow-dusted peaks looming above the hill line are only intriguing me further. I looked on maps, scanned the area in the general direction we're headed. There's a stretch of mountains to the east, some western segment of the Andes. One immediately stood out to me because its pinned description reads, Peru's highest mountain, with 2 peaks Nevada Huascaran. You need to wait for some reception before I can check its wiki page. Give it a minute. Looking at the page now, there are actually 2 accepted names. The first I've already recorded. The second is a name used colloquially by natives. Mataraju means twin snow peaks. Wait. Mataraju. Hang on. Why does that sound familiar? Flipping back through the pages for the millionth time today. That's it. That's what Al kept muttering in his room that day. Not Mataradu, as I interpreted it, but Mataraju. The twin snow peaks. Man, it finally feels like I'm making some headway. But still, what of this mountain in particular? I should go back and comb through the wiki page. So the article holds a few interesting scraps of info. Nothing revolutionary. May as well record them here anyway. It's the 4th highest mountain in Peru, has a granite core, and its south peak is the surface point with the least gravitational force on Earth. The region is known for its earthquakes, most prominently one in 1970, which told in at a total of 67,000 deaths, making it the worst earthquake disaster in the Western Hemisphere. No idea what to extrapolate from this other than the fresh fear of an earthquake. Maybe there's some weight to the S interrupted. Again, await. Telegraph, await. I'm going to sleep. The toast is coming. They will partake. They will be my rungs, my friends. Our escape. First things first. Get out of my journal. This has to be Al pulling some joke. It's not funny at all. Sorry. A bit overwhelmed, currently. Al shook me awake, and my eyes fluttered open. There's only one entrance I can see, marked by a peeling yellow triangle gate. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it is packed. From where I am, I can't see a single space unoccupied. Oh yeah, before I forget, I dreamt about something bad. It was unlike any dream or nightmare I've ever had. I saw things, heard and felt them too. And on the way I'm peering up at the mountains ahead, feeling the chill air and the timid breeze carrying it. I experienced each sense separately, like watching a compilation of different people's memories. Except, not watching, but feeling them as they happened. I saw a dark sky filled with shimmering aquamarine stars. I heard the mighty clash of an immense body colliding with a field of ruin-bound asteroids. I smelled their remnants and the tinge of something sweet. I felt the ageless claustrophobia inside 1,000 cramped spaces. That's the worst part. This dream felt longer than I've lived in my entire life. Vastly longer. I mean, yesterday still feels like it was yesterday. No idea what to make of it. Al's calling for me. I'll try and come back in a little bit and write down anything significant. Tough crowd. Don't let my whimsy overshadow the nature of this situation. As I stepped out into the cool Peruvian air, most of the car park's denizens were already milling about, chatting. They seemed anxious. Or no, excited. Yeah, that feels right. Can't say the same for myself. If anything, I feel like a dolphin among sharks. Like one severe misstep would reveal me for what I am. That I'm somewhere I really ought not to be. I went to probe Al, hoping I might be able to talk him out of this. But the moment I did, this horrifically intense itching flared across my entire body. The sensation forced me to hold my tongue. Something didn't want me interfering. I could sense it intuitively. Figuring I had nothing better to do, I ambled around the parking lot, taking in the wild variety of faces and figures. Unwittingly, I caught the attention of an aging black lady and pale-faced young boy who I'd estimate to be around 16 or 17. I recoiled at the sudden touch of a hand on my shoulder and turned to see them standing there. They looked expectant. The lady said, "I'm so happy everyone's here. Day after tomorrow be a slog for sure. But we'll make it in time. It knows we will. It has faith in us, and it'll make sure not a last one of us gets left behind in its wondrous mercy." I said, yeah, can't wait. And, it? Has it not got a name? Lady bemused. "Sure, hun. I heard it a few times. Just ain't something the tongue can repeat. Everyone here's got their own personal moniker. Seen Sipho's been tossed around a lot. But real name, like I said, ain't for us to know." I said, "You can't even understand its name, and you're still completely fine with this." "Boy, hey, don't talk like that." I said, "Why? Don't talk like that. What are you all planning to do on Monday?" "Boy, it's out of our hands. No point stressing over it. Both in sync. Echo, telegraph, Bravo, Isocline." That last line in particular, said in perfect unison, seriously upset me. I turned on my heels immediately to look back at the car. Al, leant on the hood of the car, looked lost in chatter with Irene. My patience reaching its limit, I strode purposefully toward them, gait 2 paces to 1. I said, "Al." He ignores me and continues chatting. I said, "Al." "It's like I'm not there." I said, "Alan." He turns to me with an inquiring face, but keeps quiet. I said, "Tell me what's going on." Al, still silent, shifts his gaze off to the side. Following his own, my eyes come to rest upon the Twin Peaks. I said, No, don't try and tell me you're going up there. I won't let you." All around me, the conversation drops to a murmur. The itching surges again, forcing me to drag nails across my skin. I don't turn around but can see, in the reflection in the car window, a dozen faces glaring at me with an unprecedented rage. Irene steps around Al and comes inches from my face, though her nose is scrunched up. Her voice betrays an unsettling calm. Irene said, "Mataraju awaits. Its crown a window that will open once and no more. And we will climb over the new horizon." I said, "Damn it. Speak normally. Stop acting like some zealot." Irene, without even a hint of offense, "We are the prepared, our sails primed for the gale to come. You best follow suit." Finding myself speechless, my hands lost any need to convey an argument, and fell defeated to my sides, panning across the crowd in disbelief, taking in their inexorable complexions. I just couldn't. There was nothing I could do in my defense, so here I am, sitting in the back seat, alone, the sunset cycling in and out of glaring off the mirrors. In those brief flashes, the glow of the hypnagogic sun isn't the only color. Something hides in those moments. I'm blinded. I want to squeeze my eyelids shut until patterns dance across my vision. But I also don't want to let any of these people out of my sight. Looks like everyone's turning in for the night. I don't like how they're all doing things at the same time. It scares me. It's gonna be a sleepless night, sitting here, surrounded by acquaintances. I've never felt so alone. 30th July, 2023. Ugh, God. Been awake, eyes closed for hours now. It is 3:41 a.m. But it's felt like an eternity. Didn't have much else to write about until now. I'm a bit burnt out with this journal anyway. This, though, I can't ignore it. Al's been sleeping like a log. Everyone has. It's almost mechanical how they just switch their minds off like that. I could handle that. What I couldn't handle was Al slumping to the side and leaning against me. Not because I don't like to be touched, per se, but because as sin met with mine, it felt like, well, not how skin's supposed to. It was squirming, rippling. It reminded me of the time I visited a friend in Norcal. He coaxed me into touching his live culture of blackworms he used as fish food. That's what it felt like, just without any of the wetness. Of course I recoiled in disgust, then reluctantly shifted my eyes down to his exposed forearm. It looked pretty much how I described. The sight alone made me itchy. Not that acute, all-encompassing itch like before. It just made my insides churn. Even so, I couldn't break my gaze from whatever was moving below Al's skin. Right then, I felt this nagging urge to reach out and touch him, despite my mind screaming in opposition. That time, I'm absolutely sure whatever took the wheel of agency was no will of my own. As my hand floated towards Al, fingers uncurling, the same sensation enveloped my hand, dulled, less frenetic. But they're all the same. I wasn't touching him yet. In horror, I watched the skin around my hand and wrist start to quiver ever so slightly. At first I thought my veins were somehow wiggling around. Then I focused, the imprints gliding along my flesh. Veins aren't shaped that way. They don't have that many branches. They aren't symmetrical. The instant my fingers touched Al's forearm, a zap of energy traveled up my arm and stopped at my shoulder. Not an electric shock, nothing like that. I might have even said it felt pleasant under better circumstances. Nothing happened for a tense interlude. Then both Al's and my skin lit up with glowing pulses. Small, each lasting only a fraction of a second. Cyanic waves tracing lines under my skin, as if a surgeon had woven tiny prehensile fiber optic hairs between my capillaries, kept from activating until this very moment. Only, like I said, small and short, of a particular shape I couldn't pinpoint. I wish I could say that's all they were, flashing lights under our skin, disturbing as that is. But I understood something, peering into them. I'm not sure how to describe it. Conferral. Maybe. Benign. I hope. Foreign. That's a definite. I'll leave it for now. I don't want to know what these people will do if I disturb their rest. Perhaps it wouldn't even be possible to rouse them. Gonna close my eyes for a bit. See if I can't squeeze in a few winks. Really wish coffee was on the menu. I'm in dire need of caffeine right now. The shock of waking from a 1-hour sleep by an ear-rending metal screech will only keep me wakeful for so long. In that same choral synchronicity, I saw every last person in my view stir from sleep. It's systematic. Like these people are robots or something, all given the same command lines to run at the exact same time. With leaden feet, I stepped out to see what the ruckus was about. The parking lot bordered a large storage building. It looks weathered from years of disuse. A hefty sliding door just rolled open, and 2 men emerged dressed in aprons and soiled cargo pants. They've taken post on either side and motioned for the crowd to queue up. No qualms, no protests. Everyone's doing exactly as they've been asked. I've got little choice but to join them, right? Every time it seems things can't get any more messed up. I won't have a lot of time to write now. In fact, this might be the last chance I get to write whatsoever. Or driving somewhere else, to a place closer to Mataraju, watching it loom, slopes soaring high above the clouds into unknown reaches. Some part of me feels like we could get closer forever, and the Twin Peaks would only grow taller. The 200-odd crowd ordered lazily into a 3-shoulder-wide queue, all jittery and impatient to be the next in line. Al stood a few feet ahead of me, craning his neck as if to calculate exactly how long he'd be waiting. People filed in at a steady rate, and before long I watched Al almost trip over himself as he power walked into the building. And seconds later, I was next. I hesitated. At the same time, I realized that might have been a terrible mistake. Someone nudged me from behind, and I peered over my shoulder to see Barry leering at me. Barry, the guy from the library. He flashed me a wink and nodded. Barry said, "Dan, yeah, go, bud." What else was I to do? In I went, regretting every intricate detail of my life that led me to this point. Not just the seeds of this Gordian knot, Channel 79, but my implacable drive to unravel a mystery. I curse it. I do. Inside was bare, if not seedy. Looked like some kind of warehouse, maybe an old factory that's been cleared out. A wide expanse of tacky concrete. In the left of this grand hall was a shoddily thrown together refectory table, built from old timber and half-driven screws. Not a picture of luxury by any stretch, although it was long, nearly spanning the entire building. Each new entry rounded the table, taking their seats one after the other, like they had tickets with seat numbers. I couldn't afford to be out of place again, so I sat and shuffled my chair inward. At the same time, several more apron figures emerged from some back rooms, carrying perfectly balanced trays filled to the edges with shot glasses. I need not divulge the translucent, amber contents of those glasses. I knew. We all knew. I just held a slightly deviant opinion on the matter. One last person entered the room after the waiters, for lack of a better term. He wore a fraying cotton t-shirt, but even then his impressive muscle definition was visible throughout. What made it even more astounding was that his face told a different story altogether. While the glasses were distributed across the table, I stared, transfixed. His face was old. He'd make a geriatric look like a teen. His lower eyelids drooped to reveal moist red flesh below eyes, patterned with vermilion lightning. Thin streaks of sweat cut through the grime, caking his mud-cracked face, trailing from a scalp obscured by a shock of wild gray hair. The sight made me uneasy. Here was this man, Thor below the neck, and a fossil above. It just seemed so unnatural. The waiters finished handing out glasses, sitting down with their own, leaving one last glass on a tray. The old man whisked it up and sort of danced or pirouetted his way to the end of the table, taking his place on a chair that looked no less cobbled than the others. He cleared his throat and addressed his guests with a voice that was gravelly and rich in equal measure. Anonymous said, "Welcome, friends, dear subjects. I am overjoyed to be your host tonight for this last sop, a final merriment to celebrate our imminent departure from this Herculaneum." All eyes are locked on him as he takes a breath and continues. Anonymous said, "You may not know me. I'm dubitable anyone would know of me whatsoever. Thank your world leaders and their parties for that. I'm clueless as to what he means by that, but a thought suddenly rises to the forefront of my mind. Before I can truly grasp it, the man confirms my fear. Anonymous said that is beside the point. However, if you so wish, you may refer to me as Byron. A cold shiver played at my ribs. I can't accurately describe what I felt when I heard that name. Fear, disbelief, mortal regret for my own choices. They brewed into a whirlpool of terrible understanding. I wanted to call him out, to probe him for answers, but I knew getting on his bad side would end with my teeth decorating the walls. There wasn't time, even if I wanted to, because without further ado, he raised his glass and let out a cheer. The uproar was reciprocated by all, and they simultaneously threw their heads back to drink. God, I didn't want to. The sensation of viscous fluid crawling down my throat was revolting. I almost blew chunks at the people adjacent, but I managed to keep it down. If that wasn't bad enough, they all began licking out the insides of their glasses, slurping up every last drop that remained, and I did the same. Without warning, music started blaring from unseen speakers. Classical music? A waltz? It's clearly for dancing, since everyone shot up from their seats and migrated to the opposite side of the warehouse, linking into pairs, some even into triplets, and pranced around like it was the best day of their lives. I kept up the act for a while, dancing with a middle-aged Hispanic farmer type. Once he left for another, I checked to make sure I wasn't being watched, and slinked out of the front entrance into the parking lot. I hid behind some shrubs past the verge, and, for the second time since this all started, jammed my fingers to the back of my tongue. Once I was empty, I crept back out and over to our car. Fortunately, it had been left unlocked, and I snatched a bottle of water from the trunk, swilling my mouth clean and choosing to sip the rest in hopes someone would come out to see I was just getting water. On cue, Lily stepped out of the building. I don't know if she was looking for me or came out for something else, but her eyes were drawn to me and she paced over. I said, "Hey, just came out to grab a drink." Lily said, "Good. You'll need all the hydration you can get." Thought you'd quit on us for a second there. You wouldn't do that, right? There's suspicion in her eyes. It's like she knows what I'm thinking. I said, "Well, no, of course not. Why would I do that? I mean, we've come this far, haven't we?" Her eyes softened a little. Not entirely. Just enough to make me feel secure. She offered me a hand. I placed my palm in hers, and she led me back inside, where we waltzed for another 20 minutes or so, when the music stopped mid-song. Without a word, we poured out into the car park, hopped in our cars, and set off in a great convoy for one more destination. That's about where I am now. It's getting dark. Hard to keep my eyes open. We passed a sign for Musho a couple minutes ago. I don't know the significance of. That scared me. I'd almost forgotten about my intrusive lecturer. This one's a little more difficult to find the words for. Confirm. Symbiose. It's just like the waltz we've been doing. 1, 2, 3s, except the next bar comes whenever it wants, showering me in strange concepts that, while vague, must mean something. Oh, we're pulling up now. Looks like some massive impromptu lay-by. I don't see how all the vehicles will fit, though. Well, call me a pessimist. We're all parked. Cars and trucks packed bumper to bumper so that we couldn't leave if we tried. Damn, I'm spent. With last night's lack of any meaningful sleep as well as today's antics, I can barely hold this hand in my hand. It's that buzzing tiredness, relentless in its pull. I don't feel safe sleeping near any of these people, but I still haven't given up. If I can't convince M, I'll settle for saving Al. This isn't him. Day to day, Al wouldn't do this. He's had bouts of depression before. It was real bad one time when I had to talk him down from the side of a bridge. But nothing like this. Well, journal. Thanks for being the one consistency over the past couple weeks. Pen, paper. Never do me wrong. The dark, dreamless sleep. Unaware of the struggle. Something. A sound. No, a commotion. I hear the pops of car doors releasing. I hear the pops of car doors releasing, shuffling beside me. My eyes flicker open, and I squint immediately, dispelling the sun rays beaming between the twin peaks above. Hey, it's time. Let's go. Recoiling from the hiss of Al's voice, I turn to face him. Come on, get up. We can't be late, I groan, stretching my limbs out as far as the seats will permit. I cough and rub sleep from my eyes. Now, that wakes me up. All right. Relax, Christ. I step out into the mountain air. It isn't freezing, but it's cold enough for my fingers and toes to sting. As a remedy, I pump out a set of jumping jacks. 10, 25. Just in time to reach the 50th rep. Byron announces his presence by standing atop a rust bucket Toyota. This impossible man, the man who slaughtered 15 fellow colleagues in Somalia back in 1949. He has to be in his early to mid-100s. Addressing the congregation with a voice that could varnish sandpaper, he says, "Before we commence, allow me a short foreword. It sounds as if he's tearing up, but it's impossible to tell from this distance. Perhaps his tear ducts don't even work anymore. Yeah, it has been a true honor. Your dedication shall not go unrewarded. And so I ask, will you join me in this final endeavor?" In response, the crowd explodes into cheering approval. Byron's lips spread into a grin, though with his skin so cracked and alligated, it looks like the predatory grimace of an alligator. Will you go in glory and spirit into the new horizon that has been promised? Again, voices in their hundreds roar in delight. I'm surrounded by shivering bodies with their fidgeting hands. Then let us not dither. Follow my lead, and I swear to each and every one of you, our benefactor will ensure we prevail. With practiced agility, Byron leaps from the truck and lands on his toes, heels bouncing off the dirt. He pivots gracefully and sets off down the untrodden slope, sights set on the great Matterhorn. The looming Twin Peaks gaze back with cold indifference. Like a disciplined platoon, the group briskly trace his steps, keeping pace with his own bounding strides. Al breaks away from me, and in a moment of foolhardy bravery, I follow close behind. As I walk, I wonder how he hoped to reach Huascar and Sur, the tallest peak in Peru and the fourth in all South America. The idea becomes more feasible when, after half an hour of non-stop marching, my muscles feel fine, as if they are freshly unused and ready to conquer the day. In fact, I feel more full of energy than I have since, ever. The only thing bothering me is a subtle itch creeping up my back. It knows what I'm planning to do, even if I have no idea what it is. The things inside my body, under my skin. When I really focus, I can feel them individually, squirming, plucking at my nerves in an attempt to dissuade me. Its efforts are sorely misguided, because I'm not giving up until there's a hole through my head. We've passed the Great Crater Lake nearing the foot of the real climb. There's no burning in my legs, none in my lungs. I feel light, unstoppable. Summiting Matterhorn now seems almost menial. But perseverance alone won't bring us to the top. We're woefully underprepared. In any normal situation, we'd need to acclimatize. We'd need climbing gear, picks, ropes, trekking poles, and we have none of that. Though I suppose this isn't any normal situation. This mountain looks like a 5-day climb. And yet we've covered an immense distance already. The closer we get, the easier the terrain. It takes a while of effortless walking up the slope before I realize something. It looks and feels just as flat as before. From below, the soaring cliffs and slag-covered slopes look steep. Now we're walking up them. It's as if I'm strolling down a sidewalk. It's corral. A jolt nearly makes me lose footing as I hear the transmission once more. Rendezvous. Finally, reunite. Something was different that time. It wasn't a poorly translated memory like I'd grown used to. It felt like a hope. It felt current, real, and slowly coming into being. I'm scared, terrified, I wonder if the point of no return has already come and gone. Gray clouds gather above the mountain, spelling out the worst for our parade. A wind's picking up, deepening my worry. I can't help but notice its direction. It blows upwards, parallel with the slope of the mountain, like it's pushing us onward, like both flesh and air are being drawn to a point far above. Though I march on unimpeded, my focus shifts to the sky. Something's happening up there. It's not a storm, but it is something I recognize, something I've already seen once and hope to never see again. Glowing specks of color blink within the clouds, or perhaps above them. Part of me prays the clouds stay right where they are, so I don't have to see what's above them. The wind picks up to a whistling gale. Flecks of upheaved snow pelt my back, and I don't care, because my thoughts have run away to something else. The cave paintings, more specifically, the depiction of man bowing beneath a sky of dots and streaks. I thought it was a storm, or some other striking natural event. I might be wrong, but seeing now the lights overhead, there is one more thought that comes to mind, one that fits like a glove over every detail I've obsessed over, every theory sprung from a realm of desperation. A meteor shower, with the ever-intensifying wind, comes a parting in the clouds, small at first, but it soon becomes apparent that it's only growing wider. A split, then a rift, then a crater-sized wound that reminds me of being in the eye of a storm. And it's then I see what plagues the heavens. The pale blue sky is littered with jagged, glowing lines. Their number is innumerable. It makes me think of mistreated parchment, or a sofa covering mauled by a litter of angry cats, doubly so when the lines begin to open. Tears in the world leading to somewhere. Their edges flare with the colors of the universe, of ragged windows to the great expanse. That's it. I've gone on long enough. It's now or never. I've tried to keep Al engaged in conversation. It's been very one-sided on my part. My hope was that we'd dwindle a bit and fall further to the back of the group. We have. Actually, we're about 6 feet behind the rest. Hey, Al, you remember how you were, 2 years back? Al shows disinterest, but replies, Yes. And how I talked you down from that bridge on the east side of town. Yes, Dale, I remember. That's just key. Then I'm sure there'll be no hard feelings. Al shoots me a confused side-eye, and I rest a hand on his shoulder. For what? We're on track to salvation. For what? We're on track to salvation. Sorry about this. I grimace, before whipping my head back and slamming my forehead into Al's temple. I really didn't want to resort to this. At the same time, I knew it would be the most likely course of action. He freezes. For a long moment, I'm terrified the blow didn't knock him out right away. Then his eyes roll back and he buckles, toppling backwards onto the patchwork ground of bare rock and powder snow. Summoning every last ounce of strength, I sling Al's body over my shoulder, dash back towards the way we came. Feeling the same empowerment that led me up here, he feels surprisingly light. I only make it a few steps before looking back. Nearly half the group has turned, staring at me with an iciness betraying the potential actions they're willing to carry out. Some stumble a couple steps towards me, then stop. All at once, my audience drops to the ground, faces earthward. Is it prostration? Any lingering hope I had in these people is obliterated as, from beneath their flat palms, translucent jelly explodes outward in branching formations. It looks much like the proboscis of ribbon worms. Sparkling crumbs speckle inside, blinking with colors that could just as well be reflections of the sky. I lug Al further away, further from the others, further from the peak. Anywhere but there. Replace these. Maybe it wouldn't be accurate to describe them as people anymore. A small part of them, maybe. But the rest is a conduit for whatever's pursuing me. Rocks clatter at my heels. sent loose by slapping growths reaching out for me. Run faster, my rational mind begs. No need to tell me twice, chancing another peek over my shoulder. I lose presence of mind, and the heel of my shoe catches on a root. If it weren't for tight laces, I'd be half barefoot, or tumbling helplessly into sharp rocks. And upon seeing what's behind me, that relief surges even further into a new burst of fear and motivation. The gelatinous limbs still pursue me, bursting out of the ground in relentless arcs, only to plunge back underground. They remind me of some ancient worms, hunting down whoever dares to disturb its burrow. They aren't what fills me with mortal terror. In the center, rising up from the mycelium undercurrent, is a pair of bounding legs, then a heaving body, then two arms and a head, all a construct of the surging ooze. Slow, calm down, my mind contradicts. This secondary subconscious, the one that's dogged me ever since waking up in a moving car. Things are starting to get clearer. In the brief span before I pull my eyes away, I get a good look at the translucent figure. Is me, sort of. A perfect replica in shape and dimension, only lacking in color and facial features. It copies my motion almost exactly. The more pressing issue, however, is that it's unburdened by any facsimile of Al. I'm at a disadvantage. Without needing to turn around, I can feel it. I can feel its thudding steps and the change in pressure behind me. To my mounting desperation, I become aware of a change in the terrain. The further I charge downhill, it's as if the ground steepens. At first, it's gentle, but the rate at which up is becoming down starts to worry me. I see the town of Musho, below gradually rise higher above, until, impossibly, I'm downhill from it. Then the inevitable happens. I kick through a mound of snow which, in its opaque secrecy, hides a large stone. The impact sends me sprawling into the ground. I roll a short distance before coming to a stop, halted by the dizzying change in incline, grasping blindly for Al. I lift my gaze in horror to see the figure barreling straight for me, astral hues beaming down from the sky and gleaming off its limbs. Abandoning steady pace, it makes a decisive leap, sending it into a trajectory to land on top of me. But right at the last moment, when its quivering fingers are feet away, it runs out of rope. The tendrils running from its feet pull taut, sharply redirecting all its momentum face first into the ground. On impact, my doppelganger loses all integrity and regresses into a chunky, formless sheet. With a burning indignation I can recognize in some mode beyond words, the tendrils retract, leaving in their wake ragged holes and splintered bark, strobing incandescence dims, and through some unwritten rule of geometry, the great filament network retreats back into the bodies of the crowd. They stand and glare at me. Now I see that contempt isn't the right word to describe the look in their eyes. It's more disappointment. The look a parent would give to their child who's flunked their classes. I feel an odd sense of shame, to the shock of my determined mind. My onlookers soften back into senselessness, their one objective returning to immediacy. They turn and march their way upwards, cutting the loss of Al and myself in favor of time. It's okay. I pay no mind to my foreign inner voice. Instead, I heave Al back onto my shoulder with a grunt and make my way down. No, uphill. Pebbles tumble up the mountain, pelting me regularly. I have a few too many close calls with rolling boulders than I'd have liked. The wind is now a force to be reckoned with, contorting the skin around my face with its sheer force. A sound like thunder permeates the air and rattles my bones. I can't go on much longer. It's getting steeper. The tempest winds push against me, bringing a cloud of uplifted snow, thickening by the second. Nothing exists outside of this moment. Channel 79, Cyphazam, Safrost, and Byron, the traitor, Honey, Iker. All there is the here and now. A ray of hope. about 30 feet up, and to my left is a small entrance in the stone. I struggle towards it, running on fumes. Inside, it widens into a recession, offering a modicum of safety. Now, practically climbing, I drag Al by the arm, pulling myself through into the alcove and tugging him in with me. Hiding under the lip of the hole, I peer out just in time to see a rusty pickup slam into the ground and plummet upward towards the peak of Mataraju, the very same truck Byron used as a makeshift stage. At the same time, another earth-shaking crack reverberates over the landscape, so loud it made the truck's impact sound like a pin drop. The floodgates burst, and the highway intersection's worth of cars fall past us in a flurry of rending metal and shattering glass. Once they've cleared, I catch a horde of specks in my sight, moving their way up what appears to be a sheer rock face. My brow furrows. Feeling the shape of my phone pressing against my hip, I fish it out from my pocket and swipe to the camera. I zoom in and see in astonishment the rest of the group walking up the cliff face. Laws of gravity be damned. They were doing it. Up, up, bound for the wounded sky, showering their faces with its brilliant celestial light. Another boom splits through the chaos, and this time its source is revealed. I hadn't noticed it amongst the maelstrom of torn space overhead, but now it's undeniable. One immense, unbroken path traces the heavens directly above the southern peak, widening into a tier and reality of utterly cosmic magnitude. The rift's edges drift apart, unveiling something even more massive, something round. Glowing networks of cracks and clusters bloom on its surface like magma from some alternate reality. I get the distinct impression of a titanic eye, opening to bear down judgment on the lands beneath. A sensation prickles my scalp, and I raise my hand to find the hairs on my head are bristling, as if under duress from an electric field. Knuckles white, every last muscle tensed. My sight is wrenched back to attention as the cleft sky comes to an abrupt standstill. It's as if the world has stopped, dropping any and all commitments to watch the events unfolding. The air is bereft of any noise at all, and I realize I'm holding my breath, looking fixedly through the inverted vista into the rift, and further still, I glimpse infinity. A boundless cosmos frames the celestial body, reaching into the dark and distant vanishing points where light stretches thin. Vast dust clouds glitter from the light of a trillion stars, a place where spiraling stellar nebulae condense nascent suns in their becoming. I go to focus once more on the exodus when a hand wraps around my neck and yanks me backwards into the alcove. Al's woken up. I kick my legs out, managing to flip onto my back to see a face contorted with betrayal, anger, and grief. "What have you done?" Spittle peppers my face as Al raves on, inches above me. "Wait! Wait!" He allows no time for me to explain myself, driving a fist into my jaw and crawling off me, single-mindedly driven to throw himself into the precipice. The train of urgency collides with my dazed mind. All of this, just for Al to die anyway. With a sharp intake of air, I curl forwards and shoot to my feet, spinning on my heels and darting for the entrance. By some miracle, the sight must have entranced Al, giving me the time I need to throw myself at him and wrap my arms around his legs. I carefully pull my body up to his level with firm, measured grips, straddling his back and pressing both his arms behind him. The situation brings a recollection rising to the surface. One of Al sitting on my chest and forcing pills into my mouth. In a twisted way, it's funny. We've come full circle. He struggles in my hold, and I pay him no mind, returning to the side I was so rudely torn from. My vision seems sharper now. I can clearly make out the clustering figures, now sprinting their way up, or down. They're almost there. One last manic scramble for a salvation so clear to them, yet lost on me. Al falls still, and I worry for a moment that the position cut off some vital blood flow. I quickly find this not to be the case as a feeling bubbles up from within every part of my bruising body. My skin starts to blink in those strange neon colors, And simultaneously, so does owls. The only difference is that whatever stowaways we've been cradling, there's far more of them inside owl. Then, something new happens, something that forces me to loosen my grip and gasp in shock and pain. In horrified amazement, I watch my skin rupture and pop, releasing the tiny creatures inside. The Siphos, they too spew out from Al, though I can tell is in a great deal more agony than I am. These beings, through all the hurt and anguish, I can't help but admire their fluttering bodies. They twist and curl together into organized shapes, schools of alien motion coalescing and tracking paths, all leading in one direction. To the summit, to this planet, light years from Earth, which in this cosmically insignificant time span has bridged across reality to stare our home in the face. As the last stragglers worm their way out into the rushing torrent of air, I am met with one conclusive message that rings throughout my brain. An echo of the interconnected mind that inhabits my own no longer. Thank you. 2 words resounding in my soul. No more, no less. A simple gratitude, made profound by the stark difference in our beings, our natures. Burning skin is forgotten in the face of wonder. The exact same picture is painted above the peak, significantly grander in its magnitude. The Siphos, as I now know them, blossomed and spread from the 200+ bodies, whose feet no longer meet steady ground as they fall. Up, 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 towards the rip. The Siphos itself, themselves. All things considered, I am lost in the staggering beauty of it all. I can honestly say I've never seen something so majestic. Hundreds of thousands of beings, no larger individually than a grain of rice, melding together with their blinking hues in the same protoplasmic gel as before. Their conglomerate form, I wish I could compare it to any living thing on Earth. Vast, winding, and segmented with a backbone of pulsating light. Spectral wings fan out from each segment, undulating softly despite the blasting wind, while colossal root-like limbs dangle below, and cradled at the ends of those limbs are the ascendants, its dear human subjects that devoted themselves so solemnly. It soars ever closer to passing through the rift. And I think, no, I know what I'm seeing. A reunion over 10,000 years in the making. The homecoming of something delivered from a world of its unbelonging, in spite of all that's happened. All the chaos, fear, and anguish, there is one singular thought at the forefront of my mind. Godspeed, this great being, the one, the many, is far beyond the limits of any recognition. And perhaps I'm seeing what I want to see, drawing false conclusions from what I know of living things. But I'd like to think that in that fleeting interim, too short even for spoken farewells, it twists and turns and directs me one last look. Whatever this thing is, wherever it came from, somehow, some way, we find a mutual understanding. And then it is done. The rearmost strands pass through, trailing like the flagella of some rogue bacterial offshoot. And seconds later, the window closes, the sky healed of all wounds, world suddenly corrected. Al and I lose contact with the stone and fall back down to the floor. In turn, all that drawn-up air comes gushing down in a roaring deluge, with power enough to upturn trees, if there were any to speak of. If there were any to speak of. In the wake of it all, what's left is a sorry pair of people, digesting the experience in stunned silence, skin torn and adorned with congealing blood, hidden in the lee of an unassuming hull. Any resolve Al once held is eclipsed by a head swimming with pain and fatigue, though I'm able to rouse him enough to pull his arm round my shoulder and begin limping the path back. I'm sapped, but continue regardless. We've come too far to die quietly in the aftermath. A heavy rain of odd-sized globules splatters the terrain and wets my hair and clothes. As I glance down to the near-empty crater lake, I see the source of this downpour, every fathom revealed, and through some psychosomatic mechanism, I seem to stop feeling the rain. At some point, my body takes over routine, allowing my mind precious time to piece itself back together. There is one thing that returns me to full awareness. A gnarled, sun-bleached hand of bark and bristly leaves clutches the battered shell of a dark red hatchback. Even in the haze, my time spent journaling is unforgettable. I wrench the door open and crawl inside. I catch the journal's front cover wedged at the back of the passenger footwell. As my hand comes to rest on it, the second wind overtakes me. It's like the journal itself is another survivor I must tend to and lead to safety. In the end, it's a task I dutifully complete. The village of Musho is a picture of ruin. It's like the whole place got spun and diced in a blender. I try to avoid looking at pulverized bodies, crushed under the weight of a 1,000-foot fall, and when I feel there's nothing more that could surprise me, I find myself proven wrong once more. Only about a third of the village seems to have been affected. This I know, because at an intersection, there's a boundary of sorts, past which the devastation ceases entirely. Stepping across this ill-defined border feels like stepping between countries. Every new footfall brings fragmentary realization. I remember reading about Mataraju online, one pertinent detail now standing out. It's no wonder the rift opened there, unleashing the gravitational pull of the Sifos home, where ours is at its weakest. Obviously, whatever race Sifos belongs to, they are remarkably advanced. They make us look like beetles and flies. They're able to bridge such unspeakable interstellar gaps, able to rend reality itself in their favor. It's not a leap to say they're able to do the same with the fundamental forces of our universe. To contain, limit, localize an intangible field, immaterial as the vacuum of space, and the only reason I can conceive as to why they'd even bother would be a desire for showing mercy, for minimizing any impact made, any damage dealt, any lives upturned. Yes, some of Musho suffered. But the fact is, an entire planet in such close proximity should have wrought havoc on ours. Here, that couldn't be further from the truth. I feel this was inevitable in any case, and in that sense I'm grateful, however unconventional its methods have been. Al and I, we've been recovering. Some wounds, both physical and mental, are still scabbing over. He's having a harder time. Oftentimes I find him pining up at the night sky. And you know what, Al? I'm not going to beat on you for being wistful. Carrie moved out shortly after we returned. I guess she just couldn't stand living with such jackasses anymore. Fair enough. If the roles were reversed, I'm not sure I'd react any differently. Why I'm recording all this? Well, fat chance of it ever reaching the media. All I've found online since are cloudy reports, bordering on clandestine, detailing an earthquake that hit the particular area surrounding Mataraju. Just like the expedition in 1949, it's been swept under the rug. But I have hope, however dim. They missed a speck trying to cover that up. It's still lying on my desk, in fact, so maybe they'll overlook this. I'll keep it on a few flash drives for good measure. That reminds me. I should take the book back to Carter Mason. God knows I don't need it anymore after seeing what I've seen. One of the librarians is kind of cute. I hope she's there when I return. Maybe I can use the book as an excuse to chat. Well, if she's into archaeological massacres and ancient honey, who knows? To all whose worlds were flipped upside down throughout all this, you have my sympathy. I can empathize. But it's over. That's what's important in my eyes. The Sifos were a bit crude in the way they set their plan into motion. True. Advanced as they are, we're still just as alien to them as they are to us. Our lives, our societies, and tendencies. All foreign traditions. Even so, a part of me says they deserved it. Gotta give it to them. 10,000 years is a long time to wait. When all's said and done, I'm honored. Honored to have witnessed the majesty of something no one else will ever get to lay their eyes on. That said, I'm sure the feds don't leave traces after every cleanup. Who knows how many times this kind of thing has happened before. And for that matter, perhaps there's more to come. Story 4. Teddy Wilson rapped one knuckle against the smoke-stained glass door, adorned with the worn white letters that announced, Martin Croker, editor, before popping his head into the room. You wanted to see me, boss? The man who served as his immediate supervisor for the last decade was on the phone with some unfortunate soul receiving the sore end of one of Martin's verbal beatings. No, that's inexcusable, Martin cried emphatically into his iPhone before putting a hand over the microphone and motioning Teddy to the faded leather couch that sat adjacent to his massive desk. Have a seat, Teddy. This is almost over anyway. Boros, whomever was on the other end of the line, could still his words. Martin, who had been a stalwart in that office for nearly 30 years, was as close to being an expert in newspaper journalism as anyone could claim to be. In many regards, however, he was absolute dinosaur when it came to the current flood of technological advancements. And it was little things like that which made him, much like the entire industry of the printed word, a dying breed. It was only through Teddy's tutelage that he'd been able to utilize the Apple device at all. I told you 3 days ago, the gray-haired dynamo of intensity continued the call, that you had 3 days to get that article in. If I recall, you said that would be the very last extension that you'd need. Am I wrong about that? Teddy quietly closed the door behind him and settled into the couch that often served as Martin's bed on those nights when Jack Daniels overstayed his welcome, which seemed more and more frequent as of late. Teddy would have preferred one of the 3 chairs, but the couch was the only portion of the office that wasn't buried in random papers, folders, and back issues, the entire sum of which could fit on a single flash drive with a man not having to be drug-kicking and screaming into the digital age. You've been on me for 6 months for bigger assignments, and now that you've got one, well, let's just say that this little mess of a show isn't filling me with confidence. An outside observer would have cringed at the apparent awkwardness of the moment, but for anyone who actually knew Martin, that wasn't the case. The man had 2 gears, intensity and anger, and both were deeply seeped in sarcasm. They came part and parcel with the position at the South Carolina Sentinel, and if you couldn't handle it, you probably shouldn't have been there in the first place. You have until tomorrow. If I don't get 400 brilliant words from you about the councilman scandal by noon tomorrow, you might want to start on a new piece. Your resume. Martin slammed the cell phone down on the desk to end the conversation, obviously missing the satisfying crack his old rotary phone provided, and turned his steely gaze towards the room's newest occupant. I've got a new assignment for you. Teddy nodded, anticipating as much. When he first applied for his position 10 years ago, there was very little call for a technology reporter, and he was barely able to convince Martin of the need. Now, as both men were aware, the only reason the paper still held an audience was due in large part to their online presence, and without Teddy, that would never have happened. I want you to give me something good about the deep, dark web. Actually, as low as he was to correct his boss, he just couldn't let it slide. The deep web and the dark web are 2 different things. Okay, fine. Martin didn't seem as irritated as Teddy had expected from the comment. I'm not asking you to explain it to me. I just want a solid lead out of it. I want something juicy. Teddy sighed. Juicy was Martin's key word for salacious sensationalism. Not the kind of thing he normally expected from his resident tech expert. I don't know what it is you're wanting from me, Martin. I talk about computers, cell phones, and new apps. It's hardly what you'd consider juicy. Martin shook his head, and Teddy could tell he was most likely going to be unable to talk his way out of this one. I've seen YouTube videos. This deep web or dark web or whatever the hell they call it is where the sick stuff takes place. The sex trade, drug sales, pedophilia and such. That's what I want. And if you give me something good enough, it'll go as the weekend lead. It was exactly what Teddy had been afraid of. Martin, sass, that's just not what I cover. It's like asking a carpenter to explain the activities that take place in a house after he's built it. I can tell you all about the construction and layout, but what the hell do I know about the criminals who moved in? Martin seemed to consider the argument for a moment, and Teddy felt the slightest sliver of hope before the older man bluntly brushed it away. I guess it's a byline then. Tell Susan she's on the story with you. You've got 2 weeks. Make it your top priority. Teddy could feel his jaw falling to the floor in cartoonish fashion, but was unable to do anything to stop it. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined being assigned to a story with Susan Collins, the Sentinel's official gossip reporter. Having dubbed herself the Queen of High Society, she chased minor celebrities and local socialites as the closest thing their little rag had to a paparazzi. Teddy never deceived himself into believing he was working for the New York Times, Washington Post, or even USA Today, but he still had strong convictions about what constituted news, and Susan represented everything that didn't belong in a real newspaper. Hell, even her title was an oxymoron. How could one accurately report on gossip? A pretty was of saying hearsay, rumor, and innuendo. The whole notion was just ridiculous. He was just about to verbalize as much to Martin when he got the 3 words that ended virtually every conversation with the gruff man, whether one was finished with what they had to say or not. We're done here. Teddy wasn't really sure what would happen if he continued on past that point. No, one on the current staff was. If one were able to hunt down the previously employed Don Hinton, Mark Scheffler, or Jacob Gasby, they might get the answer to that question. Needless to say, we're done here meant we're done here. And Teddy quietly shuffled out, wondering just how in the heck he was going to explain this to Susan, who he'd not said more than 100 words to in the 5 years she'd been working there. While it was true they didn't really know each other, it was clear that they didn't really like each other. This couldn't have come at a worse time either. He was so close to finishing his piece on the new upcoming Microsoft platform release. At this rate, his readers would be using Windows 15X before he could even tell them that it was coming. He would always have a tremendous amount of respect for Martin and all that he'd done in his lifetime. But in moments like these, he could help but to feel like the man was a complete idiot, Susan screamed a half hour later while Teddy sat in the only other chair her cramped cubicle contained. She was technically a field reporter, and field reporters weren't really provided a lot of space in the old office building that sat in downtown Charleston. The thought process being that they should be spending the majority of their time out of the office working their stories. Teddy was already anxious to get back to his own spacious office, the second largest behind Martin's, thanks in large part to the Sentinel's online advertising revenue. Martin would never say it out loud, but it had long since exceeded what the subscriptions brought in and was, for the most part, what was actually paying the rent. Why on earth would that fossil put us on this kind of story? Neither one of us has ever covered anything like this. And what the hell does he even want from us? Pedophilia? Seriously, Teddy? WTF? How are we supposed to even start in on something like this? The cadence of her voice was getting faster, and her breaths were getting shorter. Teddy could see the anxiety pushing her towards hyperventilation, and it surprised him. For some reason, he hadn't imagined her to be so susceptible to the stress its influence. From across a room, she always seemed so calm, collected, and in control, radiating a confidence that bordered on cockiness. Without realizing that he was going to do so, Teddy reached out one hand to her shoulder and squeezed it gently. Try to calm down. We'll be able to figure this out. It's going to be okay. She met his gaze, her brown doe eyes just starting to pool with tears. You really think so? Teddy's own blue eyes tried to convey a confidence he didn't actually feel, suddenly feeling quite protective of her obviously vulnerable emotional state. It probably had a lot to do with growing up with 3 younger sisters. Yes, he lied. I do. I don't even know what the deep web or the dark web is. Teddy pulled his hand back as her breathing began to slow and nodded his head. Most people didn't. I'll try to keep it simple. Please, try to imagine the entire internet as a giant mansion. He wasn't sure why he was keen to using so many architectural metaphors today, just that they seemed appropriate each time. The main floors and living areas are where everyday people like you and me go to when we use Firefox or Explorer. It's where your Facebook, Twitter, and the like are found. Now, there are some rooms upstairs that are owned by different governments, companies, or techies that are locked to most people. But if you have the right key, you can still get in. These are all the places that 90% of the online population go to. Are you with me so far? Susan nodded. But that's not the whole internet. There's still a basement. It's called the deep web. And the only way you can get down there is with special internet browsing software and a very specific idea of where it is you want to go. Otherwise, you'd just be stumbling around in the dark. This basement was originally created by our very own government and the Department of Defense in the East, where they conducted the business that they didn't want the general public at large to know about. The kind of stuff that sparks conspiracy theories. While they may have created that basement, however, deep web, it didn't take long for the software to become endeared by the generation born into the computer age. Not only did the millennials seem to understand the way these things worked better than their creators, they were able to create changes that the government could no longer contend with. I don't understand what changes. It's the key to what makes the deep web so compelling to criminals. They've developed a method which bounces your connection off several random servers through the entire world, making it all but impossible to track down the original IP addresses. Most people think they're anonymous when they're online, but they're really not. In the deep web, they are. And that brings us to the dark web, which is that part of the deep web where all of the perversity and criminal activity take place. It's the dungeon beneath the basement that no moral person should ever want to visit. Do you get it now? Susan's eyes were wide, but no longer moist. In fact, the edges of a smile seemed to be pulling at the corners of her mouth as she nodded. Yes. The anxiety appeared to be losing out to an odd anticipation. She was starting to get excited about the story. Teddy wasn't so sure he was happy about that. What kind of perversity are we talking about? Teddy could only shake his head. Honestly, I really don't know. I can only imagine that it's the worst kind of stuff. He paused for a moment of consideration before continuing. I have a friend. Well, not really a friend per se, but a contact I've used as a source quite a bit over the years. He's a high-level programmer, systems analyst and codebreaker of the independent variety. Susan's smile broke through completely. Too many Michael Crichton and Ernest Cline novels in her home library pushed the word from her lips. Hacker? Hector Luna chuckled the next day as the three of them sat in the living area of his studio apartment. No, I wouldn't call myself a hacker. That's more of Hollywood expression. In my particular field, we tend to call ourselves crackers. Crackers? Susan prompted before taking a sip from the cold can of beer that had no choice but to accept before being allowed into Hector's inner sanctum. That's right, he confirmed. Kind of like a safecracker, except with complex security systems. I find vulnerabilities and, depending on my actual goal, I exploit them. Susan smiled, obviously impressed. Hector, who was known online as the infamous Moon X, turned his attention back to Teddy. So bait. What exactly can I help you guys with today? Let me guess. You were wanting some inside info on that brown-out Trojan that held up the Bank of America for 3 hours last Tuesday? I've heard that nearly 2.5 million accounts were copied before they managed to shut it down. Yay, Teddy agreed. It's crazy these days, but no, that's not it. I actually covered that day before yesterday. Honestly, I feel kind of stupid even asking for your help on this one, because we both feel like the assignment is coming from an area of ignorance. Martin? Hector asked with a small chuckle. Teddy and Susan nodded in unison and joined him in the laughter. Hector had come into contact with Martin on only a couple of occasions due to his relationship with Teddy, but he'd heard more than enough stories to have a fully painted mental approximation of the man. Don't tell me he wants you to explain why no one uses floppy disks anymore. Sadly, this wasn't sarcasm when it came to contemporary science and electronics. The man could be his own walking punchline. Hell once asked for 500 words on the differences between the internet and the World Wide Web, literally. By and large, however, and for the overwhelming majority of the time, Teddy had been at the Sentinel. Martin didn't really give Teddy actual assignments. He tended to show a tremendous amount of faith in Teddy's ability to continue to provide relevant content for an audience he knew nothing about. For the most part, this held true with Susan as well. Martin, much like Teddy, put very little stock in the type of events she covered as being important. Her online news feed held the greatest number of subscribers, however, so he figured she was probably doing her job well enough. This trend had been bucked somewhat as of late, it seemed, for Teddy at least. And in a sense, it was his own fault. He was, after all, the one who introduced Martin to the world of YouTube in the first place. Like most newbies, the first few weeks saw him making little progress beyond scare pranks and cats reacting to cucumbers. But, as of late, the man had found himself in the world of the unknown, far-flung topics. Ghosts, conspiracies, ancient civilizations, aliens, and just about any other subject that sent him into the occasional madman's rant. In the last 6 weeks, he'd given Teddy more seemingly random assignments than he had in the 6 years before then. Transhumanism, artificial intelligence, and the Mandela effect rounded out the extreme ends of his requests. Teddy hadn't really minded too much. He just had to find that fine line that presented the topics in the light. Martin had wanted them without sounding too much like an Alex Jones report on InfoWars. They were definitely extreme variations on his normal fare, but his readers had seemed to enjoy the occasional break from the somewhat dry articles he was known for. Some of them even leaned towards being entertaining rather than what he normally shot for. Informative. Martin wants the two of us, his tech reporter and his social expert, to turn in something about the deep web and the dark web. Something juicy. Hector chuckled again. He knew of Martin's keyword as well. Juicy, you say? Hector shotgunned the last of his beer before clambering to his feet from the well-worn groove in his lazy boy. And you thought of me? I'm touched. As he shuffled his more than a little overweight frame to the refrigerator in the corner kitchen area, he motioned with the empty can to see if anyone else needed a refill. They didn't. Well, that's about the vaguest thing that you've come to me with so far. When your text said random, you weren't kidding, were you? Susan and Teddy shared a knowing look with each other, having already discussed just that topic on the taxi ride over. Please tell me, Hector prompted, head partially buried in the fridge, that you guys have at least got some type of angle already? The two reporters shook their heads with a meek symmetry. How could Martin have had no idea how far outside of their comfort zones this assignment really was? I wish we could. Teddy finally answered once Hector had returned to his place in the seating area, fresh beer in hand. I wish we could. He paused to take a sip and contemplate which direction they could go in without sounding like some conspiracy website bloggers. Obviously, we'd like to find something unique, Susan offered, but no one's shooting for a Pulitzer here. I think the sooner we're able to put this one behind us, the happier we'll both be. Teddy gave her a look of observable agreement. This was definitely right on the edge of what those in the industry called fringe assignments. Yay? I bet. Oh. Hector stroked an imaginary beard with his beer-free hand, a few straggly wisps of red hairs that were present running between his fingers. You could always go with the ease of access to illegal products route. Order an 8-ball or an AK-47. It's not terribly original, but it'll still be news to anyone who's never been on YouTube. Of course, You'll need to contact the authorities if you do that, and coordinate through them. Otherwise, you might be looking at an arrest warrant the moment the story comes out. They had, actually, already considered going that way, but, much as Hector pointed out, it wasn't exactly a hot scoop. Just about anyone who regularly utilized the internet, which were now the majority of their readers, knew about dark web black markets. Most folks had even heard of the Silk Road website at some point or another, the most notorious in the field before being shut down by the FBI in 2014. Teddy had covered that story at the time, and although Ross Ulbricht, the infamous Dread Pirate Roberts, would be spending the rest of his life behind bars, his legacy continued to live on as thousands had sprung up in the space he left behind. The marketplaces were so vast, varied, and exponentially produced. It was an impossible task to eliminate them entirely. The dark web was still the Wild West, and outlaws reigned supreme. "What else you got?" Susan asked before accidentally letting a small beer burp escape, turning her a dark shade of crimson as a result. "Excuse me," she mumbled sheepishly, causing Hector to laugh and release his own, much more resounding, exhalation of carbonated air which vibrated off the walls. The crude response had its intended effect and immediately comforted Susan's normally delicate sensibilities. "Better out than in, I Shrek always says," he announced before tackling her question. "As for what else, it's hard to say for the tone of the Sentinel. Everything else just gets darker from there. But that's not to say that there's not a huge area to mine. Just take your pick. There's live-streaming pedophiles, crazy sex stuff, snuff and torture films." "Like what?" Teddy interrupted him, although more out of morbid curiosity than any desire to follow up on that last one as a lead. "Like whatever you can imagine. There's some real sickos out there. You've seen the Saw and Hostel movies, right?" Neither of them actually had. It was quite apparently not Susan's cup of tea from the beginning, and although he'd started both of the first films, Teddy hadn't finished them. He could distinctly remember thinking at the time that it probably took a really disturbing personality profile for someone to watch that type of graphic infliction of pain onto another person and consider it enjoyable entertainment at the same time. Sure, he'd grown up as a fan of the Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street movies, and they were plenty bloody, but they also had jump scares, degrees of suspense, and a fairly unrealistic display of the gore. These new types of torture movies were on a different level altogether, however. The degrees of realism in the violence and the reactions of the torturer and victim, combined with the unrelenting focus of nothing more than the infliction of pain, well, it wasn't really his cup of tea either. On it. Honestly. Anything you can imagine, most of which you wouldn't want to. Either of you guys heard of the Doll Maker or the Choo Choo Man? You know, spelled like Chew. Hector chomped his teeth together a couple of times to emphasize his point. Or even Mr. Plainto's. It was obvious from their expressions that neither of them had heard of any of his references, as well as the fact that they were now at his completely enwrapped disposal. "Okay. Wow." He stood, stretched, and headed back to the fridge for another beer. Suddenly, both Susan and Teddy were equally amazed at the discretionary speed by which their host could polish off a can. At this rate, he'd be on his second six-pack before they'd even finished their first beers. Not that either would say anything aloud. It was really more impressive than anything. Where start? He tossed his empty into the garbage and returned with a total of 3. For a moment, they were both ready to say, "No, thank you," when he squeezed them into the chair next to him, and they realized that they hadn't been brought for them. "So, Mr. Plainto's is some kind of demonically written nursery rhyme that kills people. Think something like a cross between The Ring and The Babadook." Hector paused for recognition, but was only met with 2 blank stares. "You know, For reporters, you guys are painfully ignorant of pop culture. Neither of them could argue. If it didn't come in a Wired or Cosmopolitan magazine, they were painfully ignorant, regardless. That one reads more like a creepypasta than an actual occurrence. But supposedly it's still out there for anyone who wants to test the urban legend. I know that won't be me. What's the doll maker? Susan asked. Having a sizable collection of antique dolls herself, she was extra curious the moment he'd said it, although she knew full well that she wouldn't be liking that answer. Oh man, that guy's a real piece of work. I tell you what, I don't consider myself a violent man, but I wouldn't think twice about putting a bullet right between his deranged eyes. This guy buys young women and girls and performs these elaborate surgeries on them before reselling them on the black market. As living sex dolls, surgeries, Teddy pressed, certain he didn't really want to know. Yay, not good stuff, Hector continued. Removes the arms and legs so they can't go anywhere. Removes the tongue so they can't speak. Sometimes sews the mouths shut entirely. He even puts hooks in their backs so they can be hung on the wall. Gave them a moment to process the disturbing image. How? Susan was stammering in shock. How do they stay alive? Hector shook his head grimly. Mercifully, they don't. I believe they have a pretty short shelf life. Not that it deters some people of paying millions of dollars apiece. Susan picked up her beer from the end table and stared at the beads of condensation slowly streaming down its sides. She'd never been more grateful for the safe and pampered life that she'd lived thus far. It wasn't like she was ignorant to the fact that there were people, especially women, out there who had it a lot worse than she did. But being presented with something as horrific as the nightmare those poor women had to live through by being made beyond human recognizability, only to be violently raped to death, just knowing that there was evil like this out there, lurking in the shadows, right at that moment. It was enough to send a shiver down her spine. And she set the beer back down without having taken a drink. Are you sure? Martin said. Susan? And not Sam? Or Sarah? Or even Marcus? She asked for the fourth time in the last 24 hours, and, while the joke was getting stale, Teddy still chuckled before pressing Hector on to the next subject. It was evident from the pall in the air that they were all ready to move past that one. I'm afraid to even ask, but what about the choo-choo man? When Hector's expression didn't brighten any, Teddy had the feeling he'd be sorry that he asked. Turns out he was. That guy, geez, another evolved individual. Evolved? Teddy asked. It's the newest form of evolution, depending on who you ask. A form of humanity that supposedly evolved beyond the need for such trivialities as morals or ethics. I know it sounds crazy, but there really are people out there who think that way. Think there's no such thing as right and wrong. Only action and reaction. As above, so below, and all that nonsense. These are the type of people who are in the highest places. Politicians, movie stars, and the generational wealthy. They see the general populace as useless eaters. A sheep-like population that needs to be culled more than anything. Yeah, that's depressing, Susan sighed. Yay, Hector agreed. I'm guessing he's probably one of those secret society as well, gouging from the number of masked sycophants he keeps around him. Anyway, Hector paused and sighed. Wow, I don't even like saying this aloud. I can't fathom how sick these people must really be. Anyway, the choo-choo man has his own, very elaborately decorated train station, as well as his own railway engine car. It looks like something straight out of Death Race. The reporters exchanged another, slightly baffled, look at each other, and Hector sighed yet again, this time for an entirely different reason. Seriously, guys? Not the original nor the remake? Not the original nor the remake? He shook his head in disbelief. He was somewhat aware of Teddy's lack of contemporary pop culture knowledge. and yet the depths to which it extended still managed to surprise him. In the chat rooms he frequented, that type of ignorance would be unforgivable. Okay, this is just unacceptable. I'm springing for a Netflix account for both of you. The three of them shared a chuckle and sip of beer before allowing their grim expressions to return, as Hector continued on with the story he didn't really want to tell, and they didn't really want to hear. So I'm sure you can probably imagine where this is going from here. The choo-choo man and his helpers strapped several naked people to the tracks with specially built restraints. Then they all stand back and watch the carnage. Once the car clears the kill zone, these masked men and women, who are dressed in expensive tuxedos and ballroom gowns, mind you, fall to their knees in the pools of warm blood and proceed to consume the remaining mess. Susan blurted out, like, oh, dear Lord. Cannibals? Hector nodded. Yea, like cannibals. A few moments of silence descended upon the room as the horrific thought wreaked brutal havoc upon their subconscious. Teddy, personally, had no qualms with ingesting a little Stephen King before slipping into a dream state. But this was the kind of thing that would definitely keep them up at night. An author's imagination can be appreciated, but knowing that there are real monsters out there was just unnerving. After allowing a full minute to pass, Teddy finally verbalized what they'd all been thinking. No, that's definitely not our story, Susan agreed, and they became silent again before Hector snapped his fingers and proceeded to pull one of his many laptops from the coffee table drawer in front of him. I think, he began as he powered up the computer, that I may know of something you'd be interested in. Frankly, I don't know why I didn't think of this one before. I first read about this on 8chins.onion forum a few months back. Even did a bit of preliminary investigating. As Hector became quiet and put his full focus on the laptop screen, Susan turned to Teddy and asked, 8chan.onion? Deep web message board? He answered for her. The .onion is like .com, .net, or .gov. Deep web extension. She nodded in understanding, or in feigning as much, and Hector piped up once again, apparently finding what he was looking for. Aha, here we go. Returning his gaze to theirs and lowering his voice conspiratorially, Hector asked with a sly smile and an expression that would seem just at home before a midnight campfire, have you guys ever heard of the contract? Immediately drawn in, they both shook their heads. No. Much as he'd anticipated. Yeah. There's very little documentation to back it up, but there's enough to start with at least. Okay. Teddy responded. I'll bite then. I'm familiar with a few different contracts. So what makes this one the contract? Well, again, it's not terribly well known, but in some circles it's called the Devil's Contract, or the Final Contract, and everything about it is just inexplicable. Over the next 90 minutes, Hector proceeded to tell them a story that could have easily been an episode of The Twilight Zone, and despite finishing off another 8 beers in that period, he never once slurred his words. It was one of the longest periods Teddy had spent with the younger man, and he'd never realized before what a raging alcoholic he was. The Devil's Contract was something of a deep web urban legend that, at least according to Hector, had some significant degrees of validity to it. He wasn't certain when the contract first popped up, but the story had been online for a couple years now, thanks in large part to a man known simply as Jeff the PI. Jeff had been hired by a woman to find her missing brother, and the investigation had led him to the story of the contract. When no one would believe the results he'd seemingly uncovered, he took the story online, the gist of which was this. Somewhere a shadowy party of private benefactors somehow makes contact with individuals who could best be described as desperate. The secretive group then negotiates a payment, usually in the millions, for what Hector called life control. According to the legend, once a price is reached, they are sent a digital copy of the supposedly legally binding contract. as well as a bizarre questionnaire. Once signed, the person has officially signed away their life, so to speak. It was a provision of the contract that the person's life wouldn't be ended or even endangered, only that they would no longer have control over the way they would live the rest of it. If they can no longer control their own lives, Susan had asked at that point, what good does the money do? I thought the same thing at first, Hector had answered. But the money doesn't go to them. One of the first questions included with the contract is to whom the money should be paid. But even that is just the tip of the weirdness of it all. According to Jeff, at least, the payments are delivered through methods which should be all but impossible. Like what? Teddy had pressed. Well, like the sister that hired Jeff to find her missing brother. The only way she'd been able to hire him in the first place was because she just won $5 million in the Powerball. There's not a lot of examples to choose from, but supposedly all of the payments have been through means that shouldn't be possible to manipulate, including a government grant that was never applied for. If any of that is true, then the people behind the contract have a nearly inconceivable reach. So, Susan prompted this time, if the contract was non-lethal in nature, what happens to the people? Hector shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. That's the real question, isn't it? I've got theories, but who the hell really knows? Could be slavery, stuff, torture, any number of undesirable options. My personal opinion is that it's probably some type of medical experimentation, gene manipulation, or something of the sort. More than likely, these people are selling themselves into a state of permanent vegetation. A giant warehouse full of dangling bodies straight out of the movie. Coma, ... When both reporters nodded in recognition of his reference, Hector was more than a little shocked. And you actually believe that this is really happening? Teddy finally asked once Hector had seemed to reach the end, and he was answered with the same sly smile the computer expert had given them earlier before spinning his laptop around so that they could see the screen while saying, "Oh, I know it is." It took a moment for their eyes to adjust to the smaller print, and then they found themselves looking at a PDF of what appeared to be an official document of some type. The first line of which read, "This is a legally binding contract of consent." Of course, it didn't really say where it was legally binding. After all, different countries had different laws. I told you that I did some investigating myself, remember? It took me nearly a month to find this link, and frankly, I'm surprised it's still up. I locked a tracer onto the link, though, and other than myself, it's never been accessed. That, combined with the fact that some of the questions are very specific to my personal life, it's almost as if this contract were written just for me. How'd you get the link? Teddy asked. More oddness. After a month of digging, it just showed up in my inbox one day. Can we get a copy of that? Susan asked this time, and Hector shook his head again. Yay. I wish I could. By all outward appearances, this seems to be nothing more than a normal PDF file, but it doesn't behave like one. In fact, it doesn't behave like anything I've ever encountered online. It's drowning in advanced encryptions unlike anything I've seen. And bear in mind, 6 months ago, I cracked the Pentagon's most advanced security systems in less than an hour. This thing, though, Hector exhaled a loudly audible sigh. This thing's on another level altogether. Can't be copied. Not even a screen grab. The coding behind this legal document is the most advanced I've ever seen. We're talking about Bill Gates' wet dream kind of stuff. I don't even know if D-Wave is using anything this complex with the quantum computing. So, just take a picture of it with your cell phone. Susan offered while wondering why the supposed computer nerds didn't think of such a simple solution. Hector chuckled again, and she found herself liking the sound. It made her smile reflexively each time. Go ahead, he urged. I think you should. By that point, she could tell that the idea had probably occurred to him, but she was too curious to see what would happen to not at least try. Her new Galaxy cell phone took amazing pictures and video. having long since replaced the Nikon and handheld video camera she'd kept by her side for so many years, and pulling it out to snap a quick picture was second-nature muscle memory at that point. Within a couple seconds, she had taken a half dozen before rapidly switching to video mode for a few seconds worth of an alibi. Hector watched in anticipation as she settled back into his leather couch to review the results. When her jaw dropped and her eyes widened, he couldn't help but to give her a slight A. "She yelled you, so look." Teddy leaned in close and examined his new partner's cell phone screen before shaking his head with disbelief. Hector already knew what they were seeing. "How?" Teddy stammered, his voice suddenly very uneven. "How is this even possible?" He was, of course, referring to the series of bizarre symbols on the small screen that had replaced the perfectly legible ones from the slightly larger one. It was apparently an amusing moment for Hector, even though he had very much the same reaction the first time he'd made the discovery for himself. Somehow it was easier seeing it unfold through someone else's eyes, not to mention the cathartic nature of just being able to discuss the subject that he generally couldn't bring up without sounding bat crazy. Sharing the story with Teddy and Susan gave it degrees of legitimacy that did wonders for his sanity. "Honestly, I have no friggin' idea. This is well beyond what should be possible. My best guess is that there's some type of encryption overlay that's naked to the human eye, but which somehow scrambles its output to other digital devices. It's only a guess, though. I've never really heard of anything like that existing. And I'm pretty up to date on most of DARPA's black budget projects. Do you know what those symbols are?" Teddy continued, unable to tear his eyes away from the tiny screen in Susan's hands. "Susan's, it's Sumerian." "Sumerian?" Teddy and Susan both blurted out in surprised unison. It took Teddy several seconds to find a mental shelf where that oddly shaped fact could rest without bringing the whole thing down before he asked, "What does it say?" Hector could only shrug again. "I don't read Sumerian," he replied in a deadpan tone. "But it's the oldest known form of written language. What about film?" Susan broke in after shaking away the shock, and this time she had produced an idea that hadn't occurred to Hector. Surely something like that wouldn't affect a camera from the pre-digital era. Hector's lips split into a wide grin as he nodded in amazed agreement. Unfortunately, it had been nearly 2 decades since he'd owned a non-digital camera, and for the moment, their new investigation had come to its first roadblock. They decided to call it a night. Teddy had asked for a link to the contract at first, but Hector had informed him that it could only be accessed from that one particular laptop, and generously allowed them to take the older model Dell with them, along with a flash drive that contained all the information he'd accumulated on the phenomenon up to that point. Given the fact that it was only one of the nearly 40 different laptops in his apartment, it wouldn't really be missed. After thanking Hector for being such a gracious host and sharing another cab ride back to the Sentinel, they made plans to pick up the investigation first thing in the morning, with each of them having small overnight project. Susan was charged with the task of digging up her late 80s Polaroid camera from the depths of her over-encumbered attic, while Teddy was responsible for breaking down the information on the flash drive into possible tangible leads. The laptop itself was left in Teddy's office at the paper, although they wouldn't have admitted it aloud. Neither of them wanted the device inside their homes. The entire subject was highly peculiar and could, quite possibly, turn out to be a fantastic story for the paper. But at the same time, it was a little scary. If there really were some illicit shadow group out there with the power to rig lotteries and control government subsidies, as well as having access to technology that shouldn't technically exist, were they really prepared to unveil their activities? At very least, it made the unease they each felt as they drove back to their respective abodes completely justifiable. It was that same uncomfortable sensation of jangled nerves, with just a touch of paranoia, that kept each of them up well past the hour they would have normally ended their day, allowing each of them to be aware of the same email they both received at 2:30 in the morning. Teddy had been sitting at his desk, joint in hand, still dissecting the flash drive, when the email announced itself, which was unusual since he hadn't turned on any type of notification warnings. He had no way of knowing that Susan was hearing the same announcement from the iPad on her coffee table. as she was settling into her flower couch with a glass of Merlot. Having just finished her extensive search, the camera had produced itself rather quickly. The box of unused film for the camera. Not so much. It was finally found buried beneath decades worth of family photo albums. The same sense of dread came over them both as they felt compelled to check the email with the subject line. The contract nearly simultaneously. When they saw who the sender of the emails was, however, the sensation ebbed considerably. Teddy's had been sent by Susan and vice versa. Of course, this wasn't actually the case, and upon opening the email, they quickly realized as much. Teddy grabbed his phone immediately and called Susan, oblivious to the late hour, but before the call had an opportunity to be sent. She was calling him. He answered. Teddy. She didn't give him a chance to say, "Hello, you're not going to friggin' believe this." She sounded frantic, scared. "I don't know if I do." Instinctively, he already knew what she was going to say. "I know." He broke in. "I got one too." He could hear the breath lurch in her chest. What the heck is this, Teddy? She was scared. Did Hector do this? Is this some kind of sick joke? Teddy wished he could say that the same thought had occurred to him, but he quickly dismissed it. Hector was a unique character, but he wasn't mean. Despite being as brilliant as he was, his humor rarely ventured beyond fart jokes. No, this isn't Hector. I can pretty much guarantee that." They were both silent for a moment. "So, what does that mean? If this is real, then what?" Susan stammered. "Hannes, the hell are we supposed to do now?" Teddy didn't know what to say. At first. Then the journalist in him took hold of the reins. "We fill out and sign the contracts. It's the only way to fully investigate this story." "Are you insane?" He could hear her facial expression in the tone. "Hear me out. There's absolutely no way this thing's actually a legally binding document. Any lawyer would have a field day with it. That being said, I say we fill them out with aliases. When it asks who the money should be awarded to, we choose each other, the real version of each other. The logistics should work in our favor, and we might end up with the biggest story of the year. We joke about winning a Pulitzer, but this actually could. Why send the money to each other?" Susan's tone was beginning to settle, and he could tell that the news person in her was waking up as well. "Well, if, for any reason, the aliases don't work, then they shouldn't be able to take both of us, if they'd be required to make the payment to each of us. Theoretically, I don't get it. Think about it. If they can only take me, if they pay you, and they can only take you, they have to pay me. Then it's a stalemate. A catch-22. If we're smart enough, we might be able to garner enough information in the process to put together a hell of a piece. So you want me to fill this damn thing out, except with a fake name? Yeah. And then defer the payment to you? Yes. And you'll do the same? That's correct. In the process, keep a record of the entire process. And run a live Facebook stream if you want to. I'm going to stream on Twitch. It's not going to be exciting viewing for anyone, but at least there'll be a record of it out there. Read each question aloud as well as your answers. I don't know, Teddy. She was quiet again as she considered his request. What about the money? What do you mean? Well, Hector said they'd negotiate a price, but all I'm seeing here is an empty spot for agreed payment. What are we supposed to enter? Teddy thought aloud. That's not much of a negotiating tactic. I guess we put in a crazy amount. How, I don't know, 50 million. I mean, surely they're not going to spend 100 mil on the two of us. 50 million? She echoed. Why not? He could hear her sighing more and more, and took it as an indication of reluctant acquiescence. They were, after all, both reporters, albeit entirely different ones. For a reason, it was in their nature to root out the stories, no matter where they laid, and share them with the world. As children, their first words were, who, what, when, where, and why, which made them extremely inquisitive, if not highly annoying, children. Have you read through some of these questions now? Some of them are pretty messed up. Teddy hadn't actually read through the questionnaire portion yet, having picked up the phone the moment he'd realized what it was. What's your most commonly reoccurring nightmare? She continued. What part of the human body excites you the most sexually? What's your least favorite type of insect to see in the mornings? What is this crap, Teddy? Some kind of twisted personality test or something? Teddy couldn't answer. His eyes had locked onto one particular question that had his heart hammering in his chest and small tendril of sweat beginning to gather on his brow. Teddy? Teddy? Oh, please, God, tell me you're still there. Yea, he muttered weakly, disbelief pulling at the hairs on the back of his neck. I'm here. What is it, Teddy? What's happened? He wasn't sure he really wanted to tell her. This whole endeavor had suddenly become much more personal than he'd been prepared to deal with. This question, what? Tell me what it says. Her intense insistence compelled the story from his lips, but only after several long seconds of silence. It says, please describe the way you felt when you choked a cat to death. Is that some kind of sick joke, Teddy? I know we don't know each other that well, but I know you wouldn't do anything like that. That's serial killer stuff there. When more silence followed, the concern became evident in her voice. What the heck, Teddy? Please tell me you didn't do that. I did. His voice was barely audible and thick with emotion. It was horrible. It was like 20 years ago. It was the middle of the night, and I was driving through a McDonald's parking lot in the middle of a town I'd never been in. I felt a bump, and then saw the poor thing flailing in my rearview mirror. I wanted to help, but it was too far gone. One of its eyes had popped out, and it was in obvious pain. I cut off its air as gently as I could. It was the only thing I could do to ease his suffering. It was one of the worst moments of my life. Oh, Teddy. I'm so sorry. That's stupid. How did they know about that? Susan. I've never told anyone about that moment. No one. I don't even like thinking about it, let alone sharing it with anyone. I have no idea how they would know about that, but it's a little too specific to be a lucky guess. This time they both fell silent, and, after a minute, Susan asked, So, are you still wanting to go through with this? Feeling quite sure that she already knew the answer. When he finally replied, she was genuinely surprised by his reaction. Rather than drifting further into a state of panicked fear, that invasive question had pushed him in a different direction. He was pissed. You bet your ass I do. When Susan would reflect on this moment at a later date, it would be remembered as their first major mistake. They were both highly intelligent, university-educated adults who worked in the field of fact-gathering and information analysis. Their entire professional careers were based on their ability to properly discern which avenues to go down and which were dead ends. Hindsight, obviously, always provided the best viewing angle for the routes that should have been taken. But in this particular instance, they should have known better. By that point, they already had more than enough information to know that they were in way over their heads on this one. Unfortunately, they both fell victim to the biggest fatal flaw a reporter could experience: their emotions. The second major mistake came 40 minutes later, and was Susan's to own entirely. Having ended their call a half hour ago and filling out their respective contracts, it was nearly 4-0. The adrenaline-fueled fear they felt as they answered each question was more than enough to keep any signs of fatigue at bay. Just not enough to keep at bay. Just not enough to keep them from going forward with the poorly conceived plan. Had they both actually stuck to it, then perhaps things might have turned out differently. Susan hadn't planned on deviating from the strategy. And in all honesty, she wasn't really sure why she did. When the question of who the payment of $50 million would be sent to, she did type in the name, Teddy Aaron Wilson, at first before pausing a moment, and then slowly holding one finger down on the backspace key. The spot remained blank for another 30 seconds before the name, Ginger Tara Collins, filled in the space, almost as though the name were writing itself. Ginger was Susan's younger sister who lived in Kentucky. She was a fan of country music, which was fitting since her life could have easily been the lyrics to a country song. Shortly after giving birth to a third son with autism, Ginger's husband of 10 years, Lloyd, left her for a college-aged bartender from Louisville and disappeared into that spot where all the deadbeat dads seemed to find refuge. Ginger herself was a high school dropout who was married and pregnant at the same time other girls her age were buying their prom dresses. The government provided some help and Susan sent money when she could, but to say that Ginger was struggling would have been the understatement of the century. She was the epitome of the uneducated, single mother trope, and the boys' monthly medical bills alone were more than she could bring in. For years now, just about any thought Susan had about her sister anymore was one of pity, and perhaps shame. If there were anyone in her life that needed a financial windfall more than Ginger, it wouldn't come to mind. On every cognizant level, Susan knew that getting $50 million to her desperate little sis wasn't the real objective here, especially if it came at the expense of the rest of her life as she knew it. She loved Ginger and her sons immensely, but she loved having her own life more. No one could see that as selfishness. It was just human nature. Regardless, something much more subliminally motivated took control of her fingers to place Ginger's name on the contract. If the absolute worst-case scenario were to come to fruition, she needed to know that something good could come out of it. If this really was more than some sick joke, and she was in the process of signing her soul away in some Faustian exchange, then please, let there be a happy ending in this for someone. She would be able to help but to wonder later, if she had only stuck with the original plan, might things have ended differently for all of them. It wasn't exactly like Teddy's quickly assembled idea was inundated with airtight reasoning, but she had given his circular logic loophole an out. If they took him, they still had to pay her. But now, the action was no longer reciprocal. For all intents and purposes, she had just made Teddy an expendable piece in this insane puzzle which they'd become entangled in. At just past 5 a.m, an exhausted Susan Collins collapsed into her bed and finally allowed her eyes to close. Having just finished filling out the contract, an uneasy sleep was almost upon her when she suddenly remembered 2 things that still needed to be done and reluctantly forced herself back into an upright position. She still needed to send the contract back to whatever realm from which it came. But more importantly, she needed to use the Polaroid camera to make a copy. It took an even greater degree of self-motivation to push her entire body back into motion. She was so tired, but after a minute or 2, she was loading the antique camera and quickly rolled through the entire package of 10. Forcing her eyes to stay open for just a bit longer, she clicked the return to sender option on the contract and laid the pictures out at the base of her queen-size mattress. Unfortunately, and due in large part to her digital age-induced attention deficit disorder, she didn't have the patience to wait for the classic form of photographical history to fade into view, and the weights on her eyelids went out. She ended up falling asleep at the edge of the bed, her feet falling off the side. It was the last time her life bared any semblance to what she considered normal. When her cell phone alarm clock woke her several hours later, she screamed a short stream of profanities and looked up at the digital clock on the dresser. It was only a little after 9. Zero man still died in peril. Some pointed, so rain. A terrestrial red with gold war. It hadn't been her alarm after all. Her phone had been ringing. It still was. The phone had fallen off the bed to the floor, and she scrambled for several seconds to firmly grasp it before looking at the identification, fully expecting it to be Teddy and wondering if the man ever actually slept. It wasn't. It was Martin. And Martin never called her. "Martin?" she answered finally. "Susan? Susan Collins? His voice was slightly softer than she'd ever heard it before. Yay, Martin? It's me. What's going on? Listen, Susan. This is going to sound crazy, but I'm telling you up front. This is not a joke. I'm dead serious in what I'm about to say. Do you understand? Of course, Martin. This conversation was already starting to nauseate her, and it had only just begun. Just tell me what the hell's going on. Okay. Listen to everything before interrupting. Got it. Talking to Martin sometimes was like talking to her deceased father again. And that wasn't a good thing. I got it, Martin. I'm at the downtown police station right now, and we need for you to get dressed and come down here ASAP. There's been an incident, and they need to interview everyone at the paper. An incident? She asked. I told you not to interrupt. Sorry, Martin. She almost said Dad. Dad. I'm not at liberty to say too much until you get here. But there was an explosion at the Sentinel, and, at least for the time being, the paper will be going into an indefinite hiatus. Susan gasped and threw her fingers over her mouth to keep the disbelief from regurgitating Martin's words back into his ears. It gets worse, he continued. Seemingly, the explosion was due to an intentionally planted bomb. Fortunately, it happened around 4 this morning, so the building was mostly vacant. No one died, at least. The thing is, and this is where I'm restricted on what I can say, the bomb was apparently set by Teddy Wilson. That's nonsense. This time she couldn't help herself, but Martin seemed to understand. I thought the same thing, but the CIA, FBI, and even the Department of Homeland Security are all here saying that he was some kind of deep cover spy that had him under surveillance for a long time. Teddy wasn't even his real name. It was something like Dmitry Volkov, a Russian spy. Are you friggin' kidding me, Martin? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. What the hell was he supposed to be spying on? For Pete's sake, Martin. Teddy didn't even cover politics. This is just ridiculous. I get it. That doesn't change what's going on here. You need to get down here quickly, and then you can get all the answers you want. I have to go. With that. The conversation had ended, and Susan flung the cell phone down onto the bed in frustration. When the Polaroid pictures bounced up from the reverberation, they drew her attention, and suddenly the entirety of the previous day's surreal events came flooding back. Everything from being made partners with a man she barely knew to participating in a shared, secret pact that could be putting both their lives in jeopardy. Torn by what to do, Susan first swiped her laptop back to life. The contract was gone. From there, she fell onto the bed and carefully examined the Polaroids. Her first impression was that her eyes were too tired and she wasn't seeing properly. A quick jaunt to the bathroom for some re-wetting drops, and she was back at it. Unfortunately, her eyes hadn't been the problem, and for several long seconds she struggled to comprehend exactly what it was that she was seeing. Once it did finally click, her stomach lurched, and she found herself back in the bathroom, depositing the 3 glasses of Merlot from the night before into the porcelain toilet. There were still words on the pages she recorded with the photographs. They were just in a different language, one which she wasn't familiar with, and not the logographic form of Sumerian they'd seen at Hector's earlier. Once her stomach had settled, and after several moments spent debating her next steps, Susan loaded the pictures into the printer scanner, and, while the older machine slowly scanned the photos, tried to call Teddy. After a couple of rings, she received the familiar, automated voice informing her that the number was no longer in service. For some reason, she'd half expected as much. The scanner took its sweet time, and she cursed herself for not having a newer machine, but before too long, she was looking up the images online. It was actually an odd combination of 2 languages, Arabic and Hebrew. Very unusual, because the 2 alphabets were blended in such an unnatural way. Deciphering it became tedious at best, and borderline impossible. She managed to translate one sentence from one photograph and to the best of her limited abilities came up with the phrase, "Henceforth, relinquish my vessel." It was more than enough to send a chill down her spine, and when her phone rang, she nearly jumped out of her seat. It was Hector, and she couldn't have been happier to see that it was. Hector? Susan? Well, I didn't know what was going on. The NSA just called me about Teddy. I know Hector. I'm supposed to be heading to the police station now. They're saying Teddy was some kind of spy and that he set off a bomb at the paper. That's insane. I know. Listen, Hector. I know this is going to sound crazy, believe me. But I'm pretty sure that this has something to do with those damned contracts. Contracts? What are you talking about? Oh, Hector. Her voice was getting thick with emotion, and she had to fight to stave off the tears. If she started crying now, she wouldn't be able to stop. I'm so scared right now. Lou. Both were sent contracts last night and... Oh. She sobbed. Why did I listen to him? We filled them out and sent them back. You did what? It's true that Susan didn't know Hector that well, having only just met the day before. But it was the first time she'd heard his voice with any kind of edge to it. She did not like it. Why in the holy hell would you guys do that? I don't know, Hector. She snapped back at him. It was Teddy's plan. He thought we could get a great story out of it. We were using fake names and then having the payments sent to each other so that they couldn't pay and abduct both of us if that was their end game. I was so tired. It seemed reasonable. I went along. She didn't tell him the part about having her money sent to Ginger. He said something about recording himself filling out the contract and putting it online. We're online. I can't. It was something weird like twist or tremor or twitch, Hector interrupted. Yay, that's it. Okay, I can find that. Then I'm coming over, she informed him. I thought you had to get to the police station or something. Damn it, Hector. I'm terrified and I have to know what's going on here. Besides, you might be the only person in the world that'll believe me if this is them. As quickly as she could, she exchanged her pajamas and footies for a tracksuit and tennis shoes, and began hunting for her keys and purse. She figured, assuming she could avoid a speeding ticket, that she could make it to Hector's in just under an hour. And she was just about out the door when a familiar sound froze her in her tracks. It was that same damn email notification from the night before. The one that signified the contract. There was nothing in her being that wanted to go to her laptop and open the new email. But she knew she had no choice. She was playing in a game she didn't know by rules she didn't understand. This time, rather than the sender being listed as Teddy, it was her own email address from which the email emanated. One reluctant sigh and a double click later, and she was reading the single sentence that made up the whole of the transmission. Contract accepted. Owed funds deferred to next eligible candidate. Owed funds deferred to next eligible candidate? She repeated aloud, and yet to herself. Hopefully Hector would be able to help with that as well. 30 minutes into her drive down the interstate, traffic came to a halt and became backed up in both directions as far as the eye could see. Most likely an accident much further down the highway. Through her Bluetooth-connected car speakers, she called Hector to let him know that she would be running behind. I was just about to call you too, he informed her. Why? What's up? I found the video, and I'm watching it now. This is weird. He's reading off the questions out loud, and guess what? He didn't give her a chance to guess. The fake name he used was Dmitry Volkov. Sound familiar? That was his supposedly real Russian spy name, she agreed. Wait a sec. What the hell is that? She could hear his tone change dramatically. Less Hardy Boys and more Scooby-Doo. What? Susan urged. What is it? I don't know. It's got the camera at a bad angle to tell, but it kind of looks like someone has walked into the room behind him. Sort of. Well, I don't know how to describe it. It looks like a solid thing in the shape of a person, but there's no anything. It's like they're wearing one of those black body sock things you see on certain idiots in the stands for NFL games. Completely black, like a solid shadow. His breath froze for a second before. Oh, damn. What? Susan screamed at her Prius. What? There's another one. And another. And another. There's a whole crowd of those idiots standing behind him. How can he not see them? Can't he hear them? I don't understand. What are you saying? There's someone in the room with him. Yes, damn it. Hector screamed, nearly hysterical. Oh God, no, don't do it, Teddy! He's about to send the contract back! No, Teddy! Please, God. Hector went completely silent, and Susan suddenly realized that her cheeks were moist with salty, warm tears. Hector? Her voice was feeble, barely capable of producing syllables. There was nothing for a full 10 seconds, and Susan was afraid that he'd hung up when he did finally speak again. I had to pause the video, even though she knew he was a sizable man, he sounded. In that moment, as frail and weak as she felt, I got sick. Too much beer, I guess. He gave a weak chuckle, devoid of any real happiness. Okay, so listen. At this point, he's just sent the contract back, and there are several sets of solid black hands taking hold of his shoulders. His eyes are wide with fear, and I'm sorry, I can't watch the rest. You have to, she begged. I have to know what happens next. She could hear the man in her speakers sigh, and it filled her tiny car with a resolute sadness. This is the best I can do, Susan. I will turn up the volume, so you can listen and push play. But I'm not going to watch this. I can't. In fact, I'm going back to the bathroom to throw up some more. There's at least a sixer left to come, I'd estimate. He didn't fake a chuckle this time, as they both knew he was dead serious. Apparently, neither of them had much of a constitution for this kind of business. Thank you, Hector. I understand. She did too. Are you still coming here? He asked before leaving her to the remainder of the video. Something in his voice said that he needed her company right now as much as she needed his. I'm stuck in a jam, accident, or something. I'll get there as quickly as I can. Okay, good, he sighed yet again, and she found that she hated the way its echo reverberated off her windows. I'm going to leave the phone here next to the speaker and press play now. When it's over, I guess I'll be back. Please hurry. With that, he was gone, and she could hear the clank of the phone being laid on Hector's desk, the click of a button, and then suddenly, volume was way too loud. She had to quickly adjust the difference with her car's volume knob, but not before Teddy's fear-stricken scream was penetrating her eardrums. No! He only barely sounded like the same man she'd spent the prior day with, but rather a cartoonish version of him. It was as if someone were trying to do a tight impression, but weren't quite getting it. I was wrong. She could hear the sounds of a struggle. Teddy sounded winded. Something crashes to the floor. His chair. He's panting. And then, I take it back. Just stop. I take it all back. His voice is audibly becoming further and further from the microphone, as though he were being dragged away. Please. I'm begging you. I was so wrong. And a door slams, and the audio becomes deathly quiet, with a suddenness that makes it more penetrating than Teddy's pleas had been. Susan wasn't terribly surprised to find herself shaking uncontrollably in her seat, and teetering on the verge of joining Hector in some more involuntary purging. She rolled down the windows, praying for just the smallest breeze that might help alleviate the sensation. It was only met with the oppressive and unnaturally hot morning air, which only aided in making her swoon a bit more. She was just about to try her luck with the air conditioner, which, on most days, was about 50-50, when the tiny car's speakers notified her of another incoming call. At first, not wanting to hang up on Hector, she wasn't going to answer it, but when she saw who it was, she knew she had to. Hector would understand. "Ginger? Is that really you?" Susan hadn't actually spoken to her sister in over a year, more out of guilt than anything. "Hey, big sis, how are you? Wow, Ginger. I really wasn't expecting to hear from you right now. Listen, Ginger, I'm gonna need to call you back later tonight. Some crazy things are going on right now, and..." "No," her sister cut her off. "You listen. You think you got crazy crap? You don't even know. Guess what?" She hadn't spoken to her in over 12 months, and within the first 3 seconds, she was already becoming irritated with her younger sister. "How do I? No." She worked hard to keep the frustration from her voice. "Hoo!" Ginger hooted so loud the windows vibrated in their frames. "What are you talking about?" Susan was becoming more and more certain that this call needed to be ended sooner rather than later. Hell, the girl was probably still drunk from the night before. "I'm talking about that Publishers Clearinghouse contest thingy. Is what I'm talking about. I just won that stuff. We're freaking millionaires now, idiots. It would have been laughable if it weren't so damn sad. Listen, Ginger, please. This is not a good time for this. I love you, sweetie, but you got scammed. I promise you that you didn't win the Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes. No, I'm really sorry. But, oh yay." Ginger entered yet again. "Then why did the TV crew just leave the apartment?" "What the hell are you talking about, Ginger? Tell you what." Her little sister had never sounded so smug. "I'll let you hear it from Big Joe." "What? Who the hell is Big Joe?" The frustration was coming through quite clearly now, but Ginger was no longer on the line to hear it. She'd already handed the phone to someone else. "Miss Collins? Yes. Who is this?" "My name is Joe Parlatano. Your sister has taken to calling me Big Joe. I do not mind." "Okay, Mr. Parlatano," the man offered, Joe Parlatano. The man offered, Joe Parlatano. "Please, call me Joe. Or Big Joe, if you prefer." She could hear her sister giggle in the background. "Okay, Joe? Who are you? Why are you at my sister's house? And what's this about a TV crew? All fair questions, Miss Collins." He paused for a moment, as if to give her a chance to say, "Call me Susan." She didn't. "And I'm happy to answer them for you. I'm a professional finance attorney, and I've been hired by your sister to aid her in all the taxation and legal matters that come with her winning the tremendous sums of money that she has." Wait a sec. Ginger was never one for pulling practical jokes, but this one was still hard to swallow. "You tell me Ginger really won? What, the Publishers Clearinghouse?" "That's correct, Miss Collins. In point of fact, it's the largest prize given in the history of the company." The blood began to freeze in her veins, and, as if seeing it happen from outside of herself, Susan could hear her own voice asking in slow motion, "How much did..." "Sure, when?" In her heart, she already knew what the answer would be. It didn't stop her from praying otherwise, however. "After penalties, taxes, and legal fees, your sister will be receiving right at $100 million. It will actually be paid out in 2 lump sums of $50 million apiece." Susan began to struggle for breath. She could hear Ginger blurt out in the background, tell her about the cool code words. When the lawyer spoke again, Susan could tell he wasn't speaking to her. "Are you sure you want me to do that, Miss Ginger? Those are private words so that only you can officially claim the prize." "That's my sister," Ginger informed him with no lack of conviction. "What's mine is hers, and that includes half the money. We have no secrets from each other." The guilt she felt for being so irritated with her little sister just a few minutes before was tangible, but it was still playing second fiddle to the apprehensive dread she was feeling, watching this surreal reality unfold before her from behind the wheel of a car she actually hated. "Very well, Miss Ginger. You're the boss." Ginger giggled again. "The payments are labeled under private code names, which your sister seems to find cool. The first payment is labeled as the Carol Klein donation, and the one to come sometime later is labeled as the Dmitry Volkov donation. I'm still at a loss as to why your sister finds them so amusing." Without warning, Ginger was back on the line, obviously having snatched the phone from Big Joe's hands. Carol Klein. "It's crazy, right?" There was a happiness in the younger woman's voice that Susan couldn't remember hearing since she was a little girl, and for a split second, it almost made her happy, like Mom's two favorites, Carol Burnett and Patsy Cline. It's almost like Mom made this happen from beyond the grave. It's too much to be a coincidence, don't you think? Susan didn't just think, she knew. Although it had nothing to do with their mother's ghost. Ginger came to that conclusion for the same reason Susan had chosen that as her alias on the contract in the first place, and the revelation forced her stomach into her chest cavity. The whole world seemed to be slowing down at an exponential rate. "Ginger," Susan thought she heard herself saying. It was hard to be sure. The interior of the car had taken on a dream-like quality where everything shimmered with hazy edges. "I have to go now." "Go," her little sis cried from a million miles away, with a voice that seemed to be fading. "Go where? We're rich now. All we gotta do. I'm happy for you." The version of Susan still sitting behind the wheel, the one she wasn't seemingly in control of, ended the call. For the first time in at least 15 minutes, she took in the environment outside of her vehicle. She was still sitting, bumper to bumper, stuck in traffic. But something wasn't quite right. For starters, it was too quiet. There were no running engines, frustrated honks, frat boys blasting their stereos, or even a chirping bird for that matter. Other than the gentle hum of her own car's little motor, there was nothing. And the windows were still down. The autopilot Susan turned off the Toyota, grabbed her cell phone. Some things were too ingrained, she guessed, and stepped out of the car. It didn't take more than a few steps to see that the other cars around her were all completely unoccupied. A frightened 30-yard dash further down indicated that the anomaly seemed to continue as far as the endless line of cars did. The fear was intense and legitimate, but it did deliver the shot of adrenaline needed to put her back in control of her full facilities. Even if it did somewhat inhibit her ability to think as clearly as she surely needed to be. Really, only one thought came through with any clarity at all. Hector. She needed to call Hector back. Maybe he could come get her. Help her. Somehow, she brought her cell phone screen up to her face to verbally request his number be dialed when her own phone rang with a FaceTime call. It was Hector. He'd beaten her to the punch. She swiped the screen and Hector's pudgy cheeks filled the screen from side to side. His face was red, and his eyes were bloodshot. It looked as though he'd been throwing up, or crying, or both. "Susan?" His voice sounded different than it did when he was speaking over the phone line. "Tinier, I was worried about you. You hung up." She tried to force a smile for the screen, but there was nothing genuine about it. "I'm sorry. She didn't know. Something really messed up is going on here. I'm out here in this traffic jam, but all the people have disappeared. It's just me. And the cars. I'm more than a little freaked out here. Let me see, Hector asked. Turn the camera around. Susan accommodated and spun her cell phone around so that Hector could see the unreal scenario she'd suddenly found herself in. She'd only waved it around for a few seconds when she could hear him screaming for her to turn the camera back around. She was planning on saying, "Make up your mind." But the instant she saw the unbridled terror in Hector's face, the sentence was all but frozen in her mouth. Moi, being the only sound that actually escaped. Susan? She could tell he was struggling to keep his voice even. Those cars aren't empty. It's them. The dark people that took Teddy. There's hundreds of them. They're all around you. Hector's face began to tremble in her hands as she fought to keep the device in her grasp. Her eyes were as wide as saucers, but she couldn't bring herself to look up from the tiny screen. If she looked back up, she would see them. They would be there. Plain as day, yet black and formless, living shadows that not even the morning sunlight could penetrate. Somehow she just knew, that looking back up would be the only catalyst needed for hell to engulf her. And yet, she did. The phone fell from her hands. Somewhere in another world, a voice was crying out in the distance, small and inconsequential. You need to run. It was saying, Susan, you need to run. It might have been someone she knew in another life, but that didn't really matter now. Nothing like that was important anymore. Please, Susan. Oh God, not again. The voice seemed so frantic, so full of emotion. It made no sense. Pointless. Why it was even telling Susan to run somewhere in the first place was just as baffling. That poor, tormented creature obviously had no idea that ship had sailed. Susan was already gone. Story 5. I always admired my grandfather's courage. He had fought in the war on what we nowadays think of as the wrong side. But he had never been a believer in the cause. Sometimes a rifle is pressed in your hand, and your choice is either to fire and worry about being shot from the front, or not to fire and be sure that you'll be shot from behind. He was young when he was drafted, barely 16. Before he left, he gave his first kiss and a promise to a girl. She waited 5 years until the end of the war, surviving on just 5 or 6 letters that she kept as treasure. The war ended, but even the defeat was celebrated, not openly, but in the hearts and eyes of the people. People never wage war. It is politicians that wage war. No soldier that ever stood in the line of a rifle believes that war is heroic. Only those divorced from reality, those that sit in tidy offices, those dream of war. Soldiers came home with thin bodies and bandaged limbs. They hugged their wives and women before they fell onto beds and relived the front and dreams that made them toss and turn and wake up from their own screams. His girl watched with tears in her eyes while her sister and mother each welcomed their men home. She heard the men scream at night, and each scream lodged a stone in her throat. She prayed that the man she had kissed did not have to scream, and then she prayed that the man she had kissed was alive enough to scream. Then she prayed for forgiveness for her selfishness. The other men, when they came, were often so thin that their women, when they welcomed them, were scared of hugging them too tightly, for their spines or ribs might break. Especially those that came from the east were thin, the skin of their faces sunken into their cheeks. 2 years after the war, a scarecrow knocked on her door. An old man, 40 at least, the arms thin like bare bones, a hard and dirty beard that had long stopped growing for want of nutrition, and his skin a gray with blue and black patches. His lips stretched into a black-toothed smile. She stepped back into the house. The door was closing fast. "Wait," he said. "It's me." Even after a hot meal and shower and shave, she still recognized nothing except his eyes and the shape of his nose. It took 2 weeks before she thought that he was true, and another 2 before she was sure. Sometimes on those days where she took him along to the market, the sellers called him her father. The man in the leather chair had to ask her twice, and then demand another witness to make sure that he was the man he claimed to be, and not his father or uncle or another older relative. The war had stolen his youth. When my grandfather spoke about the war, he never spoke about his experiences. He spoke in the abstract, the way you speak about a movie or a book, not even the way you speak about history. They were overrun, hundreds of kilometers. There was no resistance at all. Then General Winter, as the Russians call it, attacked. The troops still got further. There were villages, poor people. It wasn't a choice. The supplies weren't coming. Everything was taken. All those that didn't run were shot. Sometimes he talked about the early phases of the war, when everybody was hopeful, when things were going far too well and easy. He always said, not with pride, but in a matter-of-fact way, that the war would have been won if it had been against 1 or 2 or 5 countries, rather than against half the civilized world. But my grandfather refused to speak about the things that happened at the end and after the war. When he was asked, he didn't reply. He only shook his head and looked away. My grandmother said that she heard strange things when he was asleep. She heard him begging for food and water, for a blanket. She heard him beg that someone stop. She heard him beg that someone let him go. She heard him beg for forgiveness. As long as I can remember, I asked my grandfather about the war. Despite his warnings, for me those were stories of adventure and courage. I only heard when he spoke about trenches and gunfire, not when he spoke about catching rats for food and drying puddle water in trousers so soiled that it was better to rub them clean with mud and dry them in the rare moments of sun than to leave them as they were. I didn't understand that my questions hurt him, that I forced him to relive a time that he would have given an arm to forget. And yet, all those times when I made him tell stories in his odd, unemotional and descriptive way, he refused to speak about the end. Once I baited him enough to say that he did not remember how he got home, sometimes riding on trains and sometimes by foot, but always just following the direction of the setting sun, until he stumbled upon street signs that he finally could read. He came from far in the east, places he either did not remember or did not want to remember. And every time I asked, his stories ended with the village that they pillaged, where they condemned men and women and children to death, because they themselves did not know how else to survive. As said, I always admired my grandfather for his courage. He paid that war with his youth, and on his return, decided that, for this heavy price, he at least wanted to be a good man. I could recount countless times when I saw him, an old man by then, chase down young rascals that had egged a house or stolen a handbag. He jumped in when neighbors needed help. Saw you, or no wife or this show. He passed a burning house and thought he heard a child caught still inside. He told me to stay where I was, and without a thought slammed his shoulder into the door until it broke from its hinges, and he himself disappeared in black smoke. In the end, there was no child that needed to be saved. My mother called him a fool for breaking his shoulder like that. For me, he was a hero. My grandfather taught me that we all dream of being courageous, but that very few of us take our chance to be a hero when it is offered to us. In our lives, we pass countless times where we could save, but we drive past and look for excuses. I have to hurry home. It didn't look that bad. Others were helping already. Being scared and comfortable is easier than being courageous. And to make ourselves feel good, we imagine the heroic acts we would have done if we had had the time, or if it had been that bad, or if others hadn't been there. There was only one thing my grandfather was scared of: dark rooms. Their house had a basement, but they rarely, if ever, used it. There were strong lights installed, and the light switch was outside the basement door. But there was nothing inside except for old furniture never to be used again. and a few old tires that should someday have made a swing. My grandmother did not mind entering the basement, but he forbade her to use it. "There are things," he said, "that live in such darkness." At night he made sure that everyone else was upstairs and in their rooms. He turned the flashlight on and the living room lights off, and, faster than he should have moved in his age, hastened up the stairs. The guest room was right next to their bedroom. So many times in years I heard him run up those stairs, slam the door and breathe heavy air into his lungs. My grandmother never complained. She never told him that he had to stop or that he was risking his life. She understood. He had told her. My father's parents had died in a car accident when I was young. For me, they are a hazy memory, more photos than people. That might be why my mother's parents were so important for me. They were my personal grandparents, the ones I had, and the ones I loved. They had always been very healthy. When I was young, my grandfather still ran and played soccer with me. But in the last few years, their age was beginning to take its toll. I noticed that they lost their ability to focus, then their ability to remember recent events, then their ability to remember me. My grandmother and grandfather still followed their routine. My grandmother and grandfather still followed their routine. They cared for themselves and didn't need our help, except for tax matters and other administrative duties that some government official had decided needed to be complicated. My parents visited often to make sure that the house was in order and food in the fridge. They kept me updated on my grandparents' health and happiness. For Christmas, I finally managed to visit. It's not a nice thing to admit, but my parents and I, with my mother as her parents' only child and me as my parents' only child, made sure to be there and not have any other plans, because we thought it might be the last Christmas that we would have had together as a family. I was happy to see them and hug them again. I felt guilty, in a way, that I hadn't provided any great-grandchildren yet, and had not even a girlfriend or wife to present. I was surprised how confused they were, that they did not remember who I was. My grandparents did not seem to remember my parents' names either, but they still recognized their faces. I was a stranger. Face and name alike. And during the meals and songs and conversations, I felt as if I was an intruder in bygone lives, that they were reliving with glassy eyes. It was the 26th of December. My parents and grandmother went to see the Christmas market. I stayed home with my grandfather and his aching knee to drink tea and play Scrabble. I was in the kitchen when he called out, "Son!" With the teapot, I walked back into the living room. He sat in his armchair, upright, his eyes suddenly clear and right on me. "Son," he said again, loud and forceful. "Yes? Make sure the lights are on." "Sure, Grandpa." I walked towards the light switch. His eyes followed me. "Sure, Grandpa." I walked towards the light switch. His eyes followed me. "They come when the lights are off," he said. "You know that, right? I'm not sure who comes, but I'll keep the lights on for you." They. His voice was not frail anymore. It thundered through the room. "They come. Those things, I told you about them." I turned the light on. "I don't think you told me," I said. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Don't fool me, boy." "I'm sorry. I really don't know what you mean." "Oh, I told you." "I know I told you." "I know I told you." "I taught you to keep the lights on." "You told me to keep the lights on, but you never told me why." There was anger in his face. "Why? Why?" "I saw them and I saw what they do to us, and you doubt me. You saw things in the dark. You saw things in the dark." 3 years I saw them. 3 years they held me and the others. I never heard about that. "Oh," he said, "then you should." That evening, in less than 20 minutes, my grandfather told me about his last years at the front. 1 year before the war ended, they were ordered to retreat. They fled in small groups through the countryside they had pillaged and burned just weeks before, past houses with the frozen dead still inside. There was a church, he said, a large old church made of stone. It was the only building still intact in the village, the only place to seek shelter from the wind and cold. They made a fire with old church benches and sank to their sleep right next to it. 7 men in total, 2 injured and moaning, and the other 5 just scared and weak. My grandfather said he woke up from screams all around him. The room was pitch black. The stone floor was moving under his body. He struggled to get on his feet, and only then realized that his feet were being held. The floor was still. His feet were being pulled. Then he too screamed. He said they were pulled downstairs. His weapon and knife were gone. Then he heard more people, moaning and screaming. A suffocating stench punched into his lungs. He was thrown onto a heap of warm bodies. Something bit his leg, and he kicked, and the man screamed in pain. The room was pitch black. Another man was thrown on him. The door fell shut and was locked. He said they moved away from the heap of bodies, but the cold soon drove them to get closer. Every few minutes somebody screamed. He could hear flesh ripping and teeth grinding. He said there must have been hundreds of people. He said they tried to hammer against the metal door and scream for help. And the voice of an old man laughed at them from behind. He said in broken German that the door was thick and nobody there that could hear them, but once every while the door opened. Something dark moved inside, and when it came inside, the room grew cold, and the humans moved closer to one another. My grandfather said he felt the energy being drained from his body, and a panic and dread rise in his soul. Soon the dread started even before the door opened. They all adapted. They were all adapted. There was no problem with water. It ran occasionally down the walls, and if it was not licked off, it accumulated on the floor to join with the layers of excrement and sweat. He said that he tried to hold out, but that after days of hunger, you choose desperate measures. He said that he never killed one there, that he only took pieces from those that had died, or at least those that he thought had died. Every few days more were thrown into the room. Every few days there was a struggle, some of the old against some of the new. They tried to stay together, the brothers in arms that had fought together, but soon that too broke apart. He said that someday the number of new people started decreasing. There were only a rare few, and the numbers in the room dwindled. He sat for most of the time on a higher stone, one that the others seemed to not have found. He only climbed down when he knew that a struggle had ended, that one was dead, that something could be eaten. But no matter the struggles, every time when the dread came and the door opened, they all huddled together. They all felt the same exhaustion, cold and panic in their souls. And then, one day, long after no more new people arrived, when only 3 or 4 or 5 were left, there were footsteps outside. He was scared because he didn't feel dread. The door opened, and a man with a torch stood there. A gun fell from his hand, and his mouth opened, and he ran and scrambled up the stairs. And he threw up while running. The door was open. There was a glimmer of light from upstairs. That was how my grandfather left. He said he didn't turn to look who or what he left behind. Something behind him scrambled up the stairs too. But he was the first to get out, and he was the first to reach the forest and eat grass and bugs and other things that he found close to the ground. He found a piece of cloth first, then a rotten uniform on a corpse, and later, when he had scrambled far enough, and when his strength returned, he found a village and stole a dry uniform from a laundry line, and a bag of potatoes from the same place. I don't know what they are, he said, but they live from the warmth and spirit we leave behind. I nodded. They live off us, he said. Do you understand? They need you to exist. They want to catch you. They want to drain you. They want that you forget about the light. The light? I asked. Yes, he said. The light. They held us in the darkness. 3 years they drained me, and lived off me, and made me do things I don't even want to think again. He cleared his throat. And, he said, I know what that dread feels like. It is not like any other. It is at the core of your being. You feel it in your spine and back and gut. 3 years I felt it, and after that it never went away. It never went away. Of course it didn't, he said. Because they always stay. They always wait. They will always be there, consuming what spirit you leave behind, and hoping that one day you become careless, that you forget about the light. And then they strike. I glimpsed outside, where the world was slowly turning gray. They are here, right now. My grandfather nodded. They wait, he said. They come and consume what we leave, but they hope for more. They hope that one of us grows careless and ignores the dread. They wait until one of us stays when the room is dark. We sat quietly, his eyes meeting mine. Okay, I finally said. Good, he said. He nodded silently, then looked outside. A moment later, his eyes seemed glassy again. Are you okay? I asked. He turned to me and frowned. Who are you? He asked. It was the last conversation that I truly had with him. Since January, his condition got worse. He talked about dead men. He spoke about hunger and fear. He asked for the girl that he had kissed when he was 16, and neither he nor she noticed that the girl sat right next to him, patting his hand. I loved my grandfather. I miss him. I wish I'd been there, rather than a 6-hour drive away, and that I could have taken care of him, rather than leave him alone. I wish that it had been me or my parents, and not the girl that waited 7 years for his return, that had to find him. But most of all, and I know that it sounds cruel and wrong and selfish, I wish that he would have died in his bed or in the hospital during the day. I wish so much that she didn't have to find him in the morning, on the living room floor, with the flashlight off and his mouth wide open. Story 6. On a warm Tuesday night in 1971, Tamara put on her best Sunday clothes and climbed out of her bedroom window. Her foster brother Jax was asleep peacefully in his bed on the other side of the room, his glasses neatly placed on his bedside table, his dark hair messy from tossing and turning. As Tamara's pretty dress shoes hit the dirt below their shared bedroom window, she heard the soft sound of a rock shifting beneath her weight, and she held her breath for a long moment. When nothing happened, she drew her hands away from the windowsill and crept away from the small white house she lived in near the edge of Rougewood, Texas. The moment she stepped off of the grass and her shoe hit the gravel street, a firefly buzzed before her nose. It whizzed in a circle around her head, buzzing by her ear, and she struggled to keep her eyes on it. She lifted her hands to catch it, but before her fingers could clasp around the insect, its light zoomed away down the street. Without so much as a second thought, Tamara ran after it as fast as she could, grinning and stifling her giggles. Down the street she went, the gravel melting into asphalt, the houses getting closer together, and the distant giggles of other children reminding her of her goal: to find the festival. The golden light of the firefly turned left, and so did Tammy. Her face was flushed, her breath heavy, and her legs tired, but she desperately wanted to follow the light. She kept her pace, her eyes on her prize, her arms stretching out towards it. She leaped over rocks and fences, nearly tripping once but forcing herself back up with a grunt and a huff. Finally, when she entered a field of corn, she was sure she was gaining on it. At first, she wondered if it was just her hoping too hard, but no. As she dodged around corn stalks, she could tell she was getting closer. She forced herself to run faster than she thought she could, her arms out and fingers spread wide to finally capture the little glowing bug she had chased so far for so long. Just when she was sure she could close her hands around it, it completely disappeared, and she ground to a halt, nearly slipping in the dirt. and ruining her Sunday clothes. She stood still in the dark of the night, the stalks of corn surrounding her forever on all sides. Her breathing was loud and heavy, and she felt sticky and sweaty. She swallowed her spit and looked around herself, but saw nothing but the dark silhouettes of the corn disappearing into the distance. Though the moon shone bright, and it was a clear night, she felt that not enough light was penetrating the leaves over her head. She felt her chest tighten, and her eyes begin to sting, and she lifted her hand to bite down hard on her knuckle as she spun around a few times, desperate to get her bearings. Then she heard it. At first she wasn't sure what it was, but after a few seconds she realized it was a tune. Music was playing somewhere, the sound getting closer and closer, though Tamara stayed still, her face stained with tears. She moved towards the noise, pushing at the stalks around her in an attempt to see where it came from. As she went, she slowly began to see fireflies again, but there were many of them, and none of them seemed keen on leading her anywhere. She kept following the joyful sound as it began to blend with children's laughter, the smell of fresh popcorn, the clapping of hands in time to the rhythm. When she finally broke through the thick wall of corn stalks, she looked up to see a large, freshly painted red barn in front of her, decorated to glow golden with fairy lights and streamers. Children were running in and out, laughing and playing and dancing, some holding popcorn and candy, and others holding balloons. By the door stood a teenage girl, dressed in a white button-down shirt and a red vest, black slacks and dress shoes, bow tie, top hat, and cane to tie it all together, grinning joyfully at everyone who ran past. Inevitably, that grin fell upon Tamara. The girl smiled and raised a finger to beckon her closer. The girl knelt before Tamara, her shining green eyes crinkled at the corners with glee. "Well, howdy there, little princess. It's so nice to see a new little face here among all these friends. May I ask for your name?" "Tamara," she replied, and the girl smiled. "Tamara. That's a lovely name. Do you mind if I call you Tammy?" When the little one nodded, the girl's grin got even bigger. "Tammy, you've dressed up so nicely to come and visit us. I'm so happy." She clasped her gloved hands together, bringing them to her chest. "I'm known as the Barker around these parts. I'm the one who takes attendance, makes sure everyone is here and having a good time before the games begin. I bet you just can't wait, huh? I can see it in you. Your little heart is just pounding with excitement, isn't it?" The Barker reached out, walking her fingers up Tammy's arm, and then poking her on the left side of her chest. And Tammy giggled, her tongue sticking out between her teeth. "All right, Tammy, I want you to go on in and have some fun, okay?" The Barker smoothed Tammy's hair with a gentle touch. "Remember to be a good kid at all times. Good kids get a prize at the end of the night." Placing a firm hand on Tammy's back, the Barker led her into the barn. The inside was even brighter than Tammy could have imagined. The walls were painted brightly with cute pictures of sheep and pigs and chickens and cows. Streamers hung from the ceiling in every color. The smell of cotton candy and fairy dust lingered in the air. It was filled with children, all between the ages of 5 and 10. Everyone was laughing and cheering, not a frown on a single face. There were popcorn stands, and a man handing out candy, another man handing out balloons. She heard someone walking by say something about a petting zoo, and it all felt magical. She couldn't decide where to go first, her eyes as big as dinner plates as she took it all in. Suddenly, she made up her mind. She wanted a lollipop. She hurried across the hay-covered floor to the back of the crowd surrounding the candy man. He laughed along with each child while everyone else waited patiently for their turn, as a good kid would. Though it felt like ages, finally his shiny eyes landed on her. "What would you like, Tammy?" he asked, leaning towards her. Giggling, she pointed at the lollipop sticking out of his cart, and he turned to see with a hearty chuckle. "Ooh, a marvelous choice. What flavor?" Tammy picked cherry, and as he handed the treat to her, the Candyman winked. "You go be a good girl, all right. All right." Then he turned to the next child, a little boy with chocolate around his lips. Tammy walked away. When she got a bit closer to the back of the barn, Tammy saw there was a petting zoo. There were baby piglets, and bunny rabbits, puppies and kittens and chicks and fawns. She looked at it from afar for a moment, utterly astonished, then ran over as fast as she could. The chicks were like cotton balls in her hands. The bunnies were softer than clouds. The puppies tumbled and played and tried to get her to play too. And the kittens climbed up her clothes and she kissed their heads. She sat crisscross on the ground, and a baby piglet settled in her lap. And she found it so cute she didn't want to move or disturb it. So she sat there a bit, licking at her lollipop, which was absolutely scrumptious, and watching everyone laugh and run and play and shovel popcorn into their open mouths. "Is this your first time at the Bad Kids Festival?" a voice asked her, and she turned around to see a little boy talking to her. His skin was dark, and he wore a dress shirt, nice brown slacks and suspenders, shiny shoes. He came over and crouched beside her. "You just came here, huh? Don't you live with the Owens down on Whitney Lane?" Tammy nodded and he clicked his tongue. "You're their newest foster kid, huh?" Another nod. "I've been with them for a few weeks now," she told him. "How'd you hear about the festival?" "Jax told me," she replied. "He said there was a carnival nobody remembers until it's time to go." "I don't get what he means, though." "He means what he said." The boy replies with an eye roll. Something funny goes on in everyone's head around the time of the festival. Nobody really mentions it. Maybe we're all just afraid to. What happens? Tammy leaned forward and the sleepy piglet in her lap shifted. The boy seemed to think for a moment before sitting down crisscross next to her. "Once you leave, you forget everything that happened here," he told her. "All you remember by the next morning is that you went and had fun while you was there. No details. Until a whole year goes by." He nodded. "Then one night everyone comes running out into the cornfields, and we ended up here. I've heard people say they came looking for this place afterwards, but nobody's ever found it." He sighed and pushed some hay around with his index finger, focusing his gaze on that. "I'm real sorry they're like that. The Owens, I mean," he said. "They have a new kid each month, it seems like. Except for Jax. He's been here as long as I can remember." He shifted his weight slightly. "He just turned 11 this year, though." "How old are you?" "I'm 6, Tammy answered him, and he seemed surprised. "6? I thought you was at least 8, huh?" Another click of his tongue. "I'm 9, he said. "So next year will be my last year getting to come to the festival." Tammy furrowed her brow. "How come?" the boy groaned. "Don't tell me Jax didn't tell you." "You can't come after you turn 11. The Fireflies won't guide anyone older than 10. They just want." He picked up some pieces of hay on the ground and started trying to make a circle with them. "Some say you forget all about it after a while, but I don't believe them. How can you forget the Bad Kids Festival?" The two of them looked around at the barn, full of ecstatic children on sugar highs, clapping and dancing, playing tag and throwing fistfuls of hay from the hay bales in the corners. There was so much joy in the air that Tammy told herself she could never forget what it felt like to be right there, at that moment. "Hey," the boy said. "You ever wonder why everyone calls it that? The Bad Kids Festival?" Tammy turned her head to look at him, and he continued. "I mean, everyone who works here tells you the same thing. They tell you to be good. They tell you to be patient and polite and gentle and kind. All of that stuff. But then they name the whole event like we're all bad kids. We ain't all bad. The bad ones get weeded out anyway." "So why name it like that?" Tammy hummed in thought, then furrowed her brow. What do you mean, weeded out?" The boy got very quiet, very quickly. "I don't know," he said. "I just said it without even thinking about it." Though she was confused, the topic made Tammy uncomfortable. And suddenly, she didn't want to know anymore. The piglet crawled off her lap then, and she pushed herself up. The boy rose too. "Come on," he said. "Let's go get balloons." Tammy learned that the boy's name was Trevin and that he preferred vanilla over chocolate ice cream. He also preferred pink to blue as a color, so that's the color balloon he got tied to his wrist. Tammy chose purple. Together the two of them enjoyed the festival, up until all the lights went out very suddenly, leaving everyone in the dark. Tammy reached out and latched onto Trevin's arm, swallowing hard. A soft and uneasy murmur went over the crowd. A click sounded and a spotlight came on. Suddenly, there was a stage where the barn doors had once stood, and on that stage stood none other than the Barker. She twirled her cane in her hand and grinned to the crowd of children before her. "Is everyone ready to play with the Barker?" she called, her voice loud and jovial, and the children responded with a roar of approval that made her toss her head back in laughter. "That's great. I'm so happy to hear it. Now everybody sit down." On command, everyone sat down in their spot, crossing their legs or leaning against friends. The Barker hummed. "Now, the rules of the Barker's game are simple. Just stand up when I say. That's it." "Doesn't that sound easy?" There was a murmur of agreement, and the Barker pouted. "That doesn't sound like everybody's ready." The crowd roared upwards once more, waving arms and clapping hands, and a few older kids whistled faintly. That grin resurfaced on the Barker's face. "All right, everybody. Round one. If you like going to school, stand up." The Barker excitedly raised an arm, and the crowd began to boo, placing a gloved hand on her chest. She recoiled in shock. "You're all telling me you don't like school," she cried, and the crowd responded with various forms of yeah and yes. She sighed, tapping her chin and twirling her cane in one hand. She hummed softly, pacing back and forth on the stage a bit before she snapped her fingers. "I know." Taking off her top hat, she tapped her fingers along the brim. "Round two. Stand up if you like." Her hand disappeared into the well of the hat. Magic tricks. Out came a bunny, held by its ears. The crowd leaped to its feet, cheering and clapping, raising their arms over their heads in excitement. The Barker smiled upon all of them. "All right, that's more like it. Everyone sit back down." Once everyone was seated once more, the Barker dropped the bunny back into the hat and replaced it atop her head. She leaned on her cane and tapped her chin, thinking hard about something. Then she gasped and said, "Round three." Tammy leaned forward. This game was far more fun than she expected it to be. Maybe it was because she was surrounded by so many excited people, but she could hardly keep still. She fidgeted in her spot and giggled, but when she glanced over at Trevin, she saw he wasn't even cracking a smile. She frowned and leaned over to whisper to him, "What's wrong?" He glanced at her briefly, his whole body tense. "I don't know," he whispered back. Then the Barker spoke again. "Stand up if you've ever stolen from your mother's purse." There was a drastic shift in the Barker's tone when she spoke. That once jovial voice that sang to Tammy when she first arrived now sounded cold and sharp, like whoever was behind it had gone on break and left some alien in their place. As a confused murmur settled across the crowd, a chill went down Tammy's spine. The Barker's grin had disappeared. "Nobody?" she asked. Nobody made a move to stand. She hummed softly. Well, some of you truly are good children, while others are filthy, rotten liars. But don't worry. They won't taint you." Suddenly, screams rang out all around the bar. In the limited light, Tammy saw flailing limbs and children scrambling away from them, kicking them away. It lasted only a minute before a cold silence fell across the crowd once more. "Round 4. Said the Barker. Felt like all the warmth had left Tammy's body at once. She barely breathed as the Barker stood still as stone on the stage, the spotlight overhead making her seem to almost glow. In a low, breathy voice, she said, "Stand up if you've ever broken an expensive vase." This time, a couple of children scrambled to their feet, trembling so hard that Tammy could see even the children farthest from her were shaking like leaves in a hurricane. The Barker's eyes scanned the area slowly, and then her upper lip curled into a sneer. "Some of you haven't learned." This time, Tammy saw it. A girl in front of her with pink bows in her hair and wildflowers weaved into her braids. The ground beneath her melted into a dark, goopy black, and she sank into it. She reached for her friend next to her, but he scrambled away in horror, afraid he may be dragged down with her. She clawed at the hay, at the dirt. She shrieked so high that Tammy's ears rang. She fought until the last bit of her fingertips disappeared into the earth. And then the ground returned to normal, and everyone was again left in chilling silence. Those who were standing slowly sat back down. Tammy wanted to cry and scream and run home and vomit. Everything felt horrible. She looked around the room for the candy man, or the woman handing out balloons, or for the elderly man watching over the petting zoo from a rocking chair, only to find them all slumped on the floor, against walls, in chairs, as if upon the lights going out every muscle had stopped working and they had fallen over lifeless. Trevin grabbed her hand. "Don't look," he said. "It only gets worse." Round 5. The Barker's voice came out slow and distorted. Her eyes had rolled back into her head. Her knees bent inward as she leaned to one side, her cane barely supporting her. "Stand up if you talk back to your parents." More children stood this time. Tammy could hear someone crying distantly, but wasn't sure which direction it was coming from. It felt both far away and right next to her at the same time. Though the Barker now had no pupils, Tammy could feel her gaze washing over her, like a cold slime enveloping her body, an invasive substance she wanted to wash away. "You should all know better by your age," the Barker hummed, and Trevin screamed, "No, no, I don't." And ever the blackness of the ground began to swallow him up. He kicked and flailed and fought, screaming at the top of his lungs and reaching for Tammy. She tried to back away, but his hand clamped around her ankle, cold and clammy. She shrieked and reached for someone nearby to help, but everyone scrambled away just as she had done a moment ago. Just as she was sure she would be dragged in, her foot hit solid ground. Trevin continued to sink, but Tammy did not. His hand clung to her a long moment before finally slipping away, and the blackness of the ground washed away, leaving Tammy alone with tears streaming down her face and a hand-shaped bruise on her leg. "Round 6, said the Barker. Tammy gagged and threw up cherry lollipop and buttered popcorn all over the ground where Trevin had just been. Her vision smeared, and she looked up at the barn walls. The once happy-looking cartoon animals were suddenly just blobs of cracked, peeling paint. The smell of fairy dust was replaced with the smell of dirt and her own vomit. The streamers were never there. They were just spiderwebs, long abandoned and dangling over her head. The room spun. Tammy threw up again. "Stand up if you cheat on your schoolwork." Time moved in slow motion. Children stood. Screams sounded, but Tammy barely registered any of it. It all felt real, painfully real, and she wished she could just get up and sprint as fast as she could away from there. Then, as she raised her hands to her face to sob into them, a little golden light appeared in her palm. She blinked at it a moment, clearing her eyes of tears, then watched as it flew up and buzzed circles around her head. She swallowed thickly and struggled to focus on it. "Round 7, the Barker said, and collapsed in a heap on stage. There was a long pause, long enough for everyone to begin shifting in their seats and whispering to those nearby, before she repeated, "Round 7, a longer pause." Tammy stared at the Barker's limp body in the spotlight. Smoke rose from it, first in thin, barely noticeable wisps, then gradually invisible streams rising from her clothes and skin. 7. All that moved was her lips. A great plume of smoke drifted out. Then, all at once, the Barker was in flames. Children screamed and began standing up, running away, but the ground opened up to swallow them into the darkness. The other workers simultaneously combusted moments later, joining Barker in this crackling finale. The firefly buzzed in Tammy's ear, and she wailed into her hands. "Stand up if you know the way out." The Barker's voice almost sounded human again, but it wasn't close enough. Through the whooshing of flames and the scent of burning flesh, Tammy heard sobbing from all directions at once. Not only her own voice, but everyone who remained and everyone who had ever attended the Bad Kids Festival. "Please," the Barker's voice pleaded, rising in pitch. "One of you must know a way out." The flames spread from her body to the stage to the barn to the hay, which within moments left all the children batting at their clothes with their hands and frantically clearing spaces to sit. 7! The Barker shrieked. 7 years I've been here. Tell me the way out. Tammy heard the buzzing in her ear once more, and without a second thought, she leaped to her feet and followed it, her eyes closed. She opened her mouth to scream a command for everyone to follow her, but never once did she look where she went. She followed the buzzing and the glowing shapes behind her eyelids, sprinting as fast as she could. She felt heat and flames graze her body. She heard the cracking of boards and the Barker's shrieks as the barn collapsed and the festival ended. When Tammy finally opened her eyes, she saw she was running through the cornfield she had sprinted through to get here in the first place. She heard several people running behind her, telling her either she hadn't made it out alone or she was being followed. She made a silent plea to the fireflies to guide the other children home safely, and followed her own buzzing little friend with all her might. Her entire body felt heavy and gross, but she forced herself to keep going, for fear of what would happen if she stopped. She exited the cornfield alone. She leaped over rocks and fences, made a right turn, sprinted straight ahead until the asphalt broke into gravel beneath her shoes. She kept running. The firefly disappeared the moment her shoes hit the lawn, and there she finally stopped and stood, staring, breathing heavily. The house stood just as she had left it, white and pretty. Climbing back through her window, she saw Jack still asleep, though now he faced the wall. She changed out her Sunday clothes and hung them up, as she had them before leaving, as if they had been there all night. She put on her nightgown, brushed her hair, and climbed into bed, where she fell asleep nearly instantly, and had nightmares of fairies bursting into flames before her eyes. The next morning, Tamara woke to Jack's shaking her. When she rolled over to look at him, all he said was, "Breakfast," before turning and leaving the room. She got out of bed, dressed in her school clothes, and went to the dining room where her foster mother was putting sausage, eggs, and toast on a plate for her. She climbed into her chair and began eating slowly. As her stomach still felt upset, she nearly inhaled a bite of toast when her foster father, who had been sitting silently reading the paper and drinking his coffee up until now, asked, "Did you sleep well, Tamara?" Tamara paused, thinking hard. She remembered the Bad Kids Festival, playing, meeting Trevin, and him telling her that everyone would forget it all within a few days. Past that, she couldn't remember a thing. It all blurred together in her head. "I slept just fine." "Thank you, Mr. Owens," she replied. He smiled at her from over the paper. So she smiled back at him. "Mom says I have to walk you home after school today," Jack said through a mouthful of scrambled eggs. "Find me at the front once we get out, okay?" Okay, Tammy said. "Will you wait by that oak tree with the yellow ribbon on it?" Jax nodded at her as he sipped his orange juice, accidentally spilling some on his shirt. That day at school, Tamara was as good as she could be. She did not notice the number of children who did not come to class. She paid attention and did wonderfully on a spelling test, which she showed to Jax upon meeting him under the oak tree. He told her she did a good job. Then the two started home. It was a short walk, as their town was small and they were lucky enough to live close by. As they turned down their street, Jack stopped her in front of the house on the corner. "Wait here," he said. "My friend didn't come to school today, and I have to bring him some homework." Tammy sat on the curb and waited as Jax walked up to the front door of the home. She ripped up some grass and tied the blades together as she listened to them talking indistinctly. When Jax came back down the lawn, he was frowning. He grabbed Tamara roughly by the arm, yanked her up, and kept walking. She whined and wrenched her arm away. "What's your deal, butthead?" "He wasn't there," Jax replied. Tamara went quiet as Jax walked more quickly. She noticed his hands were shaking. "Trevon wasn't there." His voice shook, too. Jax went straight to his room when he walked in, slamming his door hard enough that Tamara felt it in her shoes. Mrs. Owens came to greet her, and Tamara showed her the spelling test. Mrs. Owens clapped her hands and pinned it to the fridge. As Tamara smiled up at her foster mother, she made up her mind to be very good and as honest as she could possibly be. She felt those things were very important. She couldn't wait to follow the Fireflies next year. Story 7. It was cold the night it happened. The air was heavy with a thick fog, the likes of what I've never seen before. It felt unfamiliar and foreign, and it burned my lungs a little. I took a deep breath. New smells I had never experienced before wafting into my nose across the breeze. The word alien came to mind, and I gave a little involuntary shiver. I turned around in the doorway to find my two little ones staring at me with eyes as big as the stars in the sky, their faces filled with fear. No doubt all of the commotion and noise had roused them from their beds. I managed a little smile. "Don't worry, my loves. I'm sure everything is fine. Go on and fetch your mother." I watched them scurry further inside. As soon as they left my field of vision, my frown returned. What was that out there? Across the wide field that stretched in front of me, through the fog, I could see lights where there hadn't been any moments before. I couldn't say that I really believed in the supernatural, but even I had to admit that lights didn't just appear in the middle of a field at night out of thin air. "Darling," a soft voice warbled from behind me. A soft voice warbled from behind me. I turned to find my wife clutching the hands of her children, worry etched onto her face. I reached for her and stroked her head reassuringly. "Nothing to worry about," I said with a toothy grin at the three of them. "I'll just go and check it out in the morning." As I was closing the door, Rocket, our beloved family pet, dashed in between my legs and shot outside. "Rocket!" my children cried. "Damn creature!" I cursed. "Rocket, get back here!" But he didn't heed my yells. "Daddy, you have to go get him," my youngest wailed. I knew I couldn't leave him to fend for himself out there. He was such a stupid little thing. He wouldn't last 10 minutes on his own, but he was just as fast as he was dumb. I already couldn't see him through the tall crops in the field. Cursing mentally, I grabbed my jacket and a light. I hoped Rocket could telepathically hear me saying how sorry he was going to be when I got a hold of him. I was about to step outside when my wife's arm shot out and grabbed mine. "Don't you think you should take your gun?" "My gun?" I replied. "Really, my dear, what do you expect me to find out there?" If only I had known then what horrors lay in the dark, I would have heeded her suggestion. With another deep breath, I stepped out into the night. After just a few feet, I could no longer see my family in the doorway, nor the lights across the field. I walked forward in a straight line, pausing every few steps to see if I could hear Rocket making any noise. I was startled by a sudden rustling behind me. I whipped around and lifted my light towards the noise. "Rocket?" I whispered. I exhaled loudly when the face of my eldest child poked through the stalks. I hadn't even realized I'd been holding my breath. "What are you doing out here?" I demanded angrily. He looked up at me sheepishly. "I just wanted to help you find Rocket." My anger flared briefly, but subsided when I looked down into his face. He looked genuinely sorry. I could see that his worry for his pet was overcoming his fear of what was out in this field. "Okay," I said, reaching down to take his hand. "But you stick right by me. Don't run off, or I may lose you too." We walked for another few minutes, calling out for Rocket every once in a while, but we neither saw nor heard him. I was about to call it quits when we heard a loud bang, and then Rocket's distinct howl come from far to our right. "That didn't sound right, Daddy," my son said worriedly. And he was right. It didn't. Rocket sounded like he was terrified and in pain. I hoisted my son up into my arms and started to run towards where we had heard his cry come from. After running for a few minutes, we burst into a wide section of field that had been cleared. It struck me for 1 second how it was strange that just this section of field was cleared. But that thought was quickly erased when I saw Rocket. He lay in the middle of the clearing, whimpering. We rushed to him, but as soon as we got there, I could see it was too late. Poor Rocket had been hit with something. I had no idea what, but he was covered in tons of deep wounds. I had pushed my son, who was now sobbing, away from the scene. I couldn't have him see this. I lifted Rocket into my arms, his blood spilling down my front. He gave me a little cry, and that was it. I saw the life leave his eyes. I gently laid him back down and stood up, suddenly very aware that it was clearly not a good idea for my son and I to be out here in the dark. "We need to go back," I said in a harsh whisper, still looking down at Rocket. But my son didn't respond. I looked up to find him staring off into the crops, wide-eyed and terrified. I turned my attention to where he was staring and felt my heart leap out of my throat. Standing at the edge of the clearing, not even 20 feet from us, were 3 of the most hideous creatures I have ever seen. They were tall, thin, and so pale, I swear I could almost see their insides, almost entirely hairless. They were the very embodiment of the extraterrestrials I had seen in cartoons as a child. They wore odd garments and carried long weapons, the likes of which I had never seen before. The longer I stared at the hate and malice in their eyes, the harder it became to breathe. None of us moved for a minute, the tension mounting by the second. Finally, I reached forward to grab my son, but he was frozen, just out of reach. I stepped forward to pull him back to my side, but when I moved, the tallest of the 3 shouted loudly at me. I'm sorry," I stammered. "I don't understand." At the sound of my voice, the tallest raised his weapon over his head and screamed. His screams riled up the other 2, until all 3 were making a racket louder than I could have thought possible from 3 beings. I had no idea what to do. They were yelling at us in a language I had never heard before and couldn't understand. And then, before I could even comprehend what was happening, they had leveled their weapons at my son and fired. He was thrown backwards with an insane amount of force. I cried out and rushed to his side. Much like Rocket, he had been shot through. Sobbing, I scooped him up and ran as fast as I could back into the field. I could hear whatever their weapons were firing whizzing past my head as I ran. Tears clouded my vision as I raced back towards my wife and youngest child. It felt like I was taking too long to get back to them. Panic pushed me to run even faster. When I finally got back, the door was wide open. I staggered inside, yelling for my wife. I started to tend to my son, still calling for her and my other child. I raced into the room where we kept the medical supplies, but when I got there, I could only fall to my knees in disbelief. There lay my beautiful mate in a pool of blood, with my now headless child clutched in her arms. They had been slaughtered. There was no other word for it. I wailed in an anguish. I have never felt before. How had this night gone so wrong so quickly? Suddenly remembering my other child, barely clinging to life in the other room, I leapt up to go back to his aid. But just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, they did. Turning the corner, I saw the aliens from the field standing in my doorway, plus two others who must have been lurking inside. They were gripping my son by his neck, dangling him in front of me. One of them raised a blade and slid it straight into his chest. He let out one last gurgle and then went limp. The alien holding him dropped him and turned to me. He pointed the blade at me, and at that moment, I didn't need to speak his language. I knew that he meant that I was next. For one single moment, I welcomed death. How could I keep living without my family? In slow motion, I watched the 5 of them come at me, saw their cruel, twisted, ugly features advancing, heard the blades whooshing through the air as they came down, felt their cold stings as they sliced into my flesh. But then I realized I couldn't just give up without warning others of these beings, these murderous creatures who felt no compassion for anyone or anything. I had to alert the rest of the population of what existed out there in deep space. I felt a surge of strength as I leapt up. I struck the creature closest to the door and somehow made it outside. I ran as far as I possibly could before my lungs gave out, and I succumbed to the blood loss. I managed to make it out of the field into a wooded area. So here I lay. It has been 2 days that I've been here, awaiting death, making this, what will be my final transmission, to send back to my home planet of Sanaruk, on the 100th day of Gliba, year 5060. My ship's engines began to fail. I thought I might be able to make it to the next galaxy, but it soon became clear that I would have to make an emergency landing. I chose Earth, and I chose wrong. The stories of Earth are all true, my fellow countrymen. There are aliens here, and they are hostile. Do not attempt to stop here for any reason. Send out my transmission to as many planets as possible. These creatures are better left alone, and in dark about any other life forms out there. We must never attempt to make further contact with them. In my short interaction with them here, I have seen that no good can come of it. Story 8. I work in security at Disney World, the happiest place on Earth. Typically, I wouldn't say where I work, as obviously there are some pretty strict rules about things employees can put online. But I just don't think I can tell this properly without that context. And, honestly, I think this may be it for me anyway with this job. I just can't see myself working here any longer now. I've been with the company for 23 years. The first 20 years I worked in the parks, nabbing shoplifters and rounding up people who were drinking too much for the heat. Occasionally there'd be a fight to break up, but people usually kept it pretty mild. The heat and walking were getting too much for me the last few years. So I asked to be transferred somewhere with air conditioning, and the company moved me to one of their resorts. While the working conditions were 110% better as far as climate and comfort go, the guest issues were trickier, mainly domestics. I guess the expensive and stress of vacation got to a lot of people, and I'd be called by neighboring rooms because some mom and dad were yelling at each other. I'd try to suggest they take a nap or go do separate activities for a bit, and that would usually calm them down. But none of that is what I'm here for. I've got to get this out while I have time. 3 days ago, I got a call from management. Apparently a couple of days before that, housekeeping had gone into a room that should have been turned over that day. Turned over is when one guest leaves by about 11:00 a.m., and the next guest checks in around 3:00 p.m. And all of the guests' items were still in the room. Housekeeping made a note of it and moved on. But during the next 2 days when they entered the room, everything was still there and untouched. I went to check it out, and sure enough, there was an empty room full of luggage, clothes, snacks, some toys. Everything family would need for a vacation. The manager had already looked up the previous reservation, and it was for a family. Dad, Mom, 2 little kids. I tried to call the phone numbers they had given, but all I got was voicemail. We were a bit stumped, so I made the call the housekeeper could clean the room and take the family's personal items to be held until we got in contact with someone. I went digging into the reservation more. The family had arrived 5 days before housekeeping discovered all of their stuff. I found that the family had paid a parking fee and their vehicle description was listed. Quick walk of the parking lots and I had easily located their vehicle, so that ruled out a car accident or them deciding to just leave all their stuff behind. Next, I saw that they had bought a dining plan. This is when a guest prepays for all of their food. They're given a certain number of credits to use for meals. This family had only used 3 credits, and the last one was 2 days after they checked in. It appeared that the day they arrived, they got here late and probably just stayed on the resort. The next day, they used 2 credits at Epcot. The second park day, they used just 1 credit at the Magic Kingdom, and it was at breakfast time. Now, at Disney, we have something called magic bands. Magic bands are worn by the guests and act as a room key, park ticket, credit card, dining reservation payment, fast pass, a system used to bypass lines, and more. It took some work, but I was finally able to look up this family's fast pass history. The day they went to the Magic Kingdom, they had breakfast at a restaurant in the park, rode a couple of rides, and then rode their last ride. It's a small world. Around 11:00 a.m. Then, nothing. Finally, it was time to bring in someone else on this. I called an old co-worker at the Magic Kingdom and asked him to pull security footage for It's a Small World at the time they rode it. And I made my way over there. When I got there, my friend was very confused, almost distraught looking. He showed me what he found. There's usually a camera in the direction of where rides load and unload. The footage showed them scanning their bands to use fast passes for the ride and boarding the ride. The footage from the exit of the ride just showed the other people in their car exiting. They weren't there. Of course, we thought the worst. Maybe one of the kids had fallen out, and Mom and Dad. And the other kid got off in the middle of the ride to help, and they all got injured or killed or stuck in machinery somewhere. So we shut down the ride, middle of the damn day, turned off that earworm music and turned up the lights. My buddy and I walked that ride 3 times before we called in help. Eventually, there was close to 10 cast members searching, and we didn't find stuff except for 3 cell phones and a hat. I was right stumped. I've kept digging the past couple of days, and I'm not sure who to tell what I found next to. I've called the police, and I suppose they're on the way. But the company has a way of covering up things like this, and I decided I can't live with myself if I don't put out some type of warning. I kept digging into their reservation over the last couple of days, and today I noticed they had purchased Memory Maker. There are photographers all over the parks and cameras, and a lot of the rides, and with Memory Maker, the photos are all free. They automatically get added to a guest Disney account when the system knows their picture has been taken. And the system always knows. Everyone's whereabouts are always known with the magic bands. Well, yes. I opened up their Memory Maker photo album and I swear, there are 732 pictures. The first 30 or so are pretty normal. Epcot, a few rides in front of the castle, but the rest are all in It's a Small World. The rides only take 1 picture per go-around, so it appears as though this family has ridden this ride over 700 times. The first picture was pretty normal. Everyone looked happy. It was a busy day, and we had a full car of guests. The next one is rough to look at. The car is empty except for this little family, and they look so darn confused. The next 10-15, I can see Dad getting angry, yelling. Mom is holding on to her 2 kids like her life depends on it. And you can see the kids getting increasingly upset, crying. And it goes on, and on, and on. After 50 or so, it looks like they're trying to get out. In one, Dad is missing. In another, they're all gone. Maybe like they've bailed early in the ride and tried to walk out. But in the very next one, they're all right back in that damn car. After around 450 or so, I only see the mom and kids. It's just when I look closely, I can see Dad. Maybe just his body now, slumped down in one of the other seats. Since about 675, there's just mom and one kid. Another body in another seat. The mom and kid aren't moving anymore. I think they're still alive, just damn near catatonic. Looking straight ahead, pale. And I swear on my life, the dolls are moving or something. In some of these pictures, I can tell they aren't where they should be. I even saw one with a doll in the car with this family. I can't look anymore, or I'm going to lose my lunch. I closed the album. Its file size has increased since I closed it. God, are there new pictures being added? I see on security cameras that the local police department just arrived, so they'll take over soon. I wish I knew what is going on, but I also wish this damn thing had never landed in my lap. I don't think we'll be able to update this. After I talk to the police, I think I'm going to walk out of here and never come back. I just wanted to get this out there, before Disney feeds the media some lies to cover up the reasons behind why a whole family vanished. Because they didn't vanish, I know exactly where they are. Story 9. A is for astronaut. Very rarely did something ever come into view of the International Space Station that wasn't Earth. There was considerable surprise when, hovering just beyond the reach of the station and well beyond the reach of Earth, floated a single EVA spacesuit. A quick search of the EIS found that all their suits and astronauts were accounted for. No signals were received by the SS during the brief 5-minute period that the suit was within range of their portholes. No signals were able to reach Earth either. The suit watched them as they floated by. No eyes could be seen beneath its inky visor, but the numerous rips and tears did enough to suggest that even if someone had been inside, they were long since dead. That's what they thought before the suit waved to them, just before it fell out of sight. B's for beach. Tommy was playing in the wet sand. His parents had, again, turned their gaze from him to each other. This trip would have been so much better, they both secretly thought. If they didn't have to babysit little Tommy, he was much too rambunctious to handle on a good day. All the excitement from the trip made him unbearable, so they didn't notice when he started calling their name. He couldn't resist. The biggest, most awesome cave had just been found, and he needed Mom and Dad to come look. It was taller than him, lopsided and drooping. But he thought it was a masterpiece of beach engineering. Little Tommy noted, as he was supposed to, that it was exactly big enough for him to fit inside. His parents didn't even notice as the cave collapsed back into the beach like a wave and sunk below the sand. Tommy was gone. There was the smallest disturbance on the surface as the cave pulled its catch under the sand and back into the water. C's for conversations from down the hall. What were you thinking? What? Sam just spent the last 20 minutes crying his eyes out. Jake, I don't know what you were thinking. I don't know what I was thinking. Barb, tell me what the hell's wrong. This damn thing you got our son. What? This ragged teddy bear. I don't know where the hell you got it. What teddy bear? What is that? Don't give me that. What is that? I have no idea what you're talking about. Look at it. This thing's arm is barely hanging on. I'm surprised it doesn't have bed bugs or STs or something. It looks like you pulled it out of a swamp. It's disgusting. I want a hug. Oh, don't drop it on the rug. It's going to leave a stain. Well, it's on you. I don't blame Sam. It's so creepy. Did you hear it? You couldn't even put new batteries in the thing. It sounds like the devil, Jake. Babe, look at me. Bab, look at me. I didn't get him that teddy bear. What? But he said you got it for him. I didn't get him any teddy bear. Then where did it come from? He probably grabbed it out of a dumpster. He says he didn't. He's adamant he found it in his room. He said it was a present. Well, that's nice, but wait. What? What? Where did it go? D is for deforestation. The bulldozer slowly approached the tree, cutting through the thick brush, a lion stalking its prey. It lowered its plow like a shark extending its jaw. It bore its serrated teeth. Its engine snarled. The edge of the plow had barely touched the bark. It all happened in a reflexive instant, like dolphins breaching the sea. About 7 roots shot out of the ground and folded inwards towards the tree. They found solid ground, raised the trunk from the soil, and then the jointed, arachnoid legs carried the tree swiftly away. Its banshee howls echoed as it disappeared into the depths of the rainforest. E is for exercise. Just minutes ago, Tori legs had been carrying her through 7-minute miles. Now, the left one is dragging behind her, leaking blood onto the burning asphalt. And the right leg is cramping. Every second it threatens to give in. She stumbles. A pain. A venom crawls through her body. Below her, the Florida sun has cooked the bike trail, as hot as a skillet. She can almost feel it through her shoes. Half of her mind is trying to balance. The other half is focused on the lumbering beast behind her. The beast is too hungry to mind the heat. Its scales almost sizzle as it drags itself forward with its 2 massive forearms. Its long, bat-like fingers painfully grip at the ground, and they seize as the beast laboriously pursues its prey. Its all too human eyes watch Tori close, and its all too human mouth drips with spit, venom, and blood. It's tasted her once. It refuses to let her go. It failed the ambush, but if it can push itself just a bit further, everything will be all right. It hasn't eaten in weeks. Worse, you can almost hear its young behind it, pleading from the ditch in high-pitched voices. 2 have already died. It refuses to let the other 3 wither. The 2 race onwards in the heat of the Florida sun. It collapses first, its tail spasms, trying to give it one final push forward. In a cruel irony, Tori collapses barely 20 feet away. Its tongue blisters as it licks her blood off the bike trail. They both close their eyes. F is for 4. Mom for Mom, I love you. It's so cold now. We've been wandering around for 2 weeks in these mountains. The snow hasn't let up. Every day, the voice gets louder. It bores deeper, like a termite in my head. I tried really hard, Mom. I remember the stories you and Grandpa told me. The tales of the monsters out here. I think there's one inside me. The spirit that devours. It's going to make me kill Kieran. He's the only one left, besides me. I'm so hungry. It tells me Kieran will taste just like meatloaf. Just like you used to make. It says his thighs will be sweetest. Like pork. He's sleeping. It doesn't need to tell me that it'd be so easy. I'm sorry. I hope you never find this note. G is for grandmother. You have to, his mother said. Zach didn't want to. His grandmother looked so helpless there, atop the mangled debris of the forest's floor. The blood had started to dry now. Earlier it had been rushing down the side of her face. Her eyes were, thankfully, closed. They were such a pretty green. He fell to his knees, feeling like he was going to vomit. I can't, Zach croaked. I did, his mother said. So did she. It's just tradition, honey. His grandmother had been bound by Zach's hands. She'd felt so old and fragile beneath his fingers as he worked. He'd been the one who brought her down, too. He'd hunted her all throughout the thick pine forest behind her house. He had no choice. Next to her bleeding visage was a knife. It was the same ceremonial knife she'd almost driven through his heart not minutes ago. She'd cornered him, and had she not slipped on the leaf litter below, he would probably be dead. In his hand, clenched tightly still, was the rock he'd used to take her down. He had taken advantage of his good fortune to bring the rock down upon her brittle skull. He had won. Now the spoils were his. The honor was his. How? Zach asked. It isn't nearly as hard as it seems, she said compassionately, especially if you could know how proud she is right now. She looks so Zach started. Yes. His mother knelt beside him. Her smile was sincere, just as one day, one of your children will prove to me, and your grandchildren will prove to you. His mother stood back up. She watched him, as she had watched him throughout it all. Besides, she said, she thought this would never happen. All three of your siblings before failed. So enjoy it, Zach. You never liked them anyways. His siblings had been dead for years. Not one of them lived past 13. But Zach would. He dropped the rock. Shamefully, he allowed his mandibles to emerge from within his mouth. It felt wrong. It was as if he'd suddenly become naked in front of his mother. He turned from her, but she placed her hand on his neck, caused a reassuring chill to course through his skin. It felt good. His grandmother was still breathing as he bit into her neck. She smiled. Just for Hunter. The buck collapsed. He was pleased with the clean shot. It was perfect, through and through. Leaves crunched as he approached. The noise caused the buck to struggle. It writhed, and it moaned in seemingly complete misery. It was only when he got close, and he raised his rifle, that the hunter noticed it wasn't the buck struggling. There was something struggling to get out of the buck. Beneath the fur, something massive thrusted, and through the wound crawled skeletal phalanges. The hunter dropped his gun as the skeleton emerged from within the deer's warm flesh. It stood and it watched the hunter flee with empty sockets. It gave him a head start. Eyes for Into the Hatch. The following excerpts are from an oral account of the events that transpired during the spring of 1977, involving the disappearance of Chuck Shaw near Bow, New Hampshire. Witness is Robert Athens. Why did we make him go in? We were all, 10, 11. Of course we bullied him into it. Chuck was a runt. He was the runt. Of course we made him go in. There was a short period of time where we started to really get worried, you know? It was just, it just looked like a bomb shelter. The rusty door was sticking up out of the ground like a tree root. There should have been one room, but within, 10 minutes we couldn't even hear Chuck anymore. Where the hell did he go? You know, I think it shocked all of us when he screamed. Oh yeah, he screamed louder than anyone I've ever heard. Bloody murder. And then he came out of there like a bolt of lightning. I think he pounced on Ben like a wild tiger. Ferocious. But then he started bawling. I don't think he ever would have let go if Ben had Frank and Pete not pulled them apart. He was real silent after that. Whole way home, it took about a week before he started to talk again. Personally, I don't think he could talk. I think he screamed the voice right out of his throat. Even then, he still wouldn't tell us what he saw for another month. Even then, he really only told Ben. I still don't think I believe it all. See, you have to understand Chuck was pretty imaginative. We all were. That's why we were too scared to go into the woods to begin with. Yeah, I think it took us a whole month of consistent prodding before that boy ever told us a thing. I think he made half of it up just to make us stop. Rambling was more the word. He rambled about this giant. What do you call it? A factory? I think that's what he said. Like a slaughterhouse. That's the word he used. Underground. Massive, he said. Acres wide and deep. Impossible, right? He was very stingy with me after that. I think it's because I pushed harder than Ben, and I think Chuck blamed me for everything. Honestly. Have you contacted Ben? Ben Hawkins? He was closer with Chuck. I still think he has a few morsels left to pull. Anything else? Well, I know Chuck disappeared on the 21st, I think. He was getting real weird the week before. Paranoid. His parents were real worried. I've never seen any 10-year-old act as freakishly as he did. He went missing on a Wednesday. Of course Ben did too. But the difference is they found Ben. He was in the woods, wandering around. He claimed he knew nothing. They tell you that. Did Ben tell me anything? Yeah, Ben told me a little. And I told all of it to you. And I told all of it to you. I think he knows far more than he has ever let on, though. Every bit of it was crazier than anything our little Chuck ever said, though. Those woods will drive you crazy. You're most your dog to Ben. J is for jerseys. Devil, his girlfriend, kicked him. Look, Ron, she exclaimed. There's a deer outside our tent. Sure enough, as Ron came to, and he put on his glasses, he saw the outline of a deer painted across the tent by the light of the full moon. I didn't know deer sat like that, Ron noted, pointing out how the shadow sat on its hind legs exactly like a dog. Shush, his girlfriend said. You'll scare it away. But it wasn't spooked. Instead, the shadow on the tent was still. In the quiet, Ron was quickly aware of the shadow's breathing. It was coming in raspy and fast, heavy. It sounded almost pained. What's wrong with it? He asked. His girlfriend couldn't answer. Her jaw had dropped, voiceless, as the shadow on their tent stood up and spread its bat-like wings. Its breath became hot as they all screamed. K is for killer nearby. The bodies of his brother, sister, mother, and father lie. Collectively, they've turned the entire carpet red. Alone, he stands in the bathroom. He's the youngest of them all. He is responsible, partially. Now your face. The boy sees himself in the mirror. He has cuts all up and down his body. Blood seeps, yet his face smiles. It's his face, but not his smile. His face is still unmarked. Do it across your cheeks. The voice isn't commanding. It's speaking out loud, using his mouth. The boy is no longer in control of his body. He can't even cry, as his arm brings a knife straight up towards his face. He can't even close his eyes. He just watches as the blade touches his cheek. L is for lucky. The woman running towards him was perfect. Her breasts were plump, succulent, and so were her pearly white thighs. They seemed to glow in the moonlight. He wondered what her flesh would taste like. Oh, and her hair. It was so short and red, vibrant, and she was coming right at him. It was just the two of them on the street. The sun had barely risen. To his right was a ditch, and just beyond it a field full of wheat. He imagined grabbing her by the throat and tumbling down with her. He'd drag her into the ditch to finish her off. Or maybe he'd pin her to the hard sidewalk. He would crack her skull against the concrete like an egg on a countertop. His van was close, he realized as she jogged past it. Maybe he would pull the pocket knife out of his pants and stab her. He would drag her by the hilt and twist the knife. He imagined letting her free a few times, letting her fall to the ground, just so he could stab her again and again. He'd load her in the back and take her home. His mouth started to water. As she drew near, he reached around for his back pocket. He found the knife, nestled safe and warm. His fingers seized it. She smiled at him, so close. He smiled wider. He could smell her now. She was musky, sweaty. She was right on him. Hey, beautiful morning. Yes, he said, turning as she passed. Beautiful. The runner continued onwards, and he continued down the road. He whistled, "Hey, Jude," as he started his van and drove away. M is for marriage. She was late that night. A chill rode up his spine as the window opened. Cracking his eyes, he noted the red numbers on the clock. 4:23 a.m. A breeze seemed to lift the covers behind him. Like a mist, his wife glided into bed. He didn't even notice her icy touch anymore. Her hands wrapped around his chest, and he smiled. He loved her, but still that animal instinct struggled within. His heart started to race. He wondered again about their infant daughter down the hallway. She was warm, like him. Was she safe? Was he safe? Again, he forced the doubt, the fear, back down. It subsided. Of course they were. Of course it was. Of course they were. She loved her daughter. She loved him. They were both safe. He felt a heat on his neck as she pursed her lips and kissed him. The blood-red mark stayed there until morning. N is for night. I never feared the night sky. At night, you can see beyond our world for miles and miles. Everything is so clear, and I can see it. At day, the sky clouds. The blue covers my view. I can't see it. I hate when I can't see where it is. The only thing reassuring about the day is that at least it can't see me either. I hate the way Alex smiles at me. Jilgua is for orbit. I did see the spacesuit again. This time it directly hit the front of the station. It bounced off the solar panels and rolled onto the side of the S. They didn't see it through the rear-facing portholes. There was a knocking at the airlock. P is for paralysis. He made a bargain with the wrong man. James Collins was stuck, paralyzed, just outside the corner of his apartment building. Ethereal, the only one who could see him, stood before him in a black-brimmed hat. The man bid him adieu, with the tip of his hat and a flash of his teeth. His words rang in his ears like rusted bells. I granted you your desire. Your family is now fully sustainable. Your enemy has been dealt a rather unfortunate hand in the stock markets this morning. Your son will be set for life. The son of your foe will find himself another unfortunate victim of a drive-by. Gang violence is so depressing. Now, as promised, you owe me this, 50 years. Those will be spent here. You can watch, and you can listen, but you'll never be seen or heard. In half a century, I shall return to release you. Until then, live in the moment, every moment. To watch time pass is a privilege, if you allow it to be. So he waited. He missed the sensation of his own blood pumping through his veins and the cold rush of air down his throat. He watched as his son left. The apartment they used to call home would surely be beneath him now. Years flew by, and he watched the city around him grow. Soon, days became like hours to him. Hours to minutes, minutes to mere seconds. One day he noticed a particularly interesting-looking man strolling down the lane in a fancy suit. He was young, with a head full of ginger hair. If James didn't know better, he'd assumed he'd fallen backwards in time. The young man was him. Surely, and in a way he was. The young man removed a canister, a flask, from his suit and drained it. Then his ass fell to the concrete below, and tears started to flow. "Where did you go, Dad?" he asked with a start. James realized then that the young man was his son. He had come so far, and the years had changed him. James had given everything, so he couldn't imagine why his son had grown so sullen. Tears couldn't fall as his son left his side, walked into the building, and was reunited suddenly, not 5 minutes later, with the ground. He lay beside his father, but his father couldn't touch him. James had 20 years left to go. Q was for quiet. Study hall white ashes fell from the white ceiling. They danced in the air around his head. The desks around him started to crumble, as if they too were made of ash. The glass wall beside him showed an empty hallway that led nowhere. He was alone with the thing. The thing stood in the front of the classroom, tall and bulky, and tapped its claw against the blackboard. He gave it his attention. Atop its massive shoulders was fixed an antelope's skull, with wild, twisting horns. Its body was concealed by a cloak of black, tar-like feathers. It seemed to breathe. Protruding from the center of the cloak were 4 skeletal hands. It turned its gaze to the board, and it started to carve. Black ash fell from the tip of its claws, and gently they formed uneven piles at the base of the wall. The bell rang, and he woke up in a familiar room. A detention sheet greeted him for once again sleeping in the quiet study hall. He couldn't remember what the thing wrote on the board. R is for redacted. Dear Senator Cornett, I'm writing to you today because of recent questionable and disturbing events. I live in Santa Ana. I have done so for about 30 years now. My mother, however, has spent her whole life in Anaheim, Texas. It's a small little town, barely 100 people in total, and she lived a very happy life there. In regards to Anaheim, I know everything about it because I grew up there. It's a quiet, very personal community. They stick to their guns and each other, and that is it. I was one of the only kids who ever sprung up out of that dirt hole. Me and my brother, that is. Everyone else were ranchers, ex or current. To them and me, Anaheim was about as real as anything. Now, the problem I'd mentioned earlier started about 4 months ago. That's how long it's been since I've been in contact with my mother. The last time she called, she mentioned something strange had been happening with her neighbor, and she thought he was up to something rather fishy. She was in rather a panic about it, and my mother's a Texas-born woman, so it would have taken something pretty serious to rile her up. So I drove up to stay with her. Now Anaheim is just northwest of Santa Ana a little ways. It's an hour north straight up 283, and then on to 153. It'll take you all the way up, and then you'll find Anaheim just off 153 before you hit Nolan onto Farm RD. I know this because I go there all the time. The problem is, when I got to the turnoff, there were police cordoning off Farm RD. I asked them what they were doing, and they told me to leave or I'd face federal prosecution. So I went up around north past Nolan, and I was told to stop at 2 other roads that led to Anaheim. And again I was told about federal prosecution. I tried calling my mother again, and there was no answer. So I waited with a friend in Nolan for the night. And come the next day I couldn't find Farm RD at all. I couldn't find any road that led into Anaheim. I caught a point of frustration where I even tried to walk through the dirt to get there, only to find there's now a fence surrounding the whole town. I was asked to leave at gunpoint by federal guards long before I was able to get within half a mile of the fence. It's going on months now, and I still have no answers. The town no longer appears on Google, and I've been asking around. There seems to be a gag order on any reference to the town. My friend in Nolan, the very one who let me stay at his house, is now terrified and adamant that Anna never existed. He's continued to encourage me as such, like he's trying to bribe me, but it did. My mother is still in there, and I need to make sure she's okay. I need answers. My brother needs answers. Please find this letter well. Miranda Hawkins, dear Miss Hawkins. I've been authorized to write to you on behalf of Senator Cornyn. It's my understanding that for the past several months, you have had an inquiry involving a particular town in western Texas. Anaheim, Texas. In regards to this inquiry, I can personally assure you that there is no such place as Anaheim, Texas. I've been very thorough, I assure you. There has never been a town such as the one you described in the registry. There is nothing south of Nolan besides wind turbines and farmland. I apologize for any inconvenience and undue stress this has caused you. If you have further questions, please feel free to respond to the return address on this letter. I would love to answer any further questions you might have. Perhaps if you could send me your mother's name, we could search for her current whereabouts. Robert McConnell. S is for Survivor's Guilt. The following excerpts are from an oral account of the events that transpired during the spring of 1977, involving the disappearance of Chuck Shaw near Bow, New Hampshire. Witness is Benjamin Huckins. Not a day goes by I don't think about Chuck. The weeks after we went into the woods, I was his only friend. Bob certainly wasn't. I don't know what he told you, but he was never really a friend to Chuck. He wasn't with him in the end. I was. I think I was the only one who believed it. Even back then, there were things that Chuck only told me. He told me those in confidence. So please understand if I can't convey everything that happened to you. It's been years, and I still don't feel comfortable talking about it. That Chuck was convinced that he was being hunted. That was the word he used. Hunted, he said. And he only told this to me, but he said he wasn't alone in that place that day. He said that he heard something walking around, making clacking sounds on the metal. No, he never described it. Yes, it, as in thing. I can't talk about the day he disappeared. Yes, the paranoia was real. Chuck was convinced that the thing was coming for him. The thing in the place, yeah, honestly, no. I didn't believe him. I believed he was afraid, surely. But no, I didn't believe he was in any danger. That changed on the night before he disappeared. It's going to sound silly to you, but I had a nightmare of sorts. At least that's what I pray to God every night that it was. A fit of sleep paralysis, hopefully. But it scared me. There was something in my room, on my ceiling, hanging there. Hanging there, it blended into the shadows like a tiger blends into the damn jungle. It wasn't watching me, so much as it was smelling me. I could hear it breathing. Heavily, it was sniffing, for a good 10 minutes or so. It then decided I apparently wasn't worth its time and just crawled out of my window like a centipede. I woke up after that. At the very least, I sat up. Chuck went missing the next day. I'll tell you what I've told everyone for years. Yes, I saw him that last day. I tried to help him. I ran so deep into those woods. I just wasn't fast enough. No, I don't think it was actually a nightmare. But I can still pray. 'Tis for TV. He knew what would happen next. The room glowed from the light of the television as he fled into the hallway. He pried open the folding closet doors, and once he'd squeezed inside, he tried to shut it. The edge of the door skinned his foot, but he didn't dare cry. He heard the static. The TV was still displaying the same scene. Headlong view of an empty road, empty fields on both sides. Corn stalks lay, decomposing against the dirt. Something stirred on the right side, beneath a pile of stalks. Moving his foot, the boy continued to pull the door shut. They hit the other side, the other door, too hard. The other door opened a smidge, allowing light from the hall to fall inside the closet. A moist sound came from the television. Something had come onto the road. It stumbled forward. Its shredded arm reached for the screen. The boy cursed one of the curses his daddy had taught him as he reached for the other side. The other door was closed flat, but the one in front of him still bent at the joint. The smallest sliver of light shone on his tears. The thing crawled out of the TV. He stopped moving when he heard it growl. Each footstep was highlighted by a moist, patting sound as the thing limped out of the room. The boy didn't dare move. Through the crack, he watched the hallway, light from the TV room around the corner, still reflected off the dark wall, and into the closet. Something blocked the light. U is for ugly sweater. The intent was for it never to be worn again. Rachel, fueled by a fear and vengeful rage, spent all night sewing onto the damned thing horrendously misshapen patches of ugly wool and uneven strips of velvet. The arms and ends were held down, tight, by large textbooks and unwrapped presents. On the front, she'd cut up one of her own sweaters. The damn thing was horrendous, and that meant it was perfect. She placed the image, a redneck Santa Claus who wore a red Duck Dynasty hat and a sleeveless white t-shirt, dead center, and she did her best to rip and tear at random stretches of exposed sweater. By morning, the lump of a shirt was nearly unrecognizable. Chunks of sewn-together pieces formed what could barely be called a shirt. Rachel laughed at it as she dragged it away. She went to the front porch and she dumped it into her trash. She heaved a large potted plant on top of it, just to be sure. Her attention finally fell back to her husband. He lay in the same place he'd lied for the last 8 hours. She sat down next to his body, and she cried as the sun rose. The light illuminated his mangled form. His chest and his back were gone. The flesh had been stripped away. The damn sweater had pulled him with it when Rachel had pried the thing from her still screaming husband. She had looked inside the sweater, but couldn't find her husband's skin. She laughed imagining the sweater in the trash can. She couldn't burn it, so this would do. She thought she could hear it banging. It was surely hissing at her. "Merry Christmas," she called to it, mockingly. Her job was done. It was a shame, too. It had been so beautiful before. After what she'd done to it, though, no one would ever wear it again. V is for Velociraptor. The museum was quiet when Billy snuck out of his father's office. His father was the curator and had to take Billy with him for his late night. The sun had set, and Billy was too young and energetic to let an office hold him. For a kid, it was the greatest feeling in the world. He ran through empty corridors and exhibits. Only twice did the lumbering security guard almost spot him. It didn't take long for Billy to find himself in the dinosaur exhibit. The models to the 12-year-old stowaway were so incredible. They were beyond compare and larger than life. He assumed they'd always be that way. At least, that's what he'd thought before. Tonight was different. He wanted to feel the awe, but he couldn't. Something felt off. He lost interest. He took off down the hall, running again out of a primal urge. He raced through endless stretches of granite halls before he turned a corner. He paused, stumbling forward from his momentum. There was an exhibit out of place. A skeleton model stood not 30 feet away from him. A Velociraptor mongoliensis skeleton stood in the center of the shadowed corridor. Its neck was craned like a bird. The white bones were significantly shorter than Billy. A Velociraptor only ever grew to about a foot tall, and about 6 feet long. Its arms hung, folded against its rib cage, and its long, toothy snout was turned just to the model's left, straight down the corridor towards Billy. Billy, forgetting for a moment it was only a skeleton, tried to match its placidity. He had the strangest need to not startle it. His breaths came in intervals too sudden and too loud for his liking. He truly believed it was alive, or at least he pretended it was. How else could it have gotten there? But that was just his imagination on steroids. Surely, it hadn't gotten there on its own. Then he noticed the model's ribcage expand and contract, as if it were taking breaths. The model's head tilted slowly. It was almost a curious motion. Billy was no longer frozen by choice. As their staring contest continued, the raptor continued to tilt its head. Left, right. The raptor was trying to figure what to make of Billy, and Billy wasn't sure what to make of the raptor. Billy found his control once more. He was aware of a twitching in his right leg. He managed to move his foot back. To his shock, the raptor responded in kind. It stretched one of its legs forward. The long, sickle-like claw on its medial toe clacked hard against the ground. The sound seemed to echo through the hall. Billy shivered. He took another step. Again, the raptor followed. Its gait was significantly longer than Billy's. It seemed to bounce forward with each step. With each step Billy took away, the raptor would still get closer. So Billy stopped. So did the raptor. It watched him. Billy knew that even without eyes, it was looking right at him. The skeleton's claws twitched and fidgeted. Billy was being sized up. Through a glance to his right, Billy saw it. His father's office. The light in it was still on, but the door was shut tight. He was farther from the door than he was, the raptor. Seconds wafted by, and his eyes danced. The raptor didn't move. Billy didn't dare call his father. The raptor would be on him too fast. Maybe if he ran. Maybe then he could call his father as he was running. His father would open the door for him. His father could help him as long as he bought himself enough time and distance. Tears fell as he tried to make a decision. It was so far, but it was his only hope. The decision was made for him as the raptor's jaw descended. As the raptor's jaw descended on a hinge, it slowly swung open. It lowered, like a ramp to a plane, ready to rip and tear. The silence was murdered by a howl. The raptor was yelling, screaming, and it sounded just like Billy. The lungless beast spread its razor-clawed hands wide, ready to embrace its prey. It charged as Billy turned. Billy cried for his daddy. He wailed and he ran. He wouldn't make it. He was sure of that. He wouldn't make it. The screaming had stopped, but Billy would cry all the way home. His father comforted him, but he never believed Billy. He even tried to show the screaming, wailing child on the way out that indeed, the velociraptor had never moved. It remained frozen, with its arms held wide and its jaw hung low. W is for water. The green water lapped beneath the rotted wooden dock. All of her friends had jumped in. Now only Emily stood there, awkwardly covering her naked body. It wasn't the boys that made her hesitate, nor her own nakedness. There was something off about the water. The green seemed to be all there was to it. The surface was thick. Nothing below the putrid color showed. She wondered how deep it was. Davy was in just a few feet from the dock. He was taller than she was, and the green seemed to wrap around his throat as he bobbed up and down in the waves. "Come on in, they laughed and splashed. Jill was getting close to Alex again. And they laughed and splashed. Alex was Emily's. Jill was too close, but Emily didn't dare move. The sickly water had hold of them both. It had pushed them together. It wanted her to jump. The waves seemed to thicken. Looking again, the singular pale green split into millions of particles. Each one swirled in the water. They moved. They swam. Her mind imagined each piece as a spider. She imagined if her friends could feel them swimming. "Em?" Davy asked. Emily didn't hear. She could only imagine sinking under the thick mucus green on the surface. She could feel it pry open her mouth and pour into her lungs. She exhaled audibly before running from the dock. "What's wrong with Emily?" asked Alex. "I guess she just doesn't like the water," said Jill as she touched Alex. Emily cried behind a tree as the water dragged the three friends under. X is for xenophobia. The International Space Station fell to Earth. It crashed into the middle of the Indian Ocean in the early hours of the morning. As the pieces sunk, no bodies emerge. A great white shark still comes. It smells blood. In the dark waters, it can't see well, but it follows its nose. Sharks have an excellent sense of smell, and they have even greater tools for hunting. On the tip of its snout, pores called the ampullae of Lorenzini guide the shark based on electrical impulses. They can pick up the smallest electrical fields. With their specialized sense, they can detect even the smallest heartbeat of prey. There is no hiding from a shark. It searches the wreck. It smells the blood, but through the sinking, mangled pieces, it can find nothing edible. The shark starts to pull away, and suddenly, it picks up a faint signal slightly above the wreckage. Its electrical senses tingle as something passes by its nose. The moonlight only offers the briefest glimpse. It looks edible, and the shark's lateral line can detect its movements. The predator's mind tells it that it's prey. With a quick motion, its gums extend from its jaws, and its eyes roll backwards into its head. It's a basic reflex to protect them from injury. It doesn't see as it brings its teeth closed on a limp astronaut suit. Its tongue feels the thing in its mouth, and it tastes blood on it. The shark begins to thrash its head back and forth. Its serrated teeth try to dig into the leathery mass. They can't manage cut it. Suddenly, the shark's ampullae of Lorenzini cry out in pain. The tingling causes the fish to rise, and its jaws to spasm. It feels aching in its head, coming through its many teeth. It can't release its catch. It still tastes blood, but now most of it is own. Its jaw stretches as something emerges from the suit. It tastes like carrion, rotted and foul, too foul for even the shark. It struggles its hardest as the projections from the suit feel around the shark's insides. The shark tries to regurgitate, but it can do nothing as it feels its own teeth pulled from the gums. Its jaws stretch and stretch, pushed by the suit's extensions, and eventually they tear as the thing pushes. The shark is dead long before the thing is finished. After the suit is freed from the dead predator's clutches, it begins to pull the once great predator's body inside its own. The thing devoured it, stuffing it within its impossibly small form. In the deep, the still man-sized astronaut suit settles to the bottom. Blood leaks from the center seam. The dark here is like home. It waits for a while before it starts to walk. Is for you? What's the earliest you can remember? My first memory is of me in a crib. What will be me? I see myself, my body, lying sound asleep. The light of the moon highlights my face. There's a spindly woman holding me. What is me? I sink into it, like a well-used mattress. I breathe in. I see through my body's eyes for the first time. I see the woman better now. Her hand is still nearby. She cranes her long neck down towards me, and she kisses me. She tells me everything will be okay as she pulls her hand away. There's something in it. It's small, white, and it's struggling to escape her grip. I always used to think it looked like a shiny mouse. She speaks to me. It'll take some time to adjust, she says as she strokes my naked head. You won't remember anything for a while. I coo as her hand leaves my cheek. I turn, my parents are sleeping on the bed. They don't hear her. This is you, she continues. She continues, from now until it dies. This body is yours. She turns to the squirming thing in her hand. The thing that used to live in my body. And this is mine. She eats the thing whole. It stops struggling as it's pulled down her throat. It's taken me this long to realize what that memory was. It was the memory of my birth. The memory of how I stole my body. Do you remember? Z is for Zephyr. The reef lay dead ahead, and the storm grew fierce through the snow. The captain sees them crawling about the hull. Their faces glow red hot. Fires and embers crackle within their skulls. The demons clamber about, and the remaining crew members desperately fight them off. The captain sees another man fall. The demon stares into the poor man's eyes, and his soul bursts into flames. He is one of them now. As the skeletal things approach, and his crew dwindles, the captain of the Zephyr makes a final decision. The raging sea below roars, begging to be fed. The captain releases the helm of the ship, and it crashes into the reef. The ocean claims them.